backing innovation, sustainability and skills development to help businesses scale so that businesses, including cycle manufacturers, get to compete globally and continue driving forward the UK's cycling economy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The removal of anti-dumping duties on e-bikes from China has raised serious concerns for UK cycle manufacturers, who are mainly medium and small businesses. With similar duties on standard bikes and parts now under review, many UK manufacturers are worried about navigating the complex trade investigation process. Will he meet with the industry to ensure the voices of our small and medium-sized British cycling manufacturers are heard?
Well, I thank the Honourable Lady for that question, and I do recognise there has been concern on this issue within the amongst cycle manufacturers. She may be aware that some anti-dumping measures have been extended until 2029, but I recognise that some measures have been lifted as a result of the work of the Trade Remedies Authority. We are always happy to meet with cycle manufacturers to discuss their concerns. So whether it is with her or directly with industry, very happy to make sure such a meeting takes place.
Shadow Minister Dame Harriet Baldwin.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And it's not just cycle manufacturers who are having to pedal hard to survive under this government. Given that business survey after business survey states that tax is the biggest worry for business, can the Minister take this opportunity to assure businesses that the Chancellor won't be coming back to burden them with more in her budget this autumn?
Well, it's firstly I commend the Honourable Lady on the humour in her question, and she will recognise this is business and trade questions, not Treasury questions, where tax measures are usually dealt with. I'm sure the Treasury will have noticed her comments going forward. I should perhaps just point her, though, towards recent surveys of business confidence. The Lloyds Bank Business Barometer pointed out that business confidence is at a 9-year high. She, I'm sure, would be delighted by that news.
Minister Dame Harriet Baldwin.
Well, except that the whole House, Madam Deputy Speaker, will have heard that the government isn't prepared to rule out saddling cycle manufacturers and other businesses with more taxes this autumn. Can the Minister, at the very least, assure the House that he and his fellow business ministers are making representations to the Treasury that businesses really can't take any more in terms of tax rises?
Well, I'm grateful to the Honourable Lady for her suspicion that I have considerable influence with the Treasury. We are always in discussion with Treasury colleagues and indeed colleagues across government about what more we can do to support business going forward. One other indicator of the improving mood in terms of business confidence is a survey that was done by the American Express Business Barometer, which pointed out that almost 3/4 of SME bosses are confident about the future, up again from last year.
Mr Conor Rand.
Question number 2, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Minister.
And good morning, Madam Deputy Speaker. Through our landmark Employment Rights Bill, we are making paternity leave and unpaid parental leave day one rights. This aligns them with maternity and adoption leave. But we are going further. We have launched the Parental Leave Review, fulfilling our manifesto commitment. The review will explore how the system can support working families and our modern economy. The review will assess the system against 4 key goals: supporting maternal health, boosting economic growth through increased labour market participation, enabling flexible, balanced childcare choices, and of course ensuring the best start in life for our children.
Mr Conor Rand.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Improving our paternity leave offer would be good for parents, good for children and good for our economy. I recently organised an event with Labour colleagues, the Usdaw Trade Union and Dad Shift, where we heard from Tesco about the benefits of 6 weeks fully paid paternity leave had brought to their business. As part of the parental leave review, which I warmly welcome, will the Minister proactively reach out to businesses like Tesco who are leading the way on paternity leave?
Well, I thank my honourable friend for his efforts in this area and indeed for highlighting the excellent work that some businesses are already doing, going further than the statutory minimum. As we know, in terms of supporting working parents, every little helps. This review that we are beginning will be evidence-based. It will reflect and consider the views and experiences of those who engage with the parental leave and pay system. So I'd encourage all businesses to contribute to the call for evidence, which was launched earlier this month, and I can assure my honourable friend that I plan to engage constructively with businesses, including Tesco's and business representatives, throughout the period of the review.
Well, Robin Swan.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, Hughes Law would have brought in job protection and financial support for parents of children aged between 29 days and 16 years, that guaranteed parental leave, while those children were receiving palliative care. The government voted down an amendment last night to the employment bill that would brought that in. This campaign has been fought by Sarah and Francis Menai Davis, and many of the government backbench MPs have stood side by side with them through that campaign. Can I ask the Minister, why has he turned his back on those parents and those children?
Well, we're not turning our back on parents or children. We are actually having the biggest expansion in workers' rights and family-friendly policies that we've seen in a generation. Clearly, we're not going to be able to satisfy every issue in this area, but that's the point of this review. We're looking at the system in the round. It needs improving, it needs modernising, and that's what we intend to do.
Andrew Ranger.
Question number 3, please, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I am delighted by the hugely positive response the industrial strategy has received. It's a plan to lift every part of the country, making it easier and quicker to do business and to invest. For North Wales, with its formidable prowess in advanced manufacturing, it's a very significant set of proposals. But the same is true for Wales as a whole, as I demonstrated on Monday at Port Talbot at the groundbreaking of the new electric arc furnace, which of course will get the enhanced supercharger discounted energy price.
Andrew Ranger.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank my right honourable friend for that answer. I totally agree this government's industrial strategy is one that backs businesses in Wales with not just words but actions and billions of pounds of investment over the next decade. In Wrexham, we are fortunate to have fantastic businesses such as Kellogg's and Hydro Aluminium, amongst others, who have exciting ambitions for high-tech expansion. But one of the barriers they face that needs to be overcome is sufficient power supply to the industrial and trading estates where they are based. Will the Secretary of State please update me on how the Strategic Sites Accelerator will support them in doing so and the proposed timeline for its implementation?
Well, I thank him warmly for his question. I am excited about this, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Strategic Sites Accelerator will prepare and accelerate sites for development by using government tools such as land acquisition, planning certainty, infrastructure support to overcome existing barriers to investment on sites. It's designed to create jobs, to attract investment and support our industrial and net zero priorities. And it will work alongside other initiatives such as the Connections Accelerator Service, which will streamline grid connections for major investment projects. It's about going faster, being bigger, being more ambitious for new investments like the ones that could potentially come to my honourable friend's area. And I can tell them the Office for Investment is working jointly with the Ministry of Housing, Communities and Local Government and Ofgem to take this vital work forward. And I expect capital to be deployed initially under this programme in 2026-27.
Charlie Maynard.
Question number 4, please, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm conscious of the honourable member's long-standing interest in these matters. I can assure him that exports of F-35 components directly to Israel are already suspended, where they are for use by Israel and not for re-export to other countries.
Charlie Maynard.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Our strategic export licensing criteria state specifically that licences should not be granted where there is a clear risk that items must be used to commit or facilitate serious violation of international humanitarian law. Given the courts have sent this question back to Parliament, does the Minister accept that Israel is committing breaches of international humanitarian law? Does the Minister accept that the export of F-35 components is aiding in the commission of these wrongful acts? And if the Minister maintains we are not in breach of our own arms export laws, will the Minister explain on the floor of this House the basis for how he thinks we are compliant with our own laws?
Madam Deputy Speaker, the F-35 programme is the largest international collaborative defence programme in the world. The honourable gentleman refers to the recent High Court judgment, and as the High Court itself noted, the UK cannot make changes to the F-35 programme unilaterally. It requires agreement across all the partner nations and the availability of workable programme level change to isolate end users across thousands of different components.
Luke Meyer.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Question 5, please.
Minister.
My honourable friend's area is one of the most exciting investment locations in the world. Of course, in clean energy opportunities and carbon capture and storage and offshore wind, but also in creative and digital investment and chemicals, production and steel. Specific interventions for the Tees Valley include recommitting £160 million for its investment zone, enhanced support for the Teesside Freeport for clean energy industries, and a lot of money for transport for city regions funding. One thing will be particularly of interest, I think, to businesses in the area is the new British Industrial Competitiveness Scheme, which will reduce electricity costs by £35 to £40 per megawatt hour for many businesses in Teesside.
Luke Meyer.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I am pleased that this government has been listening to us and been backing Teesside businesses with serious investment, and I've been pushing for investment in clean power and advanced manufacturing. But last year, the 2024 UK Tech Jobs Report also named Middlesbrough as the UK's fastest growing tech destination. So will ministers work with me to bring in investment in frontier technologies like AI to our region as well?
Here, where he and his colleagues are incredible champions for investment into the area, and I recognise and thank him for that support. Yes, he's absolutely right to say some of the perhaps more traditional industries very exciting for the future are not just the only story in his area, and what he has mentioned on tech and creative industries too, I would say, are huge opportunities. Specifically for that, I think our investment in skills, making sure there is the pipeline of talent in every part of the country, are a formidable and significant contribution to delivering that, and I look forward to continuing to work with him on these issues.
Emma Foodie.
Number 6, please, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Minister.
By the end of last month, approximately £1.1 billion has been paid in total redress to almost 8,000 claimants. This represents a fourfold increase over the last 12 months, with more than 5,000 victims receiving compensation for the first time. We have also committed to extend redress to family members. But as the House knows, there is still much left to do, and we're considering carefully the recommendations Sir Williams made last week in this regard.
Emma Foodie.
I thank the Minister for that answer. The Minister will be aware of a Northumberland constituent of mine who was a victim of the faulty Horizon systems, leading to her losing a job, losing her business and becoming a victim of abuse in her own community. Despite my assistance, my constituent remains without an outcome to her claim. Will the Minister please look into this case and ensure that her claim has progressed as quickly as possible so that we can ensure that she receives justice?
Well, my honourable friend describes just one example of the terrible human impact the post office scandal has had on many good people up and down our country who served their communities and who were treated unbelievably badly by the post office. I will, of course, look into the particular case that she has raised with me. We're determined to do more to help not just her constituent, but to help all those who are still waiting for compensation.
Shannon.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy. Can I thank the Minister and Government as well for what they're doing in relation to this. The frustration, Minister, is that those who deserve compensation, who have been traumatised physically, emotionally, financially, have waited for a large number of years to have the redress that they should have. There seems to be some delay for some of those who should be receiving the monies now. Indeed, they've now been told it could be another 3 years before they'll receive any money. Can I ask genuinely to the Minister and to Government, make sure that people get the money ASAP? In other words, let's get it done this year.
Well, I share the frustration of the honourable gentleman, and I suspect the whole House shares that frustration. There were many opportunities to stop the post office scandal, and compensation could have been paid out to all the victims a long time ago. It should have been. It is true that we have quadrupled the amount of compensation that's been paid out in the last 12 months, and 5,000 victims who hadn't received compensation 12 months ago have now received compensation. But is that good enough? Of course it isn't. There is a lot more to do, and so Wyn Williams' recommendations, as I alluded to, that he made last week, are very helpful in that regard.
Ben Coleman.
Number 7, Deputy Speaker.
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the UK continues to make progress across its trade agreements programme to bring prosperity to communities across the country. For the US, on the 30th of June, we implemented legislation creating 2 new quotas for imports of beef and ethanol, and the US removed tariffs on UK civilian aerospace goods and reduced tariffs on UK auto, as agreed in the UK-US economic deal we announced back in May.
Ben Coleman.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. One of the businesses that stands to benefit from the EU trade agreement is a butcher and deli in my constituency, which imports a lot of its products from Spain. And at the moment, unfortunately, its shelves are half empty because its small Spanish supplier, who's effectively a man with a van, simply says he can't cope with all the Brexit form filling. However, the supplier's also said that he's expecting things to get better from later this year, thanks to the deal the government's done with the EU, which is great news. So can the Minister set out what steps are now being taken to implement the removal of the Brexit red tape of the sanitary and phytosanitary checks, or the SPS checks, including the likely timetable?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I thank my honourable friend for his question and express my regret that this business, like so many businesses across the country, found themselves buried in red tape as a consequence of the implementation of Brexit by the party opposite. There are now technical aspects of our agreement with the European Union that need to be worked through, but there are businesses all across the country, like the butchers in Delhi he describes, who will be willing us on in that endeavour.
Bradley Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. When is a trade deal not a trade deal? It's been 9 weeks since the Prime Minister announced a deal to protect steel from US tariffs, and 10 weeks since the Secretary of State, and I quote, said, "The India deal was signed, sealed and delivered." Will the Secretary of State now publish the details of these important deals without delay before recess, or will he apologise for misleading the House?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm slightly struggling to keep up with...
Just before you respond, we do not accuse members of misleading the House inadvertently. A little word before would support that. And no doubt he's now withdrawing that statement. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm struggling to keep up with the position of the party opposite as to whether deals have been done or not. As I recollect, 34,000 workers in Jaguar Land Rover know exactly the difference that a Labour government is making, given the challenge they would have faced with more than 25% tariffs had it not been for the work of the Prime Minister and the Business Secretary. But that's only one sector of the economy. In relation to steel and aluminium, of which she spoke, we're continuing to work with the United States to ensure the agreement to remove the 25% tariffs on UK steel and aluminium can be implemented as soon as possible. But we are unique in the level of tariffs that's set compared with every other country in the world.
Dr. Gardner.
Deputy Speaker, may I firstly start by saying that I thank the Secretary of State for meeting regularly with me and my colleagues regarding the challenges facing the ceramics industry, and I look forward to continuing to work with him to seek solutions for the challenges we face. May I ask the Secretary of State what assessment he has made of the potential impact of his department's trade strategy on British businesses and, of course, particularly the ceramics industry?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I saw that the General Secretary of the GMB was focused on exactly these issues in relation to the ceramics industry this week, and I applaud the concern he's shown for a key part of many local economies across the country. I can assure you that we give regard to every sector of the UK economy when negotiating the 3 trade deals that have been secured by this government with the United States, as we've just been discussing, with the European Union and also critically with India.
Chris Law.
Deputy Speaker, the Internal Market Act is a restrictive piece of legislation. It centralises power to the UK Government and allows them to override the Scottish Parliament. Yesterday, the Labour Government confirmed they will not repeal or amend what was a previous Tory Act. Indeed, the Secretary of State for Scotland previously said the Act was bad, damaging and undermined devolution, and the Secretary of State standing here today voted against it whilst in opposition. So can the Secretary of State confirm whether he'd vote against this again now? And does he agree with his colleague that this Tory Act is an attack on the integrity of the Scottish Parliament?
Madam Deputy Speaker, well, the grievance machine is being fired up again by the Scottish National Party, even on the last business and trade questions. The reality is the changes that were made to the UK Internal Market Act are proportionate, are targeted and are focused critically on supporting the many Scottish businesses who contributed to the consultation. And I would suggest respectfully to the honourable gentleman he should listen to Scottish business who disproportionately benefit from the removal of barriers and the avoidance of new barriers going up in the critical single market that is the United Kingdom.
Sarah Hall.
Question number 8, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, with your permission, I will answer questions 8, 12 and 16 together. To breathe life back into Britain's high streets, we are addressing antisocial behaviour and crime, rolling out banking hubs, stamping out late payments, establishing a licensing task force, empowering communities to fill vacant properties and reforming the business rate system. There's more to do, and our forthcoming SME strategy will set out further steps.
Sarah Hall.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Warrington South is home to brilliant businesses like Gourmand, an award-winning French cafe, Mama's, a wonderful artisan bakery and deli, Hideout, which serves the best pina colada in Warrington, and the soon-to-open how would you apparently, and the soon-to-open Zach's Shack, a new parent and child-focused cafe in Stockton Heath. Businesses like these are the beating heart of our town, built by local entrepreneurs serving the community that they love. But set-up costs, business rates and other barriers make it harder for them to operate. Can the Minister outline how the Department is specifically supporting the independent hospitality and food retail sector?
Well, my honourable friend makes Warrington sound a particularly attractive place for a business minister to visit. So I will, if she doesn't mind, I'll add that to the list of places that I'm keen to visit. Independent businesses, as she rightly says, do play a very important role in supporting local growth and community cohesion. We plan to introduce permanently lower business rates for retail, hospitality and leisure properties with a rateable value under £500,000, and have introduced a hospitality support scheme to co-fund projects which aim to help those furthest from the job market into employment and boosting productivity, which I think will help many of the businesses in her constituency.
Liz Twist.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. When I'm out and about in the constituency, I'm always impressed by the dedication of staff and small business owners who bring our high streets to life. Places like Bladen Precinct and Consett Middle Street are at the heart of local pride and identity. But after years of austerity and a cost of living crisis, empty shops and the loss of vital amenities like banks have taken a toll, especially in the North East. What is the government doing to support local businesses and revitalise high streets like those?
Well, before I'd heard about the attractions of Warrington, I had heard about the attractions of Consett, and I was very pleased to visit her constituency and meet with many of the great businesses in her constituency just before Christmas. We have introduced measures to fill empty properties, including high street rental auction powers for councils, which can free up space for new businesses. We're also protecting vital services on the high street through the rollout of banking hubs, with 170 open so far. And this week we published our green paper on the future of the post office, which set out our plans to do even more to provide banking services on high streets, again, which I hope will help to bring more footfall onto the high street and help businesses such as the ones she knows only too well.
Lewis Atkinson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In the last budget, the government committed to a fairer business rate system that protects the high street. Making sure online retailers pay a fair share of rates will help support businesses on the high street in Sunderland. So can the Minister update the House on the engagement and design work his department is carrying out so that this new fairer system can be announced in the budget?
Well, the Chancellor announced last year that from next financial year, 26-27, we do intend to introduce permanently lower tax rates for retail, hospitality and leisure properties. A permanent tax cut will ensure that those businesses will benefit from much needed certainty and support. Treasury colleagues have been engaging businesses on their proposals for a fairer business rate system. The government is planning to publish an interim report on the work that they have done, and more detail will also be set out in the budget that's coming up in the autumn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Small independent businesses like the Kitchen Croxley in my constituency have suggested they need to serve cold coffee and replace staff with touchscreens to counter this government's national insurance increases just to afford to stay open. What will the Minister be doing to ensure small businesses are encouraged to grow rather than being punished for being entrepreneurial, so that local bakeries like Kitchen Croxley can keep serving us cake and coffee?
Well, there are a range of measures that we have already taken to support businesses of the sort that the Honourable Gentleman mentions in his constituency. My right honourable friend, the Secretary of State, announced our plans for a business growth service to make it much easier for businesses to get the advice they need from government in terms of how they can start up and scale up. The Chancellor set out in the spending review a 2/3 increase in the capacity of the British Business Bank, which will make it a lot easier to access the finance that businesses need to start up and scale up. And many hospitality businesses continue to point out the significant crime and antisocial behaviour in town centres, and the extra police officers that we have recruited, and our commitment to recruit still more police officers will help to make it easier for those businesses that want to see government bearing down on shoplifting and other antisocial behaviour.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Labour-led West Suffolk District Council now charges cafes and restaurants £500 for pavement licences if they want to put out tables and chairs in front of their premises. Their justification for the cost is that the process for granting a pavement licence is more complex than it may initially appear. It involves a number of checks with Highways, the police and counter-terrorism advisors. Will the Minister look at pavement licences as an example of where we can deregulate?
Well, the honourable gentleman makes a very interesting point about what further measures we can take to bear down on the costs of regulation for small businesses. It's one of the reasons why the Chancellor set up a licensing task force, which has brought forward a whole series of recommendations, and which will publish its conclusions shortly, and the government will respond to those very quickly. But we are absolutely determined to do what we can do to bear down on the cost of regulation for SMEs.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to refer the House to my registered interest as a small business owner. Retailers in my constituency of Leicester South, including city centre retailers, tell me that they're on their knees, crippled by soaring costs, rising national insurance contributions, rising antisocial behaviour, expensive and very, very poor parking, and a lack of any city centre regeneration. These are long-standing independent businesses, the lifeblood of our community is now considering closure. Has the Minister considered their clear ask, which is reducing or freezing business rates, affordable and accessible parking and community-focused events to revive our high streets?
Well, one of the measures that the honourable gentleman referenced was business rates, and as I've said already in answers to previous questions, we are determined to introduce permanently lower business rates for the retail sector for those businesses with properties under a value of £500,000. So I hope that will make a difference to businesses not only in Leicester and his constituency, but more generally across the country.
Shadow Minister Greg Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. At the heart of every high street are wonderful hospitality SMEs, pubs, cafes, restaurants, bars, coffee shops. Yet the 2024 budget was a hammer blow to hospitality. £3.4 billion of extra costs, meaning 1 in 10 restaurants are facing closure this year. Indeed, Labour's budget has already cost hospitality 69,000 jobs. For context, in the same period the previous year, hospitality created 18,000 new jobs. So can the Minister assure this House that businesses which are hanging by a thread are not going to face a hard landing this winter?
Well, the honourable gentleman is one of those members of his front bench who've yet to tell us how, if they don't like the increase in national insurance contributions, how they would pay for the extra investment in hospitals, in schools, or in our police force going forward. So I do gently say the difficult decisions that the Chancellor of the Exchequer had to take in the budget last year were a direct result of the £22 billion black hole left to us by the party opposite. The strategy will set out further measures that we will take to get the back of British entrepreneurs.
Shadow Minister Greg Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. That answer is simply not good enough for the 63% of employees in the hospitality sector whose jobs are on the line. And yet now, the government, we read in the press, appears set on forcing restaurateurs to monitor customers' calorie consumption. Another crippling blow of red tape on top of national insurance hikes, minimum wage hikes, as well as the regulatory firestorm of the Employment Rights Bill. Jeremy Clarkson is not wrong when he says the Chancellor is using a machine gun on publicans. So can the Minister really look hospitality SMEs on our high streets and beyond in the eye and say this is somehow good for business?
One of the reasons why the Honourable Gentleman's party lost the confidence of business is because they promised many, many times that they would reform business rates, and they never did so. The Chancellor of the Exchequer has set out our commitment to permanently lower business rates for the hospitality sector. We've already taken some steps in that regard, and she will set out our plans to do even more. That is one of the ways in which we are backing up our commitment to SMEs in the hospitality sector and more generally.
Callum Anderson.
Question 9, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Minister.
I beg your pardon, Madam Deputy Speaker. On the 26th of June, this department published our trade strategy, announcing the expansion of UK export finance's capacity to £80 billion. We also announced measures to give smaller firms better access to export protection insurance, including those in Buckingham and Bletchley. The significant increase in the capacity of the British Business Bank will also help to improve access to capital for SMEs, including potentially in my honourable friend's constituency.
Callum Anderson.
I thank the Minister for his response. Innovative, high-growth companies like Invisics in Bletchley are developing and exporting world-leading technology-driven products, but face difficulties securing the domestic capital needed to scale. Yet too often, overseas investors and sometimes governments are offering both finance and other incentives to relocate. So can the Minister set out more detail on how his department is working across Whitehall to ensure that domestic financial institutions, including government-backed entities, are helping companies like Invisics firmly anchor their innovations here in the UK?
One of the biggest issues that we heard that was facing small and medium-sized businesses wanting to scale up during our SME consultation was around access to finance. Indeed, since 2011, the stock of bank lending to SMEs relative to GDP has fallen by around 50%, which graphically demonstrates the significance of my honourable friend's point. So we've been working closely with Treasury colleagues in particular, and when we launched the industrial strategy, we also in particular launched funding arrangements by the British Business Bank, which will provide £4 billion of capital to our high-growth innovative businesses to ensure that they remain anchored in the UK and are able to scale up here.
Not in his normal seat to throw the chair, but I found you. Perrin Moon.
Question 10, Madam Deputy.
Just a hit.
As we've heard, Madam Deputy Speaker, the industrial strategy is a plan to lift every part of the country, and it specifically recognises clean energy opportunities for offshore wind and nuclear in the Great South West. The strategy also highlights foundational industries relevant to the Industrial Strategy 8 sector supply chains, including spotlighting critical minerals clusters in Cornwall. This included the launch of a new UK export finance loan guarantee scheme for domestic suppliers selling critical minerals to UK exporters, and the upcoming 2025 critical minerals strategy will aim to secure a steady supply of minerals, optimising domestic resources and enhancing international collaboration.
Perrin Moon.
Morazha Mittendar, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Secretary of State for that response. And as he mentions, with vast renewable energy and critical mineral resources, Cornwall is uniquely positioned to become a key driver of UK economic growth. While the industrial strategy emphasises the role of mayoral strategic authorities and city regions, particularly in the North and Midlands, does the Secretary of State agree that Cornwall's immense industrial potential must not be overlooked, and can he reassure me that unleashing the Cornish Celtic tiger with the economic investment we need is not contingent on joining a mayoral combined authority?
Well, I'm grateful to him for his question. I can give him that assurance. I would say, Madam Deputy Speaker, I was dismayed this morning to wake up and hear the Reform Party actively arguing for less investment in Britain, telling businesses they shouldn't invest in the UK. I find that, frankly, absolutely absurd. But I can give my honourable friend that assurance. I can tell him, yes, there's a whole range of tools for local areas to shape their economies in the industrial strategy. Some relate to mayors, but many don't. It has that mix of tools that is required, I believe, to unleash the potential of every part of the country, including, of course, his own.
Andrew George.
Madam Deputy Speaker, further to that very encouraging response from the Secretary of State, does the Secretary of State not acknowledge that Cornwall is the poorest region in the United Kingdom. It has great opportunities, the Honourable Member for Camberwell Redruth has pointed out, but also it has been hampered since losing the highest level of EU structural aid. So if we're going to be taking the opportunities and to overcome the challenges which Cornwall faces, would the Secretary of State be prepared to meet the Honourable Member and myself and other Cornish members to find a way of establishing a strategy for Cornwall, a bespoke strategy to drive the private and public investment needed?
First of all, let me say, Madam Deputy Speaker, as someone who used to spend their family holidays in Cornwall, I must protest. I've had 2 questions from Cornish colleagues, not a single invite to visit Cornwall over the summer holidays. I really think that's unacceptable, if I may say so. But I do recognise the specific challenges. I think the economic history of Cornwall is particularly interesting. I've had this discussion with my honourable friend, and I recognise some of the specific issues he has identified there. Of course, I'm always willing to meet him either in Cornwall or here in Parliament to have that discussion. And I do believe there are key parts of the industrial strategy which will deliver the kind of opportunities, the tools that are required to unleash what I think both colleagues here are trying to present.
Lee Barron.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Number 11.
Minister.
We have frozen the small business multiplier for 2025-26, protecting over 1 million ratepayers from bill increases, and are creating a fairer business rate system that protects the high street and supports investment. Our forthcoming SME strategy will set out further plans to help businesses on the high street and beyond.
Thank you. In Corby and East Northamptonshire, retail and wholesale jobs account for the largest share of employment, supporting thousands of jobs. And unlike the last Tory government, which promised to reform business rates but did absolutely nothing, will the Minister confirm that this Labour government is committed to delivering a fairer business rate system to support the vibrant high streets our communities deserve?
Minister.
Well, I'm grateful to my honourable friend for his question, and I know that Northamptonshire has a thriving retail and wholesale sector, and I commend him very much for championing the jobs and businesses in his constituency. He rightly says that the party opposite promised to reform business rates. What he didn't say was that they promised many times to reform business rates and never did so. We have committed to permanently lower business rates for retail, hospitality and leisure businesses. The government is committed to publishing soon an interim report that sets out further details on the direction of travel, and further confirmation of our plans will come at the autumn budget.
Robbie Moore.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I recently met with the owners of Baba Bing in my constituency, who have opened up new premises in Keighley. They are wanting to grow and expand as quickly as possible, but they are saying to me that as a result of the budget decisions that were made last year, this government is stifling business growth for not only Baba Bing, but also many other SMEs across the country due to employment and, dare I say, the line. Does the government recognise the comments that have been made by Baba Bing that the government is stifling growth? And if so, what are they doing about it?
Well, I welcome very much the establishment of Baba King in his constituency, and I recognise that difficult decisions had to be taken in the budget. I'm sure the honourable gentleman has pointed out to the owners of Baba King that that those difficult decisions were taken as a direct result of the £22 billion black hole that his party left us to tackle. Our small business strategy will set out a range of measures that we're taking to support businesses, which I hope will help Baba King and indeed other businesses in his constituency.
Tom Gordon.
Question 13, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, with your permission, I will answer questions 13 and 19 together. We recognise the vital role hospitality plays in driving growth and strengthening all our communities. It's why we've committed to permanently lower business rates for the sector from 2026-27, why we've now announced a hospitality fund to co-invest in projects that boost productivity and help community pubs adapt to local needs, and it's why also we've launched an industry-led licensing task force to reduce red tape and other barriers.
Tom Gordon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I regularly meet with Harrogate Bid, the Chamber of Commerce, and we have a thriving hospitality and tourism sector in Harrogate and Knaresborough. I recently met with a constituent, Alison, who runs a number of local bars and restaurants, and she's really worried that with the increase in employer NICs, rising energy costs, and other pressures that this government are not getting to grips with, that businesses like hers won't be there to see the benefits of business rate reform. So what is the Minister doing with colleagues in the Treasury to support local hospitality?
Well, I think one of the most important measures that will help the hospitality sector is reform of business rates, and we've set out our commitment to do that. We're working with all different parts of the business community, including the hospitality sector, to get right our proposals for reform. As I alluded to in a previous answer, we will publish an interim report in the giving more detail of our thinking around business rates reform, and the Chancellor of the Exchequer will confirm our plans in the budget later this year.
Christine Jardine.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I hope the Minister will join me in thanking all of the hard-working staff who are about to have a very busy summer in hospitality this year, particularly in my constituency in Edinburgh West, where they're about to be immersed in the Edinburgh International Festival, to which, incidentally, the Minister and the Secretary of State are, of course, invited. All the ministers, in fact. We're very hospitable in Edinburgh. The industry itself is worth £198 million to my constituency in Edinburgh West. But businesses are suffering because of the national insurance changes. And in Scotland, we won't benefit from the business rates reform that the Minister is talking about. So with the national insurance changes, the impacts of Brexit, COVID, it's a very uncertain time. So can the Minister tell me what else he will do that will help businesses across Scotland who do not have the benefit of business rates reform?
Well, I thank the honourable lady for her kind invitation, and it is possible that I may be darkening the door of some of the businesses in her constituency this summer. We are determined to continue to work with hospitality businesses, whether it's in Scotland or indeed in the rest of the country. We've set out plans for a licensing task force, as I alluded to in a previous answer, that is looking at what else we can do to lower the cost of red tape and regulation. And as she rightly again alludes to, we are taking measures to reform business rates. Perhaps the Scottish Government might like to follow our example.
Matt Weston.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I just reference two examples in my constituency of work in Leamington? Lydia and Frankie both run businesses employing around 50 individuals. They both suffer COVID loans and also energy loans on top of the usual business pressures that they suffer. So can I just urge the government, when it comes to beyond the maintenance of the discount on business rates that is in place, that there is this urgent review of reforming business rates, because it is so desperately needed.
Well, I recognise that my honourable friend is a great champion of businesses in his constituency, and was pleased to be able to meet with one of those businesses when I was recently in his constituency. I absolutely recognise the significance of business rates reform. The Chancellor has been very clear that she is committed to business rates reform herself, and we will set out further in the budget later this year the detail of our plans in that regard.
Ewan Steinbank.
Madam Deputy Speaker, despite public transport linking people from the Braes, Bonnybridge, Banesford and beyond to Falkirk High Street dwindling over the last 20 years, SNP and Tory councillors decided to cut the free after three parking scheme for Falkirk Town Centre businesses and further drive footfall away from our high street restaurants, cafes and pubs. Will the Minister consider in the forthcoming small business strategy looking at how this Labour Government can support accessible and cheap parking in Scottish town centres?
Well, I very much sympathise with my honourable friend's frustration about what both the SNP and the Conservative Party have done to free parking in his constituency. I sympathise because I recognise in my own constituency the local Tory-run council have taken similar steps to curtail free parking, which has undoubtedly had an impact on the town centre. I hope in his constituency that the concerns that he has articulated today will be heard loud and clear, and action will be taken. Our SME strategy will set out a whole range of steps that we are determined to take to get the back of small businesses and to help Britain's entrepreneurs up and down the country.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Sarah Oldney.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The value that hospitality businesses bring to their local communities goes far beyond their economic contribution. They also provide a vital social value and essential entry-level jobs. Flexible hours and conditions in this sector help those with other responsibilities like carers and new parents to access work, while also offering many young people their first job. However, retail and hospitality have been hit hard by tax changes in the October budget, and they're reporting reduced hours, cancelled investment and closures, with nearly 70,000 hospitality job losses just since October. So as economic strategies are rolled out, what steps is the Minister taking to ensure that DWP goals to get people back to work are not being undermined by policies that shrink job opportunities in these sectors? Thank you.
Well, I completely agree with her about the huge importance of hospitality to all our communities and to helping many people who have difficult routes into employment to get their first steps back into a job. One of the steps we've taken, as I've alluded to, is our hospitality fund that is in particular working with the great organisation Pub is the Hub, helping landlords to diversify what they offer to help drive more footfall into the pub. But the fund is also helping to support charities that are working with those furthest away from the jobs market get into jobs, strongly supported by hospitality businesses through the Hospitality Sector Council. As I've alluded to, we have a commitment to a small business strategy, and we'll set out further measures to help hospitality in that regard.
Susan Murray.
Question 14.
I do beg your pardon. Thanks very much. Over the last 5 years, SMEs have faced a challenging operating environment because of the consequences of the Liz Truss budget, the poorly negotiated trade deal with Europe, COVID, and increasing global uncertainty. Interest rates have come down 4 times under this government. We have negotiated a new trade deal with Europe, and complementing our industrial and trade strategies, we will bring forward an SME strategy to put in place further long-term support to help SMEs start up and expand.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In my constituency of Mid Dumbartonshire and across Scotland, small and medium-sized businesses have taken blow after blow. The Conservatives bungled Brexit, increasing import costs, energy costs soaring, and most recently the NI hike, which is decimating jobs in job opportunities in small and medium-sized businesses. So I'd like to know what the government is doing to support SMEs, which are at the heart of our economic growth and getting people off benefits and back into work.
Yes, Madam Deputy Speaker. I would gently say to the Honourable Lady that almost 3/4 of SME businesses, when they were surveyed recently, were confident about the future going forward. She's absolutely right to challenge us to go further in terms of increasing support to SMEs. One of the ways we're doing that is by increasing access to finance for SMEs through the significant expansion in capacity of the British Business Bank.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. SME manufacturers are a key part of the planned renaissance in manufacturing in this country. Some of them are raising concerns about the lack of involvement in the Industrial Strategy Council. Can the Minister confirm that they are very much involved, as well as the important role they have to play in developing the SME strategy that he's referred to?
Absolutely. We want to hear from businesses up and down the UK across different sectors about what are the practical measures that we can take to support them and their plans to grow and develop. If my honourable friend has got particular examples of businesses who want to make representations, then I'm sure we as a ministerial team would want to hear from them.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Sarah Oldney.
Very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Liberal Democrats welcome the plans in the recently announced industrial strategy to reduce some of the world's highest industrial energy prices. However, businesses across the UK, especially in hospitality and on our high streets, are still struggling with unaffordable energy costs. So what steps is the Secretary of State taking to ensure that small businesses can benefit from more sustainable pricing? And will he encourage his Cabinet colleagues to consider proposals set out by the Liberal Democrats yesterday to break the link between gas prices and energy costs, which would halve energy bills in a decade so that people and businesses across the country can enjoy the true benefits of cheap, clean, renewable power?
Yeah. Well, I have to apologise to the Honourable Lady that I have not yet seen the Liberal Democrats' policy proposals, but I will look forward to that treat over the summer. I'm grateful to her for her backing for our plans on energy costs over the summer. We are also supporting a pilot in the West Midlands to help SMEs reduce their energy costs. It offers full energy audits and funding to implement measures that can bring down energy costs. The scheme seems to be working well, and we have recently extended it.
Topical questions. Martin Vickers.
Topical number 1, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Minister, Secretary of State.
Madam Deputy Speaker, this has been a year of real achievement for the Department for Business and Trade. From holding our record-breaking International Investment Summit that saw £63 billion committed to the UK, to intervening decisively to save British Steel's Scunthorpe site or all the shipyards at Harland and Wolff, we have safeguarded thousands of jobs. We've reformed the CMA, we've changed the ZEV mandate, we've altered the remit of the Low Pay Commission and introduced the Employment Rights Bill. And we've quadrupled compensation payments to victims of the Horizon scandal. We've agreed trade deals with India, the EU and the US and published a comprehensive trade strategy to help us to secure greater access to global markets for British business. We brought forward our industrial strategy, and last week a survey by Deloitte found Britain has become the most attractive place to invest in the world. We are delivering this government's plan for change, putting money into people's pockets, driving growth and kick-starting a decade of national renewal.
Martin Vickers.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Secretary of State has tried to make a glowing picture of what is happening, but I can tell him that in northern Lincolnshire there's growing concerns. There's been a number of business failures in the last few weeks, both in the Grimsby and Immingham areas, and he will be aware of the threat to hundreds of jobs at the Prax oil refinery. All of this makes it even more important that the Scunthorpe Steelworks has a long-term future. Can he update the House on the state of at Scunthorpe?
Always keen to update the Honourable Member and colleagues on the situation with British Steel. We have cancelled the redundancy consultation, we have removed the immediate risk to 2,700 jobs, we've taken on new apprentices and we have invested significantly in improving health and safety on the site. We've provided significant working capital that does not take into account yet the future revenue that will come, and he will be pleased, I'm sure, to have seen that Network Rail have awarded British Steel a contract worth £500 million. We will continue to make sure there is a long-term future for British Steel and, of course, to keep himself and the House updated to that effect.
Callum Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The government's £500 million investment to support underrepresented entrepreneurs was hugely welcomed by business leaders in the Buckingham and Bletchley constituency. But access to capital is only part of the challenge. Many still face entrenched barriers around networks, mentoring and market access. So can the Minister set out the steps that the government is taking to ensure that this investment is complemented by wider reforms to break down any structural obstacles that, to scaling businesses in Milton Keynes and Buckinghamshire?
The government-backed Invest in Women Task Force is addressing many of these issues through its ecosystem working group, which promotes better access to networks, to support and indeed to procurement opportunities. My old friend is absolutely right, though, to say that we need to go further, and the small business strategy will set out a range of further measures in this regard.
Shadow Secretary of State, Andrew Griffiths.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. May I start by paying tribute to Norman Tebbit, a former Secretary of State for Trade and Industry, a great reformer who did a great deal to unleash growth in this country. Madam Deputy Speaker, the only thing growing under this government are the unemployment queues. Today, the ONS revealed the number of payrolled employees has fallen by 180,000 over the last year, 40,000 in the last month alone. And unemployment has been higher in every month since the Chancellor has been in office. In the last hour, we've heard news of another 500 job losses at Jaguar Land Rover. This is a great country with great people. So when he talks to them, what reason do businesses give the Secretary of State for unemployment rising?
Well, always nice to hear from the Shadow Secretary of State. I would simply say, first of all, he will know the number of jobs overall from the ONS workforce survey is higher after a year of this government than it would be if there had been a continuation of the Conservatives. 380,000 additional jobs. Now, he mentions the payroll jobs. Of course, that's important. That's one key factor of it. As is wages. He will know that wages have risen faster in the first 10 months of this government than they did under the first 10 years of the previous government, as is our productivity figures. And, of course, we closely monitor impacts on technology. But when he asks what businesses say to me, they say this government has brought stability after the mini-budget disaster, which he was a key part of it. They say it's brought openness to the world and navigating a difficult trading environment better than anyone else. And then they recognise those pro-business, pro-growth measures, delivering in a way which, quite frankly, that list I've just given, there was nothing like that after 14 years of the previous government.
Secretary of State Andrew Griffith.
Complacent and unsympathetic, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it is the most vulnerable, those looking for their first shot, their first chance, who pay the price on unemployment. Let's start again. Last night, in the other place, the unemployment bill was improved with sensible amendments to probation periods, a definition of seasonal workers that protects hospitality and agriculture, and a consultation about the impact on the smallest businesses. These are measures which have been put forward by employers and by independent business groups like the CBI, Make UK, and the Federation of Small Business, who say that bill is deeply damaging in its current form. So if the Secretary of State won't shelve this bill entirely, will he at least commit now to accept these entirely reasonable amendments?
Madam Deputy Speaker, he talks about vulnerable people. Who was the government who left 1 in 8 young people not in education, employment or training while net immigration hit 1 million? Absolutely shameful. We'll hear nothing. No lessons from this bunch of people opposite around it. He talks about tackling barriers. Who gave us the highest industrial energy prices in the developed world? The Conservative body. Who is dealing with that? Who's put money into skills and training and finance and the tools local areas need? These are the things the businesses want to see. And he talks about the Employment Rights Bill. First of all, I do regret, Madam Deputy Speaker, the knee-jerk ideological opposition to this bill from the other side. This was a manifesto commitment. They could have been pragmatic. I can tell him we will deliver our manifesto commitments in full. And on issues where we believe we've got to get the balance right, probation periods, how we have the future monitoring of zero-hours contracts, of course, that commitment is real. But rather than this knee-jerk ideological opposition, pragmatic engagement would have perhaps been a more constructive way forward.
Lewis Atkinson. Oh, here. Liam Byrne.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Business and Trade Committee's inquiry on small business is still open for submission of evidence from members across the House. But on Tuesday, we took evidence from the Chief Exec of Ofgem, who made it perfectly clear that a complete collapse of regulation in the years after COVID led to thousands of businesses across our country paying higher energy bills than they needed to. Can the Secretary of State assure the House this afternoon that when the small business strategy is published, he will ensure that there is a strategy to bear down on the energy rip-off that is challenging small businesses across our country?
I'm always grateful to the Chair of the Select Committee for his helpful and pragmatic work and engagements that are very useful. I do recognise the issue he is highlighting, which is a lot of small businesses were locked into uncompetitive contracts after COVID, and the legacy of that has been very difficult around it. Of course, we always look at measures to that effect. I would say to any colleague, what we must do is fundamentally break the link between gas setting the price of electricity in the UK. There's no shortcuts to that. You've got to get enough clean energy onto the system to do that. That is exactly what this government is doing.
John Glenn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On Monday, Tina McKenzie, the FSP's policy chair, said, for the first time in the history of the Small Business Index, more small businesses are predicting they will shrink than expand, meaning that as a country we are potentially facing a very dangerous situation. Now, I listened very carefully to what the ministers said about a concierge service, which I welcome. I listened to the Leeds reforms this week, much of which I welcome. But would the Minister respond to that very stark warning from a very credible source of information?
I have a very high regard for Tina McKenzie and for the Federation of Small Businesses more generally, and we've been working extremely closely with them on thinking through what the measures that there should be in the small business strategy to help businesses start up and to scale up and to thrive more generally. I would gently point the honourable gentleman to a slightly more positive picture that there is in terms of SME bosses having more confidence, but we will continue to talk to the Federation of Small Business in a lot more detail.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Does the Secretary of State agree with me that while this UK Labour Government is getting on with the serious business of delivering an industrial strategy which will support jobs in my Livingston constituency, that's in sharp contrast to the failing SNP government who have no industrial strategy, no plan for workers and no plan to support Scotland's key sectors?
Well, I very much do agree with him, but nationalism is fundamentally a creed based on grievance rather than real solutions, and that stands in contrast to our approach. I would also say there are specific issues where we could deliver billions of pounds of investment into Scotland if there was a change of policy from the Scottish Government, whether that is on new nuclear, where Scotland could benefit from SMRs, or the decision recently to pull support from the welding centre led by Rolls-Royce for apprentices in the defence sector to support the maintenance of Royal Navy submarines. They're actively making decisions to get in the way of that, so if we can't change the policy, let's change the Scottish Government.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Eastbourne's posties are legends, including Manuel, who covers my patch. But upstream issues in the Royal Mail mean that constituents like Michelle are not receiving letters for medical appointments until after they have happened. Will the Minister meet me to discuss these appalling delays and the urgent action that must be taken to make sure that our residents get their post on time?
I thank the honourable member for his question. He's right to pay tribute to the tremendous work that the posties do up and down the country, rain and shine, to deliver that mail. But of course there have been issues with performance in the Royal Mail. I'm happy to discuss that further with him and make sure, with the help of Ofcom, that we get the service that everyone deserves.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Select Committees on Science, Innovation and Technology published its report into the social media algorithms following the Southport riots on Friday, and indeed there's a statement on this afternoon. Stakeholders have expressed concern that ongoing trade negotiations with the United States might prevent the government from responding to those recommendations and holding social media companies to account and keeping the public safe online. Could the Minister reassure us that that is not the case?
I can reassure my honourable friend and all colleagues that those decisions will always be the domain of this government in the UK and this Parliament. There's been often, in the process of these trade negotiations, a lot of speculation about what may or may not be involved. What we have shown is we deliver on jobs, on goods, on services. That is the basis of sound trade negotiations.
Ben Maguire.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My constituents, Mr and Mrs Greathead, in my North Cornwall constituency, supply specialist industrial products to businesses right across the UK and Europe. But since Brexit, they face many extra layers of difficulty, delays and costs. And they're now in the middle of a 3-year battle with HMRC to ensure correct tariffs are charged. So will the Minister please look into these barriers that my constituents face when trading with Europe and ensure that this excessive red tape doesn't hold them back?
Well, I thank the gentleman for his question, and I sympathise with the difficulties that his constituents are facing. In regard to the particular challenges he says they are facing with HMRC, he may want to get in contact with my colleague, the honourable member for Ealing North, who has responsibility for HMRC.
Madam Deputy Speaker, at a panel discussion earlier this year, I joined a group of leading women in the hospitality sector who repeatedly highlight how the lack of female representation in leadership roles and in ownership is a persistent barrier to progress in the sector. Can the Minister step out what steps he's taking to support women in the hospitality industry into leadership and ownership roles?
Well, I think this is a very important issue. The Invest in Women Task Force is looking at some of the very real barriers that women entrepreneurs face, both in hospitality and more generally. Access to finance was one of the particular challenges that we have heard back, and there is a fund that is being put together to help women entrepreneurs in that regard. But we need to do more, and our SME strategy will set out our plans in that regard.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We've heard this morning that the review of the UK Internal Market Act somehow tramples Holyrood. In fact, it contains the line, devolved governments will have greater flexibility to set rules. Is there not a danger here that this invites the SNP government to introduce change for the sake of change, divergence for the sake of divergence, thus damaging trade right across the country?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, if I'm simultaneously being criticised by the SNP and by the Conservative Party, I'm pretty sure we've got that balance right. The truth is, the UK Internal Market Act seeks to strike the appropriate balance between devolved government's flexibility and policy space, and on the other hand, avoiding unnecessary barriers for UK businesses. I believe we've got exactly that balance right.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. 1,000 employees at Lotus Plant in South Norfolk and Norwich North are the pride of our constituencies. I want to thank the Secretary of State for his support in recent weeks. Can I ask for a meeting with the Secretary of State and my honourable friend from Norwich North so we can discuss what our discussions have been with local employees?
Yeah, well, I can absolutely give him that guarantee. We'll have that meeting. I appreciate the work we've been able to do together so far, reacting to the media reports that initially surfaced around that. There's some clarity from the company, but not the full degree of clarity that we need. And I'll continue and make sure we get that meeting set up for him and his colleagues.
Final question, Bobby Dean.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We've just had our 5th consecutive month of job losses announced, and research shows that as many as 17% of companies are considering redundancies. What is the government's analysis as to why this is happening?
Minister?
I'll just gently say to the honourable gentleman, we've had 4 interest rates cuts, almost 400,000 jobs have been created, an industrial strategy that's been very hugely welcomed, 3 trade deals. It is perhaps not a surprise, therefore, that recent surveys of business confidence point to a 9-year high in business confidence.
We're now going to move on to the first urgent question, if the front bench wish to shuffle over quickly. Urgent question, strategy for elections. Paul.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. To ask the Secretary of State for Housing, Communities and Local Government if she will make a statement on new policies announced in the government strategy for elections.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Government has today published our strategy for modern and secure elections. When we came into power just over a year ago, the Government committed through its manifesto to bring forward measures to strengthen our precious democracy and uphold the integrity of our elections. The strategy we have published today will set out how we will legislate and implement provisions to extend the voter franchise to 16 and 17-year-olds, increase participation in our elections, tackle the inconsistencies in voter ID rules, and protect our democracy by overhauling our political finance rules. We also recognise that there is a growing and worrying trend of candidates, administrators, and electors who face harassment and intimidation, which is having a chilling effect on our democracy. We are bringing forward measures to tackle this, and I want to take this opportunity to thank Mr. Speaker and the Speakers' Conference for the work that's being conducted and the report that's been published on harassment and intimidation. And we will be fixing the foundations of how elections operate, taking forward a range of practical measures to ensure elections continue to be delivered successfully. Madam Deputy Speaker, our democracy is central to who we are as a country. We can take pride in its evolution and how it has and continues to inspire. As a government, we have a responsibility to protect and strengthen it. The plans we have announced today will future-proof our democracy, secure our elections, and protect them against interference. We will deliver them during the lifetime of this Parliament through a programme of reforms, including an elections bill to be introduced in due course. Through this strategy, we will usher in a new chapter in our democracy, reflecting our principles and restoring faith in our politics. And I look forward to working with colleagues across the House on this very important agenda.
Shadow Minister Paul.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Yesterday, the Department gave notice of a written ministerial statement on the Government's new strategy for elections, which is a significant policy document on changes to election law and political finance law, something that affects us all in this House. But instead of the Democracy Minister using this democratic chamber to announce a new wide-ranging strategy on democracy, the Government chose to announce it to the press in the Monday No. 10 lobby briefing, typical of government by press release. In fact, it's just been announced on BBC News. There will be no opportunity for parliamentary scrutiny until September due to the pending recess. So I asked the Minister, why did she not choose to come to this House to announce this policy, despite word that they would do so by written ministerial statement? And why did she not think it was right to come here of her own accord? And why has there been no consultation of political parties to date? This is contrary to the approach of the last government, which actively consulted on changes. This strategy has finally revealed their ambition for allowing a 16-year-old to vote in an election but not stand in it, probably because young people are being abandoned in droves by the Labour Party. So why does this government think a 16-year-old can vote but not be allowed to buy a lottery ticket, an alcoholic drink, marry or go to war, or even stand in the elections they're voting in? Isn't the government's position on the age of majority just hopelessly confused? And does the Minister agree that foreign donations are already illegal and should remain so, but will steps be taken to tighten the law to prevent donations from those who are not properly on the electoral roll, including the funnelling of money from permissible sources? We welcome the U-turn on not scrapping voter ID, but will allowing bank account cards not undermine the security of the ballot box? And what security measures will she bring in now automatic registration has been announced? Finally, what steps will she take to bring in to tackle the important issue of intimidation in public life? Will the government still abide by the long-standing convention that the government of the day does not unilaterally impose measures directly affecting political parties as political parties without proper engagement and discussion, and in future not announce constitutional policy by press release?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This government was elected on a manifesto that committed to granting 16-year-olds the right to vote and protecting our democracy from foreign money. So can I remind the honourable gentleman that his party lost the general election in the worst general election defeat for decades? It's no wonder that the party opposite are scared of the electorate. The truth is, young people deserve to have a stake and to have a say in the future of our democracy. Young people can vote for any party they like, and it speaks volumes that the honourable gentleman would prefer for them to be silenced. Can I also remind the House that it was his party that sat in government for 14 years and did nothing to close the gaping loopholes, allowing foreign interference and foreign money to enter our system. This is despite independent experts calling for change. The Intelligence and Security Committee's Russia report exposed malign efforts to channel foreign money into UK politics. Both the Committee on Standards in Public Life and the Electoral Commission have called for strengthened regulations and greater transparency in political donations, alongside modernised enforcement. We make no apologies for finally taking the tough choices and to protect Britain's democracy from malign foreign interference. The real question for the honourable gentleman is, will his party finally end their addiction to donations from shell companies? Under these laws, new laws, they won't have a choice, and we won't stop there. They will finally have to update their weak due diligence checks and conduct enhanced checks. Madam Deputy Speaker, we will give the Electoral Commission the power to administer a hefty up to £500,000 maximum fine to deter bad behaviour. Instead of pointing the finger, the honourable gentleman should be welcoming these changes and taking the opportunity to finally clean up his party. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, we have published the election strategy. We have laid a written statement. I have responded in the Public Constitutional Affairs Committee, the Speaker's Committee, and I will continue to engage with parliamentary colleagues in the coming days, over the summer recess and in the autumn. There are a series of changes that we want to make, and I am determined to make sure we get as much cross-party agreement as possible. And I look forward to working with him, because I believe, Madam Deputy Speaker, on a range of issues, there's common ground. He knows all too well the harassment and intimidation many of us have faced, and threats to our lives. It's really important that we work on these agendas together, and on moving towards automated voter ID, as he mentioned. We will make careful consideration on how we implement those changes, ensuring they are done safely. And I look forward to working with colleagues on doing that. We have retained the voter ID changes that were made under the previous government, but we recognise that legitimate voters, particularly those of certain groups, including disabled voters, were excluded. We need to address that gap, and I know his party recognise that challenge, and so we are ensuring that as we go forward, we do not exclude legitimate voters. So I look forward to working with him on common issues of interest and agreement. Thank you.
Select Committee Chair, Florence Echelon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for laying the statement and for the work that's gone on behind the scenes on this, on this written statement, and the work that's gone on behind the scenes on this. And I think, in essence, we should welcome the fact that we are now going to see an opportunity for more people to be enfranchised. We should be very clear that one person losing the right to vote at the ballot box is one person too many. So it's really important we look at the issues around voter ID, making sure that we have more opportunities for people to have other forms of voter ID at the ballot box. It's important we enfranchise our young people to vote. They participate in public life already, so they should be also entitled to vote. And it's really important when we have a system where when you move home, and before you know it, before you've even unpacked, you can get your council tax bill. It should be easier for you to be registered to vote. The council already have your details, so it's really good. We are looking at a system of making sure that people are registered to vote, because far too long we've knocked on doors, people say they're interested and they're not registered to vote. So it's really vital. But I just wanted to ask the Minister in terms of the issues around making sure that candidates still feel safe coming forward. This is a big challenge, a threat to democracy. Can she please outline what more work she'll be doing with the Electoral Commission in regard to the intimidation and abuse faced by candidates?
Before the Minister responds, we do need questions and answers to be short. Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for her questions, and she does important work in her committee. We will introduce, the changes we're introducing will ensure that elected representatives, candidates, campaigners and electoral staff that play a unique role in our democracy are properly protected. That means ensuring that we will give we will increase sentences and give courts the powers to increase sentences for those who are hostile to candidates. An aggravated factor for intimidatory offence will be introduced, allowing courts to pass tougher sentences. We will also remove the requirement to publish addresses of candidates, and we will consult with the Crown Prosecution Service and Sentencing Council on other judicial bodies.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Sarah Olney.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Very pleased to see the government has published this strategy today, and there are many aspects within it that have the support of the Liberal Democrats. We have for many years championed votes at 16, and we're really glad that the government has listened to those calls. We also welcome the measures to tackle dark and illicit money in our politics, and also the recent plans to introduce supplementary voting for mayoral elections. But I'm concerned that this strategy shows nowhere near the kind of ambition that we need to fix a system of elections which has left large swathes of the public feeling like their vote simply doesn't count. As members across the House will know, last year's general election turned out the most disproportionate result in history, with nearly 60% of people who voted not represented in Parliament by the candidate that they voted for. This opportunity cannot be wasted. Will the government go further? Will they look at scrapping voter ID in its entirety? Will they look at introducing further measures to ensure that foreign oligarchs such as Elon Musk are not able to interfere in British politics, including through party funding? And will they finally scrap first past the post and introduce fair votes via proportional representation? Thank you.
The honourable lady has a lot of questions. I just want to say to her, the government has no plans to change the electoral system for UK parliamentary and local elections. Her party in the coalition government had the opportunity through the referendum to campaign and also introduce the appropriate changes. Our focus is making sure that we address the manifesto commitments that we have made, including voting age at 16, and I'm grateful to her and her party for their support. We are also taking action to tackle illicit finance and foreign interference, and I very much hope that she and her colleagues will work with us on this very important agenda.
John Slinger.
Actually, an interest as a member of the Speakers' Conference, which is looking at the security of MPs and candidates and elections. Does my honourable friend agree with me that there are a very wide number of behaviours in our democratic system which are intimidating candidates and indeed members of this House, and this is detrimental to our values and our democracy? And could she expand on some of the measures in the strategy that will seek to alleviate these very serious problems?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for his question, and as a Member of Parliament for 15 years, we have seen the rise in hatred and hostility towards candidates and elected officials, and sadly we faced the loss of our colleagues, our dear colleagues Jo Cox and Sir David Ames, and I am determined, as is this government, to make sure that elected representatives, candidates and election officials are protected, because this is having a devastating, chilling effect on our democracy, and we need to make sure we work together to protect our democracy while, of course, protecting freedom of speech. And I will be happy to speak to my honourable friend about the specific proposals further as we proceed with implementing them.
Andrew Rosendale.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Thank the Minister for her statement. But I haven't heard her say anything about the work of the boundary commissions for local government and for constituencies. And I think that should be part of this discussion, particularly in terms of ensuring that constituencies can be made up of genuine communities, therefore getting rid of this pointless rule that a constituency cannot go beyond a certain region, so that areas of Essex, for instance, near my constituency, cannot be included within Romford, only going into London. Similarly, local council wards would surely be better if they were one-member wards. Therefore, they could be like mini constituencies looking after a particular community. Wouldn't that be a better way forward, and would she consider that as part of her review?
Minister.
I thank the honourable gentleman, but he will understand the process of the Boundary Commission and its work. The focus of this strategy is on the themes that I spoke to earlier on, and that's what we will be focusing on.
Alex Abel.
Speaker, as the chair of the Fair Elections APPG, I warmly welcome this white paper, and I just want to say that when my honourable friend, the Minister, and I were 18, we were much more poorly equipped to vote than today's 16-year-olds. So I warmly welcome that measure. I also warmly welcome the devolution bill earlier this week, where the government said that first past the post can lead to individuals being elected with only a small portion of total votes cast. And the government believes that mayors and police crime ministers should be elected with greater consensus among their electors, and that the government has also claimed this change will give the local electorate an increased voice and will better support the democratic mandate of people elected such positions. Will my honourable friend, the Minister, consider reviewing, because of the flawed nature of first past the post, the elections to this place?
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for the work he does with the All-Party Parliamentary Group. He is aware of the Labour Party's policy, this government's policy on first past the post, and I refer to my previous answer to that question.
Robin Moore.
Madam Deputy Speaker, fair elections must be elections that we can all trust in. The most important element of our electoral system is that it is a secret ballot, and that it should be down to the individual to make up their own minds. And therefore I am deeply concerned that across the country the widespread use of postal voting is allowing dangerous fraud, in which many voters still remain intimidated and coerced into using postal votes on the instruction of somebody else. The review covers many practical aspects of postal voting. But what steps is the government taking to ensure the accuracy and honesty of the postal voting system?
Minister.
The honourable gentleman will be aware that his party introduced a series of changes, including on voter ID and other checks as electors register to vote. I'm all too aware of areas where these issues need particular focus, and we have retained the protections on postal vote. So I want to reassure the honourable gentleman that, as he knows, the number of issues around postal votes, there are laws in place to make sure that forgery and impersonation does not happen. And we are making sure that we retain the appropriate checks and safeguards that were put in the past.
Rachel Blake.
On record my profound thanks to the Minister for her personal commitment to this agenda about making sure that we renew confidence in democracy. I warmly welcome the proposals around moving from first past the post in the regional elections and restoring that part of our democracy. I'd like to ask the Minister to outline how she will be tackling the illicit finance flowing into our democracy. I have real concerns about how this is damaging. There is influence, foreign influence into our democracy, and I'd be grateful for more information on how this strategy will address.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for her work on this, and as I mentioned, the Intelligence Security Committee's Russia report exposed malign efforts to channel foreign money into our politics, and what we are doing is making sure that the Electoral Commission will have the appropriate powers to support political parties, to make sure that they do know your donor checks and provide the appropriate support on that. And where parties fail, up to a maximum fine of £500,000 can be applied. We will, of course, apply that proportionately in recognition of resource issues to do with smaller parties.
Jardine.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome very much of what is in the government's policy, particularly votes for 16 and 17-year-olds, which we already have in Scotland, and I've campaigned for it, general elections, we already have in Scotland for the Scottish parliamentary elections. So could the Minister confirm that this will be in place in time for the next general election, and how the information will be passed out to 16 and 17-year-olds that they will now be able to vote in generals?
Minister. I thank the honourable lady for her support on this agenda. We are looking very closely at the work in Scotland and Wales, and we want to make sure that we take the time to implement the appropriate changes in time for the next general election. But we will work with the relevant institutions, including the Electoral Commission, education establishments, the Department for Education, charities, youth organisations, and of course other interested organisations to make sure we get this right.
Liam Byrne.
I welcome the measures that take out dark money from our politics, but they will mean nothing unless we move forward aggressively to ban cryptocurrency donations into British politics. They are used for money laundering, they are used to disguise dark money, they have no role in British politics. Will she confirm the elections bill will ban cryptocurrency donations?
Minister.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for his work on this through his committee and the issues he's raised. There are already a number of rules in place on political donations, and they must be abided by regardless of the type of donations made, including for cryptocurrency. Our reforms on political finance to further strengthen our democracy will apply to all donations regardless of form, and that includes cryptocurrency.
Bradley Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Democracy is fragile, and here in the United Kingdom, our democracy is firmly in the crosshairs of nefarious states, including Russia and China, who don't share our values. We're seeing increasing activity online, particularly to distort the outcome of elections via platforms including TikTok that have links to communist regimes in China. Can the Minister update the House on what steps are being taken, in particular to protect our democracy from misinformation that vehemently seeks to distort the outcome of elections?
Minister.
I thank the honourable gentleman for that important question. He will be aware that the Defending Democracy Task Force is leading the work on a range of issues, including, of course, in relation to the points he's made. We are taking a cross-government approach to make sure we take action to bear down on those issues. The Online Harms Act also is important in terms of the points he's made. We are also aware of, as I pointed out, the dangers of foreign interference and foreign state actors. And that's why these reforms are really important in protecting the integrity of our system and our democracy.
Speaker. As a member of the Speaker's Commission, I've heard evidence on that group which has shocked me to my core, so I know how much needed these reforms are. To the point on 16 and 17-year-olds, this week I've had my first summer school with 16 and 17-year-olds, 20 of them learning about how they can make a change not only in their community but in the country they live in. So would the Minister agree with me that they deserve to have their voices heard at the ballot box too?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for the work she does supporting young people to participate in our democracy. Young people can work at 16, they can pay taxes, they can join the army. There's no reason why they shouldn't have the right to have a say in who represents them and shape their future. They are passionate about the issues affecting their communities and country. I know that firsthand from the work I've done over the years to support young people in their leadership journeys and also in participating in our elections.
Chris Law.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The SNP welcomes UK Government's catching up to Scotland and votes on 16. We've had them for the last 9 years in Scotland. However, it's clear that real change also requires looking at this Parliament's electoral system. Recent polls have shown that the leading party currently will win the majority of seats at the next election on less than 30% of the vote. So isn't it a long time this government reformed the UK's Parliament's broken electoral system, introduced proportional representation, as is Welsh Labour are doing in the Welsh Senate?
Minister.
I would refer the honourable gentleman to my previous answer. The government has no plans to change the electoral system for UK parliamentary or local elections.
Dr Scott Arthur.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I do welcome this announcement. I can only speculate about why the party opposite didn't decide to clean up party funding when they were in government. I can only speculate. But I do want to echo some of the comments around proportional representation. Personally, I feel it's the heart of many of the problems we face as a country in recent times. I absolutely accept that it's not part of these proposals, but will the Minister keep an open mind, look at other strong democracies around the world and see how they've been able to use PR, both to strengthen their democracy, but also to create a more collaborative political culture?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for his question. I refer him to the previous answer and the Labour Party's position. The government has no plans to change the electoral system. He's right, of course, that we should always learn from international experience, and we are certainly doing that on a range of different agendas, including, of course, some of the themes of this strategy, and we will continue to do that.
Nick Timothy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Prime Minister has previously talked about extending the franchise to include additional foreign nationals. Will the government take this opportunity to rule out ever extending the franchise to foreign nationals beyond existing rules?
Minister.
The focus of this strategy is on eligible voters in this country.
Matt Weston.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My right honourable friend will be aware that the Joint Committee on National Security Strategy, which I chair, has been doing a lot of work around defending democracy, and I'm sure we'll welcome the proposals, particularly around illicit finance and the crackdown on unincorporated associations. But can I just urge her gently to look very closely at cryptocurrencies, which are clearly the choice of currency of choice, rather, for criminals and rogue states. And just by way of example, one individual has routed £13 million into political organisations in this country through such currency.
Minister.
My honourable friend is absolutely right to be concerned about new challenges in relation to crypto, and I refer him to my previous answer. Of course, we will look very closely at these issues to make sure that loopholes are closed. But I just want to reassure him that the current powers cover donations through crypto, and the changes we are making will also include crypto.
Tom Gordon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. There are lots of things that Liberal Democrats and I welcome in this strategy. I just wondered if the Minister might be able to outline and explain why there is that difference between Westminster elections and combined and mayoral elections. We know that a majority of the British public want to see the scrapping of first past the post. We know a majority of people in this place, when we had a 10-minute rule bill in this Parliament, want to see the scrapping of first past the post. And we know a majority of Labour members want to see the scrapping of first past the post. So why is there that difference between these different types of elections?
Minister.
The honourable member may have critiques of the first past the post system, but it provides a direct relationship between members of the legislature and local constituencies, which is really important. The Liberal Democrats, in coalition with the Conservatives for 5 years, had the opportunity to introduce a referendum. They lost that referendum. The focus and the supplementary voting system was the voting system implemented on the introduction of both mayoral and police crime commission elections. We believe it's more appropriate for selecting single-person executives there.
Kevin Bonner-Vere.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I must declare a former interest as a lawyer specialising in election law. I can say from that previous life that the previous Tory government over there left our election law in both an unfair and dangerous state. Unfair by making it harder for people to vote. Dangerous by doing nothing to prevent foreign actors spending millions of pounds, rubles and dollars to interfere with our democracy. So does the Minister agree that it is now high time to take robust action to make our democracy safe and fair for everyone? And can she assure the House that this will be a speedy and fair process?
Minister.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend, and I look forward to using the expertise of colleagues, not only in my party but in other parties, so that we get this right, because it's in all our interest to close those loopholes that is so dangerous and damaging for our democracy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. There is much to welcome within these proposals to enhance our democracy, particularly around safety of candidates. We at Reform are very much against votes for 16 to 17-year-olds. It's interesting to know that they themselves are completely split down the middle on this issue. But I would urge the Minister, in particular with regard to postal voting, we have grave concerns about the risks to security and the risks of impersonation of postal voting. I myself, Minister, have seen people carry bag loads of postal votes to a polling station on election day. That is surely completely wrong.
Minister.
I want to reassure the honourable gentleman that we take those issues very seriously. Personating another voter is a deliberate act of fraud. It completely undermines our democracy and is a serious criminal offence that will continue to be prosecuted. If he has examples, he should report it to the police.
Joe Morris.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Young people in my constituency were frustrated for 14 years of politicians who simply did not listen to their concerns, be it on affordable housing, on the climate crisis or on good local jobs. So does she agree with me that listening to young people, engaging them in the process is a key first step in rebuilding some of the damage done to our democracy over the 14 years of incompetence we saw from the Tories?
Minister.
My honourable friend makes a powerful case for giving young people from 16 the right to vote and participate in our democracy. They are the future, and it's vital that we all work together to make sure young people learn about our political system, our democracy, and are able to participate, because that is how we're going to make sure our democracy is appreciated, its value and its influence, both here in this country and globally, is shared by the next generation.
Sarah Coombs.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
The Conservative government tried to do everything possible, seemingly, to destroy trust in politics and to make it harder for people to vote. In my constituency, that led to just a 49% turnout in the last election. So can the Minister set out more about how these announcements today will make it easier for people to engage in our democracy and how they will give the next generation a say in the future of our country through giving votes at 16?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for her question. It is absolutely crucial that we engage electors, of course young electors, but also those who are not registered to vote. Millions are not registered to vote, and that's why the work we are going to do to move towards automated voter registration, working carefully to ensure that that is a success, is about making sure that every citizen that's eligible to vote does register and is able to vote.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. A previous parliamentary inquiry into the funding of Northern Ireland political parties expressed a concern of the lack of visibility into how cross-border parties, the likes of Sinn Féin, actually manage their fundraising, the difficulty of regulations or regulators in verifying that no Republic of Ireland or indeed US-based funds were used in UK elections. It then recommended the stronger audit requirements and a clear separation of cross-jurisdictional finances was put in place. Can the Minister provide me an assurance that the measures being brought forward in this bill will apply equally across all parts of the United Kingdom, and indeed that regulators outside the United Kingdom will work together to make sure that there isn't that cross-jurisdictional population of monies?
Can I just reassure the honourable gentleman that we are working through the interministerial group, which includes the Northern Ireland Minister, in ensuring that we are introducing changes that are consistent with the Good Friday Agreement and recognise the specific issues in relation to different parts of the United Kingdom, and I am very happy to discuss with him further our proposals.
Kane.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In Scotland, where we've got votes for 16 and 17-year-olds in council and Scottish Parliament elections, some of the most engaging, respectful and searching questions that I've had have come from 16 and 17-year-olds, whereas in general elections, often when you get a 16 or 17-year-old, the response is, I'll go see if my mum and dad's in, or the occasional, my dad's told me to tell you he's not in. Given how respectful and engaged 16 and 17-year-olds are, don't they also have the right, does she agree with me, that they absolutely should have the right to express that engagement at the ballot box?
Minister.
I couldn't agree more with my honourable friend. Young people, like he said, are passionate and are very engaged and interested in the issues affecting their lives, and it's right that they should have the opportunity to participate in our democracy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Again, according to the latest British Social Attitude Survey, 60% of the British public now support proportional representation. Given that mayors will be elected under this system from 2027 onwards, why, can I ask the Minister, is she refusing to even consider this fairer system so that by the time the next general election comes along, voters will have their views more fully and fairer represented?
Minister.
I refer the honourable gentleman to my previous answers on the same question.
Patricia Ferguson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I wonder if my honourable friend would reflect on the fact that my experience suggests, having been elected now under 3 electoral systems, AMS, STV and first past the post, that none of them are perfect, but there are advantages to first past the post that we should be very careful about doing away with. The other 2 systems that I've been elected with served my constituents far worse than first past the post does. However, on the subject of voting for 16 and 17-year-olds, something that was passed by the Scottish Parliament a number of years ago and which enables young people to vote in elections as of 2016 in Scotland, a measure I was delighted to vote for, as were all members of the Scottish Parliament. So would the Scottish Conservatives perhaps be able to give a lesson to their colleagues at Westminster about why they voted for it in 2016?
Well, I very much hope that the Scottish Conservatives join us in supporting votes at 16.
Deputy Speaker. And with Northern Ireland being used to vote ID for voting since the 2002 Electoral Fraud Act, I've seen the benefits in Northern Ireland of the simple form of accountability. However, the difficulty still remains with the abuse of the postal vote system. So does the Minister, looking to Northern Ireland as an example evidentially of where the issue is in relation to the abuse of the postal vote system, does the Minister intend to make changes to ensure that the ability to vote by post is not abused as it currently is in some parts of Northern Ireland? Thank you.
I just want to reassure the honourable gentleman that I'm working with ministerial colleagues, including the Northern Ireland Minister, and we are very sensitive to the differences in different contexts. And I'm very happy to continue the dialogue with him.
Phil Brickell.
Having spent more than a decade tackling financial crime before I came to this place, may I say I welcome the Minister's remarks today and this strategy on elections, which will protect our hard-won democracy from foreign interference, and which also incorporates demands from the all-party group on anti-corruption and asks from the Electoral Commission on political finance rules. So can the Minister say whether she expects the forthcoming elections bill to be enforced before the local elections in May of next year? Will company donations only be permitted from firms with UK ultimate beneficial owners? What guidance does she envisage being made available to political parties to fulfil their Know Your Donor obligations? And on enforcement, does she foresee that the Electoral Commission and the CPS will require additional resources to fulfil potential obligations under the forthcoming elections bill?
Minister. My honourable friend has huge expertise on this, and I'm very happy to write to him on the specific questions, as he's got a number of questions. But I want to reassure him that we will be working with, we are working and will continue to work closely with the Electoral Commission. We want to make sure that the powers that it's given go hand in hand with the support that it provides to political parties on Know Your Donor checks and to ensure that we put in the appropriate safeguards.
Final question, Luke Moy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the strategy today from the government, and under the previous government we saw serious issues with MPs taking thousands of pounds from a Russia-linked entity despite the MOD raising, quote, significant security concerns. And I'm concerned that we still see issues such as this today, and we've seen reports of Reform UK taking tens of thousands from a company whose owner is apparently based overseas as well. So does the Minister agree that this raises the urgent need to tighten donation rules and protect our democracy?
Minister.
My honourable friend is absolutely right, and foreign interference in British politics is a growing danger to our democracy, and it's right that we tackle it. Our changes will boost transparency and accountability in politics by closing the loopholes, and would allow that would allow foreign funding to influence our politics and our elections. This is an evolving and sophisticated threat, Madam Deputy Speaker, that has made it all too easy to funnel illicit money from abroad to political parties. And that's why we are introducing these checks, and we will be legislating as soon as parliamentary time allows in this Parliament.
That is the end of the urgent question. Point of order, Francis Shalami.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, it's really important for us as members of Parliament to be accurate in our statements. I just wanted clarity. The member for Boston and Skegness mentioned bags of postal votes, but Madam Deputy Speaker, you'll be aware that the Elections Act 2022 and the subsequent SI, which I served on as the Shadow Minister for Democracy, states people handling postal votes will now be limited to handling no more than 5 postal votes for elections plus their own postal votes. Would the Honourable Member for Boston and Skegness want to reflect on that statement of people carrying multiple bags of postal votes?
I am grateful to the Honourable Member for giving notice of her point of order. I take it that she has notified the Honourable Member mentioned, you are nodding, that is, and obviously her point of order is not a point of order for the Chair, but she has put her point on the record. We're now going to move on to the second urgent question. If front benches want to quickly shuffle over. And we have the urgent question on NHS pension, frontline patient care, and I call Dr. Luke Evans.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. To ask the Secretary of State for Health and Social Care if he will make a statement on NHS pensions and the impact of administrative delays on frontline patient care.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As the House knows, the NHS pension scheme is administered by the NHS Business Services Authority, and the authority is facing challenges, as are all public sector pension schemes, as a result of the coalition government's public sector pension reforms in 2015, which were found in 2018 to have been discriminatory, known as the MacLeod remedy. The work to remedy this is complex work, much of which I've detailed in written ministerial statements on the 31st of March and the subsequent urgent question. It is complex technical work, and as the NHS BSA began to produce individual statements, it became clear that their initial estimate of the time needed for each one was too low. My written statement of the 1st July updated the House that the NHS Business Services Authority did not meet their deadline to deliver statements to certain classes of members by that date, and the actions that I was taking. Let me be clear that this government remains absolutely committed to providing affected members with their statements at the earliest opportunity, and that is what we are doing. The authority is developing a revised plan, and I will hold them to account against the new deadlines. I met with the Chief Executive of the authority, and to be very clear of my disappointment about the progress and my expectations of the authority to remedy the situation for members and the need to have a more robust assessment of the delivery plan. I also made sure that the independent chair of the NHS Pension Board is ready to set up an independent review of the delivery plans, and I met with her yesterday to be clear that I expected a thorough review of the process, a realistic assessment of delivery, and to hear her initial assessment, and she will give her full report after summer recess. I will set new deadlines, including for those members who are expecting statements this month, and I will update the House as soon as possible, of course, Madam Deputy Speaker, on both the progress with the assessment and the revised deadlines. Let me be clear that members will not face further financial detriment as a consequence of remedial service statement delays. Interest on related pension arrears will be paid at 8%, and my department and the authority have already put in place compensation arrangements for direct financial losses members may have incurred. People who have served in our NHS deserve their dues, and we will prioritise members based on need. And let me end by reassuring the House there will be no direct impact on frontline care, and I will continue to update the House. Dr. Luke Adams.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Chair, and I declare an interest on behalf of myself and the shadow team who all have NHS pensions. In April, you granted an urgent question because the government had no real plan for NHS pension statements. Today, we return because the government now admits in writing that a new plan is failing. Deadlines have been missed, then pushed back, and now we have no idea what the deadlines are. Just 1,359 statements have been issued out of a required total of 381,920. That's just 0.35%. Further still, there's no comment on the remedial pension saving statements, RPSS, with the government delayed own deadline of July. Has that been met, and was that discussed? This matters. Hundreds of thousands of frontline doctors are not getting their pension statements. The BMA is clear. Senior doctors are stepping back from extra work for fear of unexpected tax liabilities. In short, taking on extra work risks an extra tax bill of thousands of pounds. When I raised this in April, the Minister retorted that I could have asked about the impact of cancelling the strikes on services for people. Well, I will now, as the strikes are back on. And it will be the senior doctors who have to pick up the slack, the very ones avoiding extra shifts for fear of the tax. If they will not take on the extra work for fear of the heavy tax burden, we have a huge problem. This should therefore be a priority for the government, especially as we plan for winter pressures. So what will she do to remedy the situation with RSS? What will she do regarding RPSS? Ministers can't just announce new deadlines, then miss them, so would she be kind enough to publish a delivery plan? And finally, she said before that the government had faith in NHS BSA. Is that still the case? And will she demand the pension regulator step up their investigation and expedite it, given the referral was made in December 2024? Because in the end, doctors are counting on her, and so are their patients.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, as I outlined in my response and further to the written ministerial review of the process, and I will report back as soon as possible with a realistic deadline for that. With regard to the strikes, obviously we will continue to be open to discussing the avoidance of those strikes, and I hope the opposition support us in that.
John Slinger.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Given that there is an imminent summer recess, can the Minister use this opportunity to update the House on a number of additional appointments and, more importantly, the number by which the NHS waiting lists has fallen under this government? And does she agree with me that it would be very nice if the party opposite addressed the crisis they left our NHS in? It's a mess that this Labour government is proud to be clearing up.
Cleared up your mess.
Well, I thank my honourable friend for that question. He is a superb advocate for his constituents, and I met him again yesterday advocating for services in his constituency, which is the focus of members on this side of the House. And he's absolutely right. As I said in my statement, this is part of the overall mess that we inherited from the party opposite. The problems outlined by Lord Darcy, as I said previously in my response on this issue, are both wide and they're deep. And it is shocking each week, Madam Deputy Speaker, still after a year in government, that we are faced with the level of disaster that was left to us, the complete abdication of responsibility for sorting out the problems. We will continue to do that. We will continue to focus on getting more of those appointments for people that they so deserve and reducing those waiting lists, which is what our constituents expect.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Jess Brownford.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for coming to the House to answer this urgent question. These administrative delays are deeply worrying, and they make financial planning for those affected very difficult, but more importantly, stop doctors from taking on additional work for the NHS, as they could face large and unknown tax penalties. This was highlighted at the start of the year when 4,000 NHS staff missed out on pension tax compensation after administrative failings. This is having a direct impact on patient care. So how will the Minister reassure NHS staff regarding their pension entitlements, and when can they expect to see the compensation that the Minister mentioned in her opening statement to encourage them back into the workforce? Can the Minister assure the House that the government is taking steps to prevent doctors with missing pension records who are being unfairly penalised? And can she tell us how the government will address the 156,000 years of missing pension data for GPs? And finally, will the major reorganisation of the NHS, especially the 50% cuts to the organisations that oversee local health services, potentially compound this problem?
Minister.
I thank the Honourable Lady for those questions. I think she highlights a number of important issues with regards to the complexity for the NHS Business Service Authority in dealing with this. There is a larger number of high earners in this particular scheme with regard to tax liabilities. That does make the system complex and continue to be complex, as well as, and she alludes to this in her points, the movement of doctors in particular throughout the system and the complexity in following them through the career. So one of the issues that I discussed with the independent reviewer yesterday is indeed about the need to make sure that there is both a technical look at the solutions to looking at things like missing years. She's absolutely right to highlight that changes do make a difference as well to following people's careers through. So I think there are wider lessons which I've already started to discuss with the reviewer about how we make sure that we use the best use of technology so that we can track people through their careers, so that we can give confidence to the current workforce that we're addressing this not just for this cohort now who've got some immediate issues, but that we're addressing it for the future. That's the sort of action that this government is taking. We don't do sticking plasters. We're looking at this very seriously.
Dame Harriet Baldwin.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I declare an interest as a trustee of the Parliamentary Contributory Pension Fund and ask the Minister if she is going to take the opportunity presented by the Pensions Bill currently going through this Parliament, because many people in the public sector receive a pension contribution that is significant, but they are not aware of its value. And there is an opportunity through this legislation to place on someone's paycheck and pay offer the annual value of that incredibly important contribution to a public sector pension fund that actually very few people now in the private sector are able to enjoy. It feels like it's undervalued by those who benefit from it, and would she consider taking that opportunity?
Minister.
Well, can I thank the Honourable Lady, Right Honourable, for that really constructive suggestion. And in my discussions with the BSA and the reviewer and officials at the department, I raised some of these similar issues that I mean, I myself am a member of the NHS pension and obviously parliamentary pension, and I say to my young people, this is a really valuable asset, and I encourage my constituents when they're looking for jobs in the NHS that this is sometimes something that people don't look at immediately, and that we should look at ways to both encourage people to take part in the pension scheme, particularly for lower earners. It's a really valuable and stable contribution, and the value of it from the public purse should be well known. I'm not across the details of that for the pension bill, but certainly comments I'll come back to her and talk with my colleagues across government about how we can look to do that, because I do agree with her that it is a really valuable thing. It rewards the contribution of public service, and we should make the most of it.
We can't have people... Oh, Tom Gordon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd just like to really quickly take this opportunity to put my thanks on the record to the Minister. I know I've spoken to her outside this place about the money that we've secured for removing rack at Harrogate Hospital that I've been campaigning on for years, so I would just like to, like I say, put those thanks on the record. I do worry that it's great having hospital facilities that are state-of-the-art and good, but if we don't have the staff there, then it's all a little bit moot. So I would just push her a little bit further on the points that have been raised by colleagues about the concerns that people might not come back or take on additional extra hours in the NHS as a result of this issue. And will she commit to updating members throughout the recess period on progress on this matter?
Well, can I congratulate him for shoehorning yet again his hospital, of which he does a great job. Look, the individual, people are, determined to work and support the service. We do take seriously the confidence in pensions and the remedying of this. I'm not going to give further deadlines without being very clear from the assessor. I've asked her to come back as soon as possible after summer recess to give us a very clear statement on what we expect to be, and I'm very happy to update the House in any of those ways. In terms of individuals' choices about coming forward to work, and so that is a matter for individuals, and we want to make sure we work with particularly consultants to make sure that their career progression is as best as it can be, and we very much value their work in the service.
James Wild.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. With the British Medical Authority set to strike and the Health Secretary reduced to pleading with them not to, thousands of patients are set to have appointments cancelled. So can the Minister assure the House that she will grip this issue so senior doctors do not also reduce their hours? And will she rule out bonuses for any NHS Business Authority executives?
We are obviously working very closely to make sure that the resident doctors hopefully do not go on strike. We're very clear that we cannot negotiate on pay for this year, but we will work with everybody to improve the conditions. Some of those conditions are shocking, and we want to work constructively with them to avoid disruptive strike action.
Robbie Moore.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Telegraph reported in April that a quarter of doctors have reduced their overtime to avoid potential five-figure tax bills. Meanwhile, the NHS capacity has been reduced by about 10% as a result. And this has been something that has been raised on many a door when I've been out and about door knocking across Keighley and Ilkley. So what steps will the government take to rectify this absurd situation which is preventing doctors from working more to reduce waiting lists?
Minister.
Well, again, he highlights yet another mess that we have inherited with regards to the workforce and the party opposite his party's lack of engagement with the workforce properly over the decade in order to resolve the disincentives to making the system work more effectively. Making the system work more efficiently and more effectively is a key part of our 10-year plan. We're very proud of the 10-year plan announced, I think it was only last week, but the days keep rolling through, because as well as the public and the conversation we had really valuable conversations and insights with all staff groups, and I think we had a real spirit of optimism that everyone does want to pull together to make sure that the incentives are right for staff at all levels of the NHS, over 1.5 million of them, to make the NHS fit for the future, and that is what we are focused on.
Blake Stevenson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Minister knows that I have a keen interest in NHS reorganisation and the impact on frontline services, particularly in my constituency of Mid-Bedfordshire. Given the failures of NHBSA, has consideration been given to reorganising that authority? And can I re-ask the question that my honourable friend asked? Given the failures, would the Minister rule out bonuses for its leadership?
Minister.
I'm totally focused on remedying this situation and learning from the mistakes, and if there's any other further action to take, I will happily update the House at that point. My absolute focus at the moment is getting everybody in that organisation and the independent review focused on sorting out these pension situations for the people that have already lost out.
Final question, Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Minister very much, as always, for her answers to the questions. I recently read an article which referred to the mechanism of the NHS pension scheme as a Ponzi scheme, which gives me great concern as the scheme's ability to cope in 20 years' time. So how does Government and the Minister intend to convert the transitional arrangement in place since 2019 of topping up pensions from another source into permanent and transparent arrangements so we can stop robbing Peter to pay Paul, and to ensure that those who are working 70 hours per week in 2025 will have a real pension and retirement fund in 2065? Thank you.
Minister.
Well, the honourable gentleman tempts me to stray further from the urgent question asked, but I think he raises an important point further to the honourable lady chair of the parliamentary scheme earlier, that look, this is an extremely important part of the reward package that NHS staff at all levels absolutely deserve. We want to make sure that it is, like the rest of the NHS, fit for the future, and I think if honourable members have got suggestions for how we make that work better as part of ongoing discussions, I'm very happy to hear them.
That is the end of the urgent question. I give the front benches a moment to shuffle over before we start business questions. We're just waiting for the shadow leader to refresh himself. I call Jessie Norman, shadow leader.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. Will the Leader of the House give us the forthcoming business?
Leader of the House.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I shall. The business for the week commencing the 21st of July will include Monday the 21st of July, general debate on the 80th anniversary of victory over Japan. Tuesday the 22nd of July, the Sir David Amess summer adjournment debate. The subject for this debate was determined by the Backbench Business Committee. The House will rise for the summer recess at the conclusion of business on Tuesday the 22nd of July and return on Monday the 1st of September. The business for the week commencing the 1st of September will include Monday the 1st of September, general debate on regional transport inequality, followed by general debate on devolution in Scotland. The subjects for these debates were determined by the Backbench Business Committee. Tuesday the 2nd of September, second reading of the English Devolution and Community Empowerment Bill. Wednesday the 3rd of September, Opposition Day, 10th allotted day, debate on a motion in the name of the official opposition, subject to be announced. Thursday the 4th of September, consideration of Lord's amendments to the House of Lords Hereditary Peers Bill. Friday the 5th of September, the House will not be sitting. The provisional business for the week commencing the 8th of September includes Monday the 8th of September, consideration of Lord's amendments to the Renters' Rights Bill. Further to the dates that have already been announced for the conference recess, where the House will rise at the close of business on Tuesday the 16th of September and return on Monday the 13th of October, members may also wish to know that, subject to the progress of business, the House will rise for the November recess at the close of business on Wednesday the 5th of November 2025 and return on Tuesday the 11th of November. The House will rise for the Christmas recess at the close of business on Thursday the 18th of December and return on Monday the 5th of January. The House will rise for the February recess at the close of business on Thursday the 12th of February 2026 and return on Monday the 23rd of February 2026. The House will rise for the Easter recess at the close of business on Thursday the 26th of March and return on Monday the 13th of April. The House will rise for the early May bank holiday on Thursday the 30th of April and return on Tuesday the 5th of May. The House will rise for the Whitsun recess at the close of business on Thursday the 21st of May 2026 and return on Monday the 1st of June. And the House will rise for the summer recess on Thursday, the 16th of July 2026.
Where do we go from there? Shadow Leader of the House, Jessie Norman.
Well, I doubt if the leader has ever given a more popular statement to the House of Commons, and I thank her very much. More seriously, this is a very welcome development. It will give guidance to colleagues and their families, and I'm sure will be widely welcomed across the House. I thank her for that. Madam Deputy Speaker, I understand that Robert Gibbs, the Acting Director of Catering Services, will be leaving on Friday after 25 years in this House. Now, one shudders to think of the thousands of members of the Commons and their staff whose lives will have been enriched by the joy of eating the food of the catering services under his command, and we thank him very, very much for his service. I'm sure the whole House will want to join me in thanking him for his work. We are getting close to the end of term, and I want in the same spirit to thank all of the staff of the Commons for their service, and of course you, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Speaker and the other Deputy Speakers, and the clerks for the resilience, courage, determination and, of course, poker faces that you have kept during all the business questions we have had since the beginning of the year. But this may come as slightly more of a surprise to the House. I also want to thank the Leader of the House. No one who has not been there, understands the amount of work involved in scheduling and managing the business of this House, let alone the amount of work involved in scheduling and managing the Prime Minister and Cabinet colleagues. The Leader of the House distinguished herself with her very graceful response to my remarks about my father some months ago. I thank her for that again. And I also want to thank her for the engagement and the humour, and I must say more than a few groan-inducing puns, of which we will undoubtedly see considerably more this morning, with which she has dealt with questions from colleagues across all parts of this House. I hope I may register it's a slight sadness to me that she has not been willing to answer my own questions in the same spirit. I don't ask those questions in a personal capacity, but as the spokesman of His Majesty's official opposition, whose function is, after all, to hold the government to account. So the refusal to answer genuine, sensible questions is actually a discourtesy not just to the House, but also to our wider constitutional framework, and ultimately to the supreme source of sovereign authority in this country, that is the King in Parliament. I think any fair-minded person reviewing our exchanges would conclude that my questions are almost always directed at some public purpose, and I think it would undoubtedly improve business questions if, and of course improve the leader's own accountability and authority if she were able to engage with them. In the same spirit, I now want to raise some serious questions about what the government's position is in regard to Northern Ireland veterans. As the leader will know, hundreds and thousands of men and women went to Northern Ireland, not of their own accord, but under orders and in a chain of command on the Queen's business to combat the most serious terrorist organisation in the world at the time and to protect human lives and human society. Many of those veterans, including many members of Special Forces, cannot now respond to the terrible injustice that is being done to them. Almost exactly a year ago, and barely 3 weeks after the election, the government decided to abandon the appeals to the Supreme Court that were in order to uphold the key sections of the Legacy Act against a High Court judgment in Northern Ireland. In the Veterans' debate on Monday, the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland said that these sections were, and I quote, unlawful as a result of the judgment. Yesterday, in Prime Minister's questions, the Prime Minister himself said twice that the Legacy Act had been, and I quote, struck down. Unfortunately, Madam Deputy Speaker, all these statements are both untrue and misleading. There can be no doubt what the law is on this topic. A succession of the most senior judges in recent British history, Judges Steyn, Hope, Bingham, Hale and Reid among them, have made absolutely clear that a declaration of incompatibility does not mean a law is unlawful or has been struck down. As the then senior law lord, Lord Bingham, said in 2004, in such cases, and I quote, the validity of the law remains unaffected. The Secretary of State for Northern Ireland is no lawyer, but he should understand this basic point given his job. The Prime Minister, however, has been a barrister for 38 years and a human rights lawyer for most of that time. It is inconceivable that he did not understand the distinction, and to that extent he was, whether deliberately or inadvertently, misleading the House. The Secretary of State appeared to say that he had abandoned these appeals on political grounds, and it's plain that the government is split and has been unable to develop a satisfactory legal remedy in the 12 months since it abandoned the appeals, leaving thousands of veterans, many in their 70s and older, exposed to legal harassment, anxiety and trauma. So I want to put two serious and substantive questions to the Leader of the House. As Leader, upholding the practices, the tradition and the honour of this House, will she ask the Secretary of State and the Prime Minister to correct these false and misleading statements to the House? And when will we see the legislation to address the legal gap which the government's decision to abandon these Legacy Act appeals has created?
Responds in case I misheard. The Shadow Leader knows that we don't accuse colleagues of misleading the House. Inadvertently is a language. In case I misheard, of course. Leader of the House.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. First of all, I was very pleased to announce the recess dates for the whole of the next academic year. This is one modernisation that I said I would bring in to give colleagues more certainty a year in advance, and I'm pleased that we've been able to announce those dates today. And as the House goes into recess next week, can I also join the Shadow Leader in thanking you, Madam Deputy Speaker, Mr Speaker, the other deputies and all the House staff for all the incredible work that you do for us all year round. And in the spirit of the Shadow Leader, can I also thank the Shadow Leader. Behind the scenes, we work closely on a number of boards and committees, and I always find his contributions to be valuable and considered, and I want to thank him for that. I also want to share his comments about Robert Gibbs, as he said, the Acting Director of Catering Services, who will be leaving the House after 25 years of service. He's definitely kept us all very well fed, perhaps at times too well fed, and I wish him all the best. Can I also just take this opportunity, Madam Deputy Speaker, to mention that I know many across the House are deeply concerned by the use of a super-reduction which had the effect of keeping important policy and government developments from this House. As Leader of the House of Commons, I am deeply uncomfortable and concerned that this situation continued for so long. We do have long-established mechanisms and committees able to scrutinise secret and sensitive information in such cases. And as the Prime Minister said yesterday, the previous government has got some serious questions to answer, including why the House was kept in the dark. And I look forward to the Defence Committee and other committees now looking into these issues. He asked me to answer his questions, which I'm always happy to do so when he wants to bring them forward to me. And he's raised some questions today about the Northern Ireland Legacy Act. And I think it's really important that these issues are discussed sensitively and we work together on them without raising the temperature or using irresponsible rhetoric about them, because we all have profound respect and owe a debt to our veterans. This is a complex situation and we need to resolve it. You know, he might disagree with this, but the previous government's Legacy Act was found to be unlawful and unworkable and is now subject to further court action. And that means that currently no one is protected by it, and nor does it give people the justice that they want, because there would be so much legal uncertainty about the status of doing so. And that's why our priority is finding a way forward that gives veterans, survivors and communities confidence in this process. We will take our time to do this, and we will, of course, bring those updates regularly to the House as we consider them. Madam Deputy Speaker, if you'll forgive me, today marks the year anniversary of the first Labour King's Speech in 15 years. The story of our Labour government is told through the legislation we have brought in already. We are standing up for ordinary working people against the vested interests that hold our country back, giving people powers, new rights and opportunities, and making the powerful more accountable. This has already brought in real change and real life impacts, and I just thought the House might want to think about a few of those today. We've stopped water bosses taking bonuses for polluting our waters. We've brought South Western Railway back into public ownership with more to come. We've saved the jobs of steel workers in Scunthorpe. We've banned zombie knives and ninja swords, and soon off-road vehicles will be seized and crushed, and shoplifting once again taken seriously. We've put fans and communities back at the heart of our national game. We're ending no-fault evictions and ensuring renters have rights over their landlords. We're capping the cost of school uniforms and have introduced free breakfast clubs. And we've changed right to buy so councils can build more social homes. We're ensuring buses are run for people, not profits, and we've capped bus fares. We've increased the living wage and the national living wage, the biggest increase since it was introduced. And very soon we will see an end to exploitative zero-hours contracts, and it will be against the law to fire and rehire. And there is much more, but I will not go on. But it's also been a year, Madam Deputy Speaker, since my first business questions. And in that time, I've answered over 1,700 questions. I've had countless invitations to cafes and pubs, more of those please, and to sporting events and runs, kind of less of those, thank you very much. We've heard about the wonderful people and communities in all corners of our country that we're all here to represent, and there's healthy competition about who represents the most beautiful, most active, most charitable, most visited, worst connected, most congested constituency. But I'm sure colleagues will allow me to abuse my position at the dispatch box today, because obviously Manchester Central is the best constituency overall. And talking of which, I couldn't let this opportunity pass without telling the House that Manchester is buzzing right now with its bucket hats, its music, and even parkas in this hot weather, as we've all come together to celebrate the Oasis reunion. And as we say, Manchester vibes in the area. Let's not forget when Oasis were last performing at Heaton Park, it was under a Labour government. And the shadow leader invited me to give the House a few more groaning puns. So if he'll forgive me. Some might say this government has a master plan for change, of course. I know it's been a great year, not been a great year for the party opposite since their biggest election defeat in history, but perhaps they need to stop crying their heart out, don't look back in anger, and hope that reform fade away. Talking of which, last year we have seen reform come on the scene in the House of Commons. Some of their MPs have had better attendances than others. The honourable member for Clacton, as usual, is probably on a beach half a world away. Oh, no, and there's more. There's one last one. Come on, there's one last one. Let's hope this Labour government live forever.
Well, that was interesting. And to correct the record, Sussex Weald is the greatest constituency on earth. Perrin Moon.
Whereas, Madam Deputy Speaker, in Cornwall, the word directly means at some unspecified time in the future, a bit like manana. Now, I've learnt since arriving in this place that there's an equivalent parliamentary expression, in due course. Of the 5 Celtic languages, which include Manx Gaelic, only the Cornish language does not have Part 3 minority language status. So can the leader advise me how I can get a minister to tell me, without using the words directly, manana, or in due course, when this ridiculous Cornish language anomaly will be rectified?
Well, he is a very powerful representative for Cornwall and his constituency, and I will not use that phrase for him, but I will ensure that a minister gives him a more immediate response about when we can see action on the Cornish language.
Spokesperson Marie Goldman.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, if you'll indulge me, I'd also like to join the Shadow Leader and the Leader in thanking you, the other Deputy Speakers and the Speakers, indeed the clerks of the House, the House staff, for all of the amazing work that they do to support us in our jobs. It's not an exaggeration to say we wouldn't be able to do it without all of them and all of you. I'd also like to join the Shadow Leader in thanking the Leader of the House for the responses that she gives to business questions, which I see every single week, and it has been a pleasure to get to know her and indeed the Shadow Leader on the various committees and boards that we serve on, so I'd like to thank them for that. Turning to a slightly serious matter, last week the Secretary of State for Transport announced that the government has cancelled the A12 widening scheme between Chelmsford and Colchester. This is incredibly disappointing news and a real blow to my Chelmsford constituents, to Essex residents and indeed to the east of England at large. The A12 is a crucial link for communities across Essex, which supports logistics to the major international ports and airports in the region. It is also dangerously congested. The scheme would have addressed both of these problems and improved the journeys of the approximately 90,000 vehicles that travel on this road every day. But more critically, the cancellation's impact on house building could be profound. Local plans, including that of Chelmsford City Council, are reliant on the A12 widening scheme going ahead. This could now severely hamper the building of an estimated 55,000 new homes in the area. With Labour pledging to build 1.5 million new homes by the end of this Parliament, this is a matter which cuts across party lines. While I appreciate the financial constraints under which the Treasury is operating, it's notable that the two major road schemes that were cancelled in the recent announcement were both in the east of England, and yet this region is a net contributor to the UK economy and has huge growth potential. So will the Leader of the House ask the Secretaries of State for Transport and Housing, Communities and Local Government to meet with me and a cross-party group of MPs so that we can discuss how we might still find ways to move forward with this vital project that will help the government to deliver on its promises?
Well, can I thank the Honourable Lady for all the work that we've done together over the last year in her role as the Shadow Leader of the House. In that sense, we do work very closely together on the Modernisation Committee, on the House Commission and a number of other committees and boards, and I feel like she's been here for a long time because she's really got into the detail of some of these issues, particularly the Restoration and Renewal Programme, which she's dedicated a huge amount of her time and energy to, I think, hopefully finally moving forward with. So can I thank her for that? And I hope that maybe now, as the Shadow Leader for the Liberal Democrats, we might see a change in MO over this recess and not have the first press release for recalling Parliament a week on yesterday, as we generally have. If she could arrange that, she would be very popular, I'm sure, with the House. But look, she raises a really important issue about making sure that we've got the infrastructure and the transport infrastructure that we need in our communities, especially to meet our ambitious house building programme. She will be aware that the previous government announced a raft of projects, including some in her constituency and in Essex, but without any plan to pay for them. And that's why we've had to look at all of those projects and make sure that only those that are fully costed and are affordable can be given the green light, and I hope she understands that. But I do recognise that her constituents and many of those in the surrounding area will be frustrated that the A12 expansion will now not progress as they had hoped. But I'm very happy to arrange for her to have a meeting with the relevant minister to discuss options on the way forward.
Chris Kane.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Sometimes when the puns keep coming, you just have to roll with it. In my constituency, Braehead Community Garden is a remarkable 2-acre community-led project where residents grow fruit and vegetables in raised beds and polytunnels. It's also got an apiary, a workshop, a 30-kilowatt solar array. It hosts pumpkin festivals, flower shows, and it was once called the UK's best community space by the Society of Garden Designers. This year it celebrates its 10th birthday. Just 2 miles away in Flynn, their new community garden opened this year and is off to a strong start. Will the Leader join me in thanking thanking the remarkable volunteers in both projects for all that they do, and will she make time for debate on the value of community gardens to well-being, to food education and local life? And I suspect I know the answer to the next bit. None of the volunteers like weeding. Will she join me to do a spot of weeding to give them a break?
Well, look, he's given a very good audition there for parliamentary pun of the year, maybe even. That was probably better than most of mine, but that's not hard. That's not hard, is it? Let's be honest. But absolutely join him in congratulating all those involved in the Braehead Community Garden Project. It sounds a really wonderful project, and he's absolutely right that gardening and getting people outdoors and active brings so much to our communities in terms of well-being and tackling issues around food poverty and the like. So, yeah, maybe up for a bit of weeding one day when I've got time to gardening leave, maybe at some point in the future.
For the Backbench Business Committee, Martin Vickers.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Chairman of the Backbench Business Committee sends his apologies today and has asked me to report on his behalf. The Leader has already drawn attention to next week's debate, and in particular, of course, the Sir David Amess debate, which I would urge members across the House to participate in. Sir David used to rattle off about 20 issues in the space of 10 minutes, and that provided him with a press release for every other day of the recess. So it's a tactic I can recommend to members. And I thank the Leader for giving government time to the VJ Day debate, which was originally an application through the Backbench Business Committee. And she drew attention to the debates in the Chamber on the 1st of September. Could I also draw attention to the fact that in Westminster Hall during that week there will be debates on defibrillator access, the adoption and special guardianship support fund, and the future of terrestrial television. Turning to my own question, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm sure the Leader will be familiar with the Welfare of Animals Transport Amendment Regulations 2025. And if she's not, could I ask her to look at that for me? It affects a major business in my constituency. The Honourable Member for Waveney Valley has already prayed against it, and I've added my name to that. Could I ask the Leader to approach the Minister at DEFRA and ask for a delay to the implementation of that to allow greater consultation with the industry?
Well, can I thank him for deputising for his colleague, and he himself, as well as the chair of the Backbench Business Committee, are both very, very regular attenders here. And I think up until today, the chair of the Backbench Business Committee hadn't missed any of my sessions apart from the one after Tottenham won the Europa League, for which, you know, it was maybe just a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for him. Given it's Tottenham, maybe. But he's absolutely right to draw colleagues' attentions to the David Amess debate. And for those who weren't in the House alongside Sir David Amess, I would strongly recommend people looking back through Hansard or viewing some of his contributions in those debates, because they carry his name for a reason, because he really did make the very best use of those pre-summer adjournment debates, and I'm sure it's a role model that many others will want to follow next week. He asks me about the statutory instrument, I think, that's been brought forward under the Welfare of Animals Act. I haven't studied that particular statutory instrument recently, I don't think, but I will ensure that a minister is in touch with him directly to discuss his concerns and make sure that they're addressed.
Liam. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And whilst members' frequent flyers of business questions might contradict me on Stafford being the best constituency, I don't think any would contradict me on it being the most gridlocked. So thank you very much for your answer last week, to the Leader of the House. But this week, I've recently seen a huge surge in casework from constituents unable to access blood tests, so there's huge delays. Now, there are 20 venues in North Staffordshire to get blood tests, but only one in South Staffordshire, so we're being left behind in our area, and it's just not fair on my constituents. So please, could we have a debate in government time on access to primary care?
Well, can I thank her for being a regular attender here, and she uses these sessions to great effect on behalf of her constituents. And I'm really sorry to hear about the difficulties her constituents are facing in accessing basic services like routine blood tests, and that's clearly not good enough. It is part of our 10-year plan to expand the availability of appointments. I think we've now got another 4 million GP appointments in since the election last year to expand opening hours and community diagnostics, and I hope that her constituents will see an improvement on that soon.
Andrew Rossingdale.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I would like to make the Leader of the House aware of the serious delays to cladding remediation faced by residents of the Axis Apartments in Mercury Gardens, Romford. It's a common problem across the country. Residents of the Axis Apartments have endured years of uncertainty since fire safety issues were identified nearly 4 years ago following Grenfell Tower. Despite the building's management agent applying for permission for remediation works over a year ago, the building safety regulator has still not approved the application. This regulatory delay has left leaseholders trapped, unable to remortgage or sell their homes while facing ever-increasing insurance premiums and unaffordable safety costs. So, will the Leader of the House ask the Secretary of State for Housing, Communities and Local Government to make an urgent statement on this matter so that my constituents and others across the country facing similar problems can escape financial ruin and move on with their lives?
Well, I'm really sorry to hear about the situation in his constituency. It's one that I'm extremely familiar with as a constituency MP, with dozens and dozens of buildings in my own constituency facing many of the same problems. There have been some very serious teething challenges with the building safety regulator and processing caseload, as he describes. That's why the Secretary of State recently announced some quite big changes to the leadership, the capacity and the management of the building safety regulator, which were laid before this House 2 or 3 weeks ago. I think I would have confidence that will now speed up the cases that he describes. We have got a remediation action plan as well, and I know the Secretary of State will be coming to this House soon to keep us updated on that.
Val Ribeiro Abbey.
Madam Deputy Speaker. In April, I raised PQ about the need for blood donations and people being turned away from diverse communities. And in response to parliamentary questions about diversity and blood deferrals, I initially received data provided by the NHS Blood and Transport Service that said that 70% of black blood donors were being turned away for low haemoglobin levels. The Department of Health withdrew this data, stating it was incorrect, and 2 months and a point of order later, I received new data saying that 40% of black and mixed heritage blood donors were being turned away for low haemoglobin levels. But this wasn't even for the same period of time. Madam Deputy Speaker, the NHS needs 3 blood donations every single minute for people in emergency situations, women who have given birth, and people with blood cancer and conditions like sickle cell, which is the fastest growing genetic condition in the country, the sufferers of which require very specifically matched blood if receiving donations. And on the NHSBT's own website, they indicate they can only meet this demand 50% of the time. So I would like, when we return, to ask the Leader of the House if we could have an urgent debate of what happens the other 50% of the time, because receiving mismatched blood is a very, very serious situation. With increasing demand, we simply cannot afford to turn away blood donors, particularly those from diverse communities.
Well, can I thank her for raising this incredibly important issue? And I'm really sorry to hear that she's had either confusing or incorrect or slow responses to parliamentary questions or correspondence from the Department of Health, something which I will certainly take up for her. She's absolutely right that we need as many people as possible to be giving blood, especially those from diverse communities, because we have got shortages of blood supplies, and we need to break down the barriers to doing so, and that's why her question today is so important, and I will make sure she gets a full response.
Wendy Martin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. With no garden waste collections or recycling collections since the start of the year, all-out bin strikes now entering day 129 and no sign of an agreement, The impact of the Birmingham bin strikes is impacting not just on the UK's second city in terms of its residents and its reputation, but also the broader West Midlands. We're seeing radio silence from the Deputy Prime Minister and the benches opposite, not a squeak from Mayor Parker. So can I ask the Leader if, before we rise for the summer recess, given the incredibly hot weather that we're having as well, could she urge her ministerial colleagues to bring a statement to this House and an update on how we are going to fix this problem? Perhaps she'll do better than I've done, because I've been trying all week to urgent question and I've failed.
Well, look, I know this is an issue of great concern to her and her constituents and to many others across the House. And this government's priority is and has always been to Birmingham's residents and to dealing with this issue. We have worked closely and intensively with the council to make sure that the backlog and rubbish collections have continued, and to clean up the streets for residents and for public health. And we remain in close contact with the council. We want to see an end to this dispute as soon as is possible, and that's why we continue to urge the unions to come to the table and engage in those conversations constructively.
Liz Twist.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This morning we have heard the incredible news that a novel IVF procedure developed at Newcastle University has resulted in 8 babies being born free from mitochondrial disease. This is life-changing for families affected by this devastating and previously incurable condition. Now, on behalf of myself and my honourable friend, the member for Newcastle Central and West, we pay tribute to all the academics and clinicians who, over many years, have played a vital role in developing these treatments and supporting patients. In the course of my work on rare diseases, I've had the chance to visit the centre and to see the research and clinical work they do on mitochondria, which affect so many conditions. So can we have a debate in government time, please, on the North East's role in advancing world-leading, patient-led life science research?
Well, can I first of all thank her and the honourable member for Newcastle Central for all the campaigning and excellent work they've done on this issue. I'm sure, like every other member of the House, this really did bring a smile to me last night and this morning to have some good news for a change coming through on the airwaves. And it just goes to show, as she says, how world-leading we are in this country and in the North East on some of these issues, and that the mitochondrial donation treatment is groundbreaking. And I remember when we discussed this in Parliament at the time, we do grapple with these ethical issues as parliamentarians, but when we can see the results coming through years later, I think we can all be pleased that we took the right decision back then.
Lincoln Jock.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Leader of the House in her remarks mentioned the statement by the Secretary of State for Defence and the super injunction, and the Defence Select Committee is undoubtedly going to embark on an inquiry into that. Before we embark on that inquiry, could the Leader of the House state very clearly the government's position? Is it ever right to use a super injunction?
Well, as I said at the beginning, I and the Secretary of State and the Prime Minister and the rest of the government are deeply uncomfortable with how this situation unfolded, and that many of us didn't even know about it ourselves until this week either, and that the House was kept in the dark, which it shouldn't be at any time. I do understand the intention behind trying to keep people safe, but I think personally that some of the actions could have been different, so that the House certainly was informed of some of these issues. So, we look at things on a case-by-case basis, but I think, as he will, I hope, have recognised, we are deeply uncomfortable and concerned with how this progressed.
David Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm sure that the Leader of the House will agree with me that grassroots community football clubs like North Sunderland FC and Berwick Rangers FC in my constituency in North Northumberland play a vital role in the development of elite footballers, such as Lucy Bronze, who hopefully tonight will go supersonic in her game for the Lionesses in the quarterfinals of the Euros. And so would she join me in congratulating players like Lucy Bruns, who started out at another club in my constituency called Alnwick Town Football Club, and also grant a debate in government time about how we can ensure that elite football actually ensures that the football, that the money gets to grassroots football to develop the Lucy Bronzes of the future.
Well, absolutely join him in congratulating Lucy Bronze and the rest of the women's Euros team, and we're all getting behind them in these coming days. But he's absolutely right to say that our grassroots clubs are the engine of the football pyramid, whether that's in women's football or in men's football. And that's why I'm really, really pleased, and I'm sure the whole House, well, on this side anyway, will be pleased that the Football Regulator Bill has now passed all its stages and shall hopefully soon receive royal assent, because we are putting fans and community clubs right back at the heart of the football pyramid, and that's as it should be.
Tom Gordon.
Madam Deputy Speaker. A couple of weeks ago, I met with the Quaker Asylum Refugee Network, which was taking place in Harrogate. And at that event, I met constituents who came to the UK from Afghanistan under the ARAP scheme, who still have family living in Afghanistan. They showed me photos of their loved ones, some smiling, some a lot more brutal and bleak after attacks that they had faced. The statement earlier this week focused rightly on the ARR scheme and the associated super injunction. I wondered if the Leader of the House will liaise with her Cabinet colleagues and look for further opportunities for MPs to meet with relevant ministers to discuss existing applications under the ARAP scheme, like those of my constituents and their families.
Well, can I thank him for raising this issue on behalf of the Afghan refugees in his constituency. Look, he's absolutely right to say that the UK made a commitment, the right commitment, to honour our moral obligation we owe to those Afghans who stood with us through all of those years of conflict and of terror. And he will be aware that to date around 36,000 Afghans have resettled in the UK under government schemes, and that is a significant number. We do have to keep these schemes under constant review and assess the risks to those in countries like Afghanistan at the time, and that's why we've taken the decisions that we have to close some of these schemes more recently. But I will ensure he gets a response from the Minister.
Lee Barron.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On Monday of this week, I hosted the second Corby and East Northamptonshire Special Educational Needs round table, and on Tuesday we had Sends for Dad in Parliament. Parents and professionals keep telling me how important early years support is and intervention for children with special educational needs. With the government's rightly rolling out Best Start family hubs across the country, including one in Corby and one in East Northamptonshire, will the Leader of the House back those calls to make sure these hubs give real early intervention and support for families with special educational needs?
Absolutely. Special educational needs is an issue that I think has been raised with me more than any other in the year of business questions that I've been doing, and I thank him for raising that today. He's absolutely right that early intervention and early diagnosis and early support is absolutely critical, and that's what the family hubs and the Best Start programme is all about, because what we see at the moment in the special educational needs is an adversarial system that takes far too long for people to get the kind of support that they need, and in the end that doesn't give us the good outcomes. It costs more, and it means that we have to take more serious interventions later on. So he's absolutely right to raise this.
John Lamont.
Thank you very much. The SNP Government's Fire and Rescue Service is consulting on plans to downgrade Hoyk Fire Station from 24/7 cover to weekday daytime hours only. Thousands of people locally have signed a petition, and residents are concerned that these proposals could put lives at risk. So will the Leader of the House join me in paying tribute to the hard-working local fire crews, and will she also join me in calling on the SNP government to properly fund Scottish Fire and Rescue Service so that fire stations like the one in Hoyk are not put at risk?
Well, can I thank him for being such a doughty champion for his constituency, and for over the last year the many invitations I've had to his constituency, which I will take him up on at some stage. But he has already raised with me before, you know, the shocking situation with the Scottish Fire and Rescue Service, and I'm sorry to hear of this downgrade that he describes today. I absolutely share his calls for the Scottish government to now take heed of his calls. They've been biggest ever settlement in the recent budget. There really are no excuses for not properly supporting and funding the Scottish Fire and Rescue Service.
Uma Kumaran.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm happy and so proud that the Dialogue Express Cafe has recently opened in my constituency on the Carpenters estate. They've opened in a refurbished train carriage. It's a vibrant community hub that combines the experience of enjoying a great coffee with learning and interacting through British Sign Language. The baristas are both deaf and hearing, and in order to order your drink, customers see a video of how to order in sign language, and then they can communicate with the baristas. As one of the first ever Labour candidates to make a video in sign language over a decade ago, it's something close to my heart. British Sign Language is not just a language, it's a gateway to learning and opportunity for thousands, and it's part of deaf identity and culture, one we should all embrace and be part of. I'm so pleased that Stratford and Bow and Newham Council, we see this firsthand. Would the Leader of the House join me in congratulating the Dialogue Cafe, its founder Hakan, Carissa, Victor and the whole team, and agree that theirs is a trailblazing example how to celebrate BSF, celebrate and create visibility of deaf culture and deaf pride.
Yeah. Well, I couldn't put that better myself, Madam Deputy Speaker. What a great tribute the Honourable Lady just gave there to the Dialogue Express Cafe in her constituency, and to all the work that they're doing in bringing people together and breaking down barriers and opportunity for those from the deaf community, celebrating deaf culture and identity, and celebrating BSL. And I will dig out her video, and perhaps we could all have a bit of training about how to order a coffee in sign language.
Robbie Moore.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In a few weeks' time, over 500 Kate Bush fans from up and down the UK, and indeed the world, will descend onto the moors near Haworth for what's billed as the most Wuthering Heights Day ever. But this year, the mass wuther is also doubling up as a protest against environmentally damaging proposals to place a huge onshore wind farm at the very heart of the Bronte country, damaging protected peatland. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm not sure if the Leader of the House is a Kate Bush fan, but will the Leader of the House consider joining the hundreds on the moors for the most Wuthering Heights Day ever? And does she agree with me, climate experts, nature organisations and indeed the Bronte Society, that destroying carbon-rich peatland in the name of net zero makes net zero sense?
Well, maybe we'll be coming up that hill, or I don't know, is that one of her songs? I don't know, I've just thought of it on the hoof, so it might be wrong. But look, he raises an important issue, which does get raised with me many times, between the balance that we need to strike about ensuring that we are a clean energy superpower, that we have energy independence and energy security going forward, and that has meant lifting the moratorium on onshore wind, at the same time of protecting our nature and protecting our communities as well. And we are seeking to get that balance right, and I will ensure he gets an update from a minister.
Claire Hughes.
Speaker, this week I joined Youth Futures Foundation for the launch of a new report which reveals the root causes of declining mental health among young people. The report identified 4 key factors, not just social media use and smartphones, but financial insecurity, declining sleep quality and cuts to youth services. So given the urgent need to address this crisis among young people, including the links with unemployment, would the Leader grant a debate in government time after recess to talk about young people's mental health? And would she also join me in wishing all the young people finishing school in Bangor-Aberconwy this week a very brilliant summer?
Yeah. Well, I'll certainly join her in wishing all the young people and children finishing school this week in her constituency and many others a full and happy summer, which I hope most will get. But she rightly raises the issue of children's mental health. She will know that we inherited a really dire situation, especially post-COVID, and that a whole generation really of our children have been let down when it comes to mental health support. We are determined to put that right as a government. It is a priority for this government, and that's why we're putting in specialist mental health professionals in every school. We are making sure that there is support there for 1 million more children this year, and we'll be doing a lot more to tackle this issue in coming months.
Liz Saville-Roberts.
And I refer the House to my register of interest as co-chair of the Justice Union's parliamentary group. Substantial changes to skilled worker visa thresholds will automatically come into effect on the 22nd of July under a procedural anomaly which permits no opportunity for debate. Trade unions have warned that thousands of the UK government's own staff could face deportation because their pay will now be too low, such as prison officers whose going rate appears to fall short by at least £3,000. Noting the motion I tabled against the statement of changes, will the Leader of the House grant a debate and government time to scrutinise these decisions, as otherwise, how will that scrutiny be done?
Well, these issues are scrutinised by the House and they are laid before the House, and I will ensure that the Minister responds to her about the issues that she raises. We have had to get net migration down from record levels of nearly 1 million a year over the last year of the party opposite. Unacceptable high levels of net migration, putting pressure on housing and on our services as well. And that's why we've had to look at the appropriate levels of pay and income and the skills that this country needs, so we can ensure that we are giving visas to people in the skilled areas that we need, and we're not giving visas where British workers could fill those roles.
Michael Wheeler.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Last week I had the privilege of visiting the outstanding Red Watch at Eccles Fire Station. Their professionalism and dedication were plain to see as they talked me through their life-saving work. With the station home to one of only 2 specialist water incident units across Greater Manchester, who can often be called upon as a national asset, they raised the challenges posed by surging demand for water rescue services during the hot weather. Will the Leader of the House join me in paying tribute to their service, and will she consider a debate in government time on the importance of properly funded water rescue services, including whether this service should be a statutory one?
Well, he's absolutely right, especially at this time of year when people are out and about and young people are out and about, to raise the issue of water rescue services, especially in these months. And I'm pleased to hear that he had such a good time at the Red Watch firefighters service in his constituency. I think this would actually make a very good topic for a debate, maybe when we get back after the summer.
Mark Pritchard.
Madam Deputy Speaker, if I raised with the Leader of the House 1666 and said what happened in that year, I'm not quite sure. There we are, Great Fire of London. Well, in fact, it was also the last time anybody in this Parliament was fined for lying to Parliament. And of course, there is the Ministerial Code, there are the Nolan Principles, and there is the Contempt of Parliament procedures. But there hasn't been a fine since that time. And for members and non-members alike, what is the deterrent? What is the incentive even for telling the truth to this place? I'm not suggesting ministers, of course, can be brought back to the House, correct the record, but people giving evidence to select committees, there really is a gap at the moment. Isn't it time we put fines on a statutory basis for members and non-members alike, so that we can always be assured that people are incentivised to tell the truth and have a deterrent should they be tempted not to tell the truth?
Well, he obviously hadn't seen me on last year's Christmas special of University Challenge, where I did answer a question about 1666, which I got correctly right, just for the record, Madam Deputy Speaker. But look, he raises a very, very serious issue, and he knows that misleading Parliament in this House carries with it the most serious of consequences, as we actually found in the last Parliament, where a sitting Prime Minister was found of misleading this House and was forced out of office as a result. No higher punishment, I don't think, could have been found, and that was done by the Privileges Committee of this House. There are many, many ways for members to hold ministers to account for things that they say in here, at the dispatch box, and for other members to hold people to account, whether that's through points of orders, through questions, through interrogation, through requiring people to correct the record, or indeed making complaints to our very high standards regime, and of course the Privileges Committee.
Joe Morris.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It was a privilege a few weeks ago to visit St Matthew's Catholic Primary School in my constituency and to meet with all the students, particularly the Year 1 class, who have since written to me with some of their concerns about global debt and the impact on poorer countries and citizens living there. Will she join me in recognising the incredible initiative and the incredible dedication of those students in the Year 1 class at St Matthew's and commend them and their teachers for taking such an interest in global affairs? And could we have a debate about global debt, perhaps when we come back from summer?
Well, I mean, that's pretty amazing that Year 1 students who would be 5 or 6 or maybe the eldest 7 taking such a keen interest in issues around global debt and global affairs, and that's a real testament to his constituents and the teachers in his school that they are taking such a keen interest. This is a matter of importance to this House. Thank him for raising it today, and I think it would make a very good topic for a debate.
Jess Brown-Fuller.
Deputy Speaker, starting a family is a huge moment for all that choose to start one, and for those facing fertility issues, a time that can be fraught with difficulties. IVF offers a beacon of light for those who cannot conceive without help. So my constituents in Chichester will no doubt be disappointed that NHS Sussex has chosen to reduce their offering of IVF cycles from 3 down to just 1, citing financial difficulties, when data clearly shows that multiple cycles are more likely to result in a positive result. So will the Leader of the House make time for a debate on introducing a national strategy for IVF so that those wanting to start a family don't face barriers based on their postcode?
Well, can I thank her for raising this issue of IVF postcode lottery, essentially, which has been raised with me before, and it can be very distressing for those seeking to conceive a child, those with fertility issues, where these things are changed and reduced access to IVF treatment. NICE are currently reviewing the facility guidelines and will consider whether the current recommendations for access to NHS funded treatment are still appropriate, and that is something that would, I hope, apply across all areas and not then be subject to a postcode lottery. But I know this is an issue of importance to the House, so when those guidelines are reviewed, I will ensure a Minister comes to the House.
James Asser.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I recently visited Richard House Hospice in West Beckton in my constituency. A children's hospice in London and currently supports over 300 families every year. This summer they're celebrating their 25th anniversary. Would the Leader of the House join with me in congratulating them on their Silver Jubilee? And does she agree with me that when we discuss hospices in this place, as we often do, we need to make sure we put time aside to discuss the work specifically of children's hospices, who do such important work supporting families, children and parents in what is often the most difficult part and time of a family life? Yeah.
Well, can I join him thanking all those at Richard House Children's Hospice and everybody around the country who work in and with children's hospices. As he says, I mean, this is a job I personally wouldn't be able to do, and we are incredibly grateful for all the people who do work in children's hospices and who support children and their families at one of the most difficult times in their lives, but actually make that experience a happy one and one that, as I say, I just wouldn't be able to do myself.
Dame Harriet Baldwin.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Further to the question that was just asked, in the beautiful constituency of West Worcestershire, there are decisions that people look back in anger about first term in office, not least the decision in the budget to bring in a tax on my local children's hospice, Acorns, that's added £400,000 to their bills. So could the Leader of now and recess to schedule a debate or a statement from a health minister about renewing the children's hospice grant from 2026 onwards?
Well, can I thank her for also raising the issue of Acorns Children's Hospice in her constituency, who I'm sure do an amazing job, along with all of those others who work in children's hospices. I know this is an issue of concern. It does get raised in this House a lot. We have had many debates. We have increased the funding to children's hospices. as well by revenue by 26 million for children's hospices, as well as some capital funding for all hospices. And through our 10-year plan and through our plans for the NHS, we are supporting hospices and others as best we can. So they're the decisions that we have taken to support the NHS through tax rises that I'm not sure she supports, but we've had to make those tax rises in order to pay for the healthcare and hospice care as she describes. But I will ensure the House is kept updated on these issues.
Alex Baker.
Deputy Speaker. For more than 200 years, the Gurkhas have served our country with extraordinary loyalty alongside British forces. Yet thousands who enlisted in or before 1993 remain on an inferior pension scheme that leaves too many of them living in poverty, including in my constituency in Aldershot and Farnborough. I know just how deeply this injustice is felt across the community from the many meetings I've held as chair of the APPG for Nepal, including with the G10 in Parliament a fortnight ago. I'm delighted to hear the MOD has started government-to-government talks, but will the Leader of the House grant time for a debate on honouring the service and sacrifice of the Gurkhas so that this House can properly consider how we can do right by those that have stood by us?
Well, my honourable friend has been a great campaigner on this matter as chair of the APPG for Nepal as well. She will know and share with us, I'm sure, that we greatly value the Gurkhas' long and distinguished history of service in our armed forces, and we remain committed to supporting the welfare of Gurkha veterans and their families, both in the UK and in Nepal. The Secretary of State was in his place as she asked this question, so I'm sure he will take up those issues, but if he doesn't, I'll make sure he does.
Robin Swan.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Shadow Leader of the House referenced Monday's Westminster Hall debate in regards to Northern Ireland veterans. Unfortunately, the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland had to leave, ran out of time before he could give us full response. Madam Deputy Speaker, there seems to be a difference in regards to the government response between the Ministry of Defence and the Northern Ireland Office as to how legacy matters could be progressed. So can I ask the Leader of the House, has the Secretary of State of Northern Ireland given her notification that he intends to make a statement to the House next Monday in regards to legacy matters in Northern Ireland and how they may proceed? And if he has, can she give this House an assurance that it will be made in this place and not at a press conference in Belfast?
Well, first of all, can I just repeat what I said earlier and acknowledge the outstanding service that our British service personnel who worked in Northern Ireland over many, many years, the outstanding service that they gave to this country. And as I said earlier, this is a complicated issue which now is subject to a great deal of legal uncertainty and legal challenge, and that's why we need to get it right, and we are keen to work together to get it right. I can absolutely assure him that the Secretary of State takes his obligations to make statements on these kind of matters to this House and to this House first, and he will bring forward those statements as he progresses that dialogue to get some of these issues right over the coming weeks.
David Williams.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In 1942, 57 men and boys were killed in a Sneed colliery disaster while serving both king and country. Their work efforts helped power our country and the war. I recently spoke at a memorial service in my constituency of Stoke-on-Trent North in Kidsgrove. It was led by Father Andrew Swift at the Holy Trinity in Burslem. Will the Leader of the House please join me in paying tribute to Father Swift and all who organised the service in their memory?
Thank him for bringing the House's attention to the Sneed colliery disaster and the tragedy that unfolded, but also the aftermath of this disaster saw great acts of generosity and selflessness, and bringing people together. And I pay tribute to Father Andrew Swift at the Holy Trinity Church for putting on this service of remembrance.
Dr. Luke Evans.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On Tuesday, the second phase of the health investment happened in Hinckley at the planning meeting. The planning for the day case unit, £10 million day case unit, was approved, but with a condition after a third party put in appeal about a listing that had been declined twice before. Now, it's often when you come in this chamber, you want to raise a complaint. I'd actually like to raise some congratulations, because I contacted the planning department, the NHS, spoke to the CEO of the council as well, but also the minister who's responsible in his place, his department deserves some recognition, because having heard today that the designation review team have already looked at the application, said the old one stands, which means we can now have a green light. So will she thank all those involved, from the NHS, the ministry itself, the planning department, and all the people who've got behind 1,600 people in 2 weeks to sign my petition to get this over the line. It's now got the green light. Will she congratulate them and wish them forward, because if we don't get on with it, we lose the funding by February 2026.
Well, can I thank him for his leadership of coordinating and bringing everyone together to get this project over the line and getting the green light. I'm sure his constituents will be very grateful for the role that he has played in making sure all those various agencies pull together to get this over the line, and for that he should be congratulated.
John Pearce.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I am so proud that High Peak's very own George Blaw has qualified for the Golf Open Championship and will be playing his first round this afternoon. This is a tremendous achievement. It was George's childhood dream, and all his hard work and dedication is paying off. Will the leader join me in congratulating George, wish him every success in the Open, and can we have a debate in government time on how we can make sports accessible, particularly golf and tennis, so that all children can achieve their childhood dreams?
Well, I will, of course, join him in congratulating George Blaw on qualifying for the Golf Open Championship. And what an achievement. This is a very, very high bar to attain and to get over. And I will watch out for him later, and hopefully he can get a few under par golf, whatever they're called, under his belt, and maybe beat Rory McIlroy in the Open.
Vera Hobhouse.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I had to talk about cricket the other day and couldn't quite remember what bowling is, and I said, throw a ball. Madam Deputy Speaker, one of my young constituents had virtually no meaningful education since year one. Now, nearly at the end of his primary education, he cannot cope with being at school at all, traumatized by the repeated failures in the SEND system. I know that the government is planning long-term transformation of the SEND system and early intervention, which is all very welcome, but the crisis is now. And she knows, as I know, that long-term transformation takes years to actually take hold, and people need help now. So can we have a statement from the government on how the government is actually dealing with the immediate crisis, with the people who are immediately facing all these difficulties, and they can get immediate answers?
Well, she raises the important issue of SEND, and the case that she outlines, I think, explains the challenges that many families face in navigating the current SEND system. Support comes far too late, outcomes are poor, and it's very costly to all concerned. And that's why we do need to take a proper and concerted and over time look at how we can reform the SEND system. She asked about immediate support. We have put in £1 billion extra for this financial year, and we hope that that will get onto the front line so that constituents like her can get the support they need.
Sonia Kumar.
Madam Deputy Speaker, residents of the new Goodrich Mews estate in Gornal, which was completed in 2013, have been dealing with a collapsed retaining wall for years now. The management agency originally confessed it was poorly constructed and it was repaired, and it should have a 60-year lifespan. However, it has once again collapsed, and the management agency is demanding £6,000 for local residents to repair the wall, and this is simply disgraceful and completely unjust. So will my right honourable friend grant a debate on holding builders, housing developers, management agencies to account to protect residents and deliver value for money for residents?
Well, I'm really sorry to hear about the ongoing situation on the estate in her constituency. She's absolutely right that for too long these kind of remediation issues have been, the buck has been passed from developers to freeholders to others with no action being taken. That's why this government is absolutely committed to putting power and agency back into the hand of leaseholders, of homeowners, of residents, so that it can hold people to account and get these remediation works done quickly.
Adam.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Autism and other neurodiverse conditions in children present challenges to any parents. But sadly, stigma and ignorance remain particularly high in some communities, and including some parts of the South Asian community. This already adds deep emotional strain to families suffering and navigating complex journeys. That's why I'm sure the Leader of the House would join me in congratulating sisters Shamina and Hawa Khan, who have just opened Cafe Neuro in Leicester South, a warm, welcoming space offering not just tea, samosas and sweet treats, but training, advocacy and community support. And if the leader's ever in Leicester South, I'd be delighted to share a masala chai and a samosa with her there.
House.
Well, can I thank him? He's been here for a year now as well, and he's a regular attender at these these sessions, and he has raised with me before issues around autism, so I know it's an issue of keen interest for him. Cafe Neuro sounds like a great spot in Leicester East, and I'll certainly check it out next time I'm there. But he would also, I'm sure, like to know that NHS England has established a cross-sector task force to look at how we can better support people with autism and ADHD, and I will ensure he's kept updated on that.
Dr. Scott Harper.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Leader of the House for her statement and also for the good humour and sometimes patience she's brought to the dispatch box over the last year. Last week, Mike and Claire, two climate activists from Edinburgh South West, brought to this place dozens of climate change posters created by Primary 4 at Braley Primary School in my constituency. And these posters were absolutely fantastic. It covered everything from planting trees to encouraging their parents to drive less and perhaps also install solar panels. So will she join me in congratulating the children for the leadership they're showing? They're not waiting for us to take action, they're demanding that we take action. Well for the summer holiday, which is underway already in Scotland, and also for the coming academic year in Primary 5. Thank you.
Well, can I thank him for his kind words about business questions as well, and join him in congratulating Mike and Claire and all of those from Benally Primary School. Their posters sound like they really are an education and ones that we should all look at. They are right to say that the climate and nature emergency is now, and we all need educating and training on how we can take steps to deal with it.
Anne Davies.
Diolch yn fawr, Madam Dirprwy Llefarydd. Coming from a very rural background and constituency of Caerfyrddin, and having, to be honest, only visited London a handful of times before I became an MP, coming here last July was a massive culture shock for me. But representing our constituents wouldn't be possible without the kindness and consideration from the whole of the House, from the Speaker's office and all the staff, the catering staff, even having your office cleaned and tidy in the morning, the tea rooms, the table and the vote office, everybody plays their part in ensuring that we are able to do our work. So on behalf of my honourable friend from Ynys Môn and myself from Plaid Cymru, but also on behalf of all the 2024 intake, I'd like to thank you for all the help we've received over the past year, and I hope the Leader of the House will join me in thanking everybody that ensures the cogs of this place runs so efficiently. Diolch yn fawr iawn.
Oh, well, can I thank her for that lovely appreciation of the Speaker, the Deputy Speakers, the doorkeepers, all the House staff and all of those who've make our job possible in this place. I have to say, I didn't realise the Honourable Lady was 2024 intake, because she really does such an excellent job. I thought she'd been here for a lot longer than that, because she represents her constituents brilliantly, and she's a regular attender at these sessions. But notwithstanding that, I might sound like Bruce Forsyth now, but the 2024 intake, I think, are my favourite intake.
Melanie Ward.
I
I'm not the only member who is deeply concerned by reports of armed police in Kent this week threatening a peaceful protester with arrest for holding a Palestinian flag and having signs saying "Free Gaza" and "Israel is committing genocide." Many people across our country, and indeed members across this House, are rightly horrified by Israel's actions against Palestinians, which this morning appear to include bombing the only Catholic church where people with special needs were sheltering. Of course, people want to exercise their legal right to protest what is happening, and they must be free to do so without police harassment. Will the Leader of the House please ask Home Office ministers to meet with concerned MPs about this?
Well, can I thank her for raising this, because what we're seeing happening in Gaza right now is truly horrifying, and I don't think there is any member of this House or indeed the public who is not moved to want to see action taken to stop what is happening in Gaza, the killing of innocent civilians and children, the withholding of aid and it being distributed, the withholding of hospital and much needed care for those in Gaza. And it's absolutely right that we say loudly and clearly that people who want to protest and to make their views known about these issues can do so and should be able to do so freely and without fear of arrest or action being taken, whether that's against this government or against the Israeli government or whoever else. So I will ensure she gets a ministerial meeting on that.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I, first of all, thank the Leader of the House for all her answers over the last... This is the last business question before recess. I have a very much sincere thanks to the Honourable Lady. But more importantly, a thanks on behalf of all those people across the world who have no voice. But the voiceless people who have a voice here through this chamber and ultimately through the Leader of the House, who conveys all the requests that I give and others give to the Honourable Lady directly to the FCDO. So I want to put that on record and thank you very much. I wish to raise reports of rising economic discrimination against Christians in northern and east and central Nigeria. These include the destruction of Christian-owned businesses, denial of employment on religious grounds, and widespread impunity. Given the UK's trade and development ties with Nigeria, which are incredibly strong, will the Leader of the House ask the Minister to update the House on the FCDO's assessment of these concerns? What steps has the UK taken to ensure its partnerships promote religious freedom and protect the livelihoods of minority communities? The voice of the voices today in this chamber.
The House.
Well, can I thank him for his question? I think the honourable gentleman is the only person who's never missed a business question session since I began in this role. In fact, I'm not sure he's missed any debate or any adjournment debate in this House over the last year. So whether it's him or me who've got the highest speaking contribution, I think he should win the award anyway, because he really does give voice to those around the world and his constituents in this place every day, and can I thank him for that. We have discussed the issues happening in Nigeria before. I will ensure that the Home Office updates him on that, but as he knows, those conversations are ongoing and we do ask the Nigerian government to take action.
Patricia Ferguson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Residents in particular areas of my constituency of Glasgow West have raised with me the very poor postal service that they have been receiving in recent weeks, which has led to them not receiving on time important financial information or in fact missing hospital appointments as a result. I realise this is an issue raised often with the Leader of the House, but I wonder if she would join with me in saying that Royal Mail and Ofcom really do need to get their act together and stop this second-class service that my constituents are receiving from continuing.
Yeah.
Well, this is an issue that is raised in these sessions very often, and there have been systematic problems in Royal Mail over recent years, and that's why Ofcom has recently sanctioned Royal Mail twice over its service levels and are further investigating Royal Mail. I do know from my own meetings for my own constituents that under the new ownership of Royal Mail and new leadership, we are seeing some improvements to services, and I would implore her to arrange those meetings in her constituency as well. But I think this would make a very popular and well-attended topic for a debate.
Laura Kirk-Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Last week I had the pleasure of meeting Martin Waters to discuss the closure of Coblington's only and much-loved pub, The Unicorn. Martin is working hard with the community to buy it and to give it a future, and I've told him that he has my full support. I'm grateful to the Leader of the House for making space to debate and progress our manifesto pledge to introduce a community right to buy. Can the Leader share more about how this will help protect places like the Unicorn pub in Coblington?
Well, I'm sorry to hear of the closure or proposed closure of the Unicorn pub in her constituency and the community efforts to keep it open. As she rightly says, last week we introduced the English Devolution and Community Empowerment Bill, which will, I think, bring a generational shift in community empowerment, including the community right to buy, so that communities the Unicorn. I've just announced today second reading of that bill when we return, and I'm sure she'll raise those issues then.
Gregor Poynter.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In my Livingston constituency, East Calder has been let down by the SNP Scottish Government's repeated failure to deliver a long-promised health centre. Despite record funding, including £5.8 billion Barnett consequentials for health, the SNP Scottish Government have failed in the promises to the people of East Calder. Meanwhile, this UK Labour Government is showing how public money can be used to rebuild, reform and reinvest in our NHS right across the country. Does the Leader agree it's time for a debate on how the SNP Scottish Government can learn from this approach, and that places like East Calder deserve better than the SNP dither and delay?
Well, I couldn't put it better myself. I think the contrast between the NHS in England and the NHS now in Scotland under the SNP government couldn't be clearer. They've just had a record, as he says, a record budget settlement. There really is no excuse, and they should definitely learn some lessons from what we're doing here.
Joanna Baxter.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Under the previous Conservative government, changes were made to the way claimants access the diffuse mesothelioma payment scheme, a scheme designed to compensate those with rare asbestos-related lung cancers. Those changes forced claimants to use outdated paper forms instead of online applications, and as a result, people facing terminal illness experienced unacceptable delays in receiving the support they were rightly entitled to, including a case from my constituency. Carol Ann's husband Jack, who is sadly no longer with us, was left waiting months because of this bureaucracy. So can I ask the Leader of the House if she will help facilitate a meeting between myself and my constituent with the relevant minister to ensure this process is streamlined to better support those who need it?
Well, those who suffered with mesothelioma still suffer a great injustice, and I'm really sorry to hear about this case. I will absolutely ensure that she gets a full response from a minister and hopefully a meeting on this matter.
Luke Meyer.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome this government's commitment to provide homes for heroes, but some social housing providers are focusing on those with very recent service only. And my constituent Arthur is a veteran with 12 years service, but he's living in an overcrowded property and in fact sleeping on the floor in the living room so that his children can have a bed. So will the Leader ensure that I can obtain a meeting with the relevant minister to make sure that veterans like Arthur can get the housing that they need?
Well, absolutely, and the levels of homelessness and housing need amongst our veterans is something that is shocking and is a wake-up call for all of us. So I will ensure he gets a meeting with the minister, and that's why we are taking steps to ensure that there's more housing provision for veterans and everybody else.
John Slinger.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In July 2023, 2 Warwickshire police officers stationed in my constituency of Rugby, PC Matthias Dabrowski and PC Dominic Strange, courageously rescued someone from a burning car, risking their lives in the process before attempting to save his life with immediate first aid. Recently, the Chief Constable of Warwickshire Police awarded the 2 officers with the Chief Constable's commendation. He described their actions as, and I quote, acts of bravery of the highest degree. and they have both been nominated for the National Police Bravery Awards 2025. Will the Leader of the House join me in honouring the brave actions of these police officers? And does she agree that their actions epitomise the very best of our police service? Selfless dedication to protecting the public.
Well, can I join him in giving our heartfelt thanks to PC Dabrowski and PC Strange for their heroic efforts, and I hope their nomination for the National Police Bravery Awards is taken forward and that they're given one of those bravery awards, because it sounds like they are deserved winners.
Anna Gelder.
Whereas, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Following the recent Channel 4 documentary Poisoned, a Killer in the Post, may we have a statement from the Ministry of Justice on the action being taken to tackle the specific and growing threat of online content promoting chemical methods of suicide? One of my constituents in South East Cornwall is tragically affected by this, and I know they're not alone. This is a serious failure of online safety, and we need clarity on how platforms are being held accountable, how victims are being supported, and what steps are being taken to prevent further harm.
Well, I'm sorry to hear of this case. She will be aware that the Online Safety Act's content duties do require platforms to tackle illegal suicide and self-harm content and activity, and this Act is now coming into force with new guidance being put forward regularly, but we will keep these matters under review, and if we need to strengthen the law, we will.
Phil Brickell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. May I thank the Leader for confirming recess dates for the next 12 months, which my wife has already messaged me about to thank her. Now, the Leader of the House will be aware that despite important draft government legislation banning single-use vapes, vape shops masquerading as candy stores continue to spring up everywhere across my Bolton West constituency. I've just had a new shop pop up in Horwich near St Joseph's School, a school which has done excellent work tackling vape use amongst children, but is fighting against a rising tide. So will the Leader set aside government time to debate how the Tobacco and Vapes Bill and other measures are implemented to improve public health and prevent stores being used as front businesses by organised crime gangs?
Well, I'm pleased to have announced the full year of recess dates. I feel like that's my most important KPI as Leader of the House. But he raises a really important issue about the proliferation and use of vapes and the challenge that this brings to our high streets, for young people, public health and many other areas. We have banned single-use vapes already through a statutory instrument, and our flagship Tobacco and Vapes Bill is progressing through this House and will shortly make further progress.
Emma Foodie.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I recently met with one of my constituents, Sean from Palmersville, who's one of the founders of the Safe Clicks Foundation. The foundation are calling for greater accountability for social media companies to tackle bullying online and to ensure that digital spaces are safe, respectful and rooted in responsibility. And they've recently launched a parliamentary petition as well. Can we have a debate about the action that the government is taking to protect online spaces and to ensure that social media companies take action to stamp out bullying and harassment online?
Well, tackling online abuse and hate is one of the biggest challenges of our time. I'm sure she will agree. The Minister is in his place. The Online Safety Act has been an important first step, but tech platforms need to do more, and we'll hold them to account for that. And the government wants to go further, and we will keep the House updated.
Douglas McAllister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. May I thank the Leader of the House for her courtesy and generosity over the last year during these business question sessions. She deserves a well-earned rest and holiday during recess. Therefore, can I suggest no better place than my constituency of West Dunbartonshire, where she can enjoy a round of golf at Dalmuir Golf Course run by a community trust, or visit the bonny banks of Loch Lomond, or accept my invitation to join me at the Scottish Pipe Band Championships in Dumbarton on Saturday the 26th of July. Admission is free.
The hotel isn't.
Oh, well, can I thank him? I am looking forward to a well-earned rest, and he's very much on the theme of the day and inviting me to his favourite spots in his constituency, and he's done that very well. And the Minister sitting next to me did just say it is very, very nice, his constituency, actually. So maybe one day I will come and visit Loch Lomond, and maybe I'll do better at golf than I did in answering the previous question.
Paul Wall.
Deputy Speaker. Hanson Springs in Rochdale was founded 62 years ago by Malcolm Hanson, and it's gone from strength to strength. This year they're investing £3 million in new plant and machinery and expanded factory space. Malcolm turns 80 next month, but he still works 40 hours a week, and his granddaughter Lucy has joined the firm only this week, straight from Rochdale Sixth Form College. Would the leader join me in wishing Malcolm a very happy 80th birthday, because he's exactly the sort of grafter and entrepreneur that makes our town such a special place and makes this country such a special place?
Yeah. Well, I will absolutely join him in wishing Malcolm Hanson a very good 80th birthday. His granddaughter's got a very good name, I will say that, but it's great to see that he's offering great job opportunities to young people in his constituency, and Hanson Springs sounds like it's going from strength to strength.
Alison Gardner.
Madam Deputy Speaker, for the past year I've been working with Midlands Partnership Foundation Trust to secure, indeed unlock, the funds to build a new neighbourhood health centre in Longton, incidentally home of the Great Pottery Throwdown, Great Gladstone Museum. Welcome to come visit. Obviously the plan for this is to deliver better joined-up healthcare in the community, and naturally I am delighted to see this government's commitment to moving healthcare from hospital to community in the 10-year plan. Will the Leader of the House allow for a debate in government time on how we can deliver a neighbourhood health service as quickly as possible?
Well, she's a great champion for her constituency, and the Pottery Throwdown is one of my favourite shows, so maybe I will make a visit up to her constituency. But she's absolutely right to call for more healthcare provision in her constituency, an integrated care hub in Longton, and I will happily work with her to get that off the ground.
Mark Sieverts.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Last Friday, I met with business owners who operate in Morley Bottoms, and they have managed to turn one of the most undesirable parts of our town into one of the destinations that people travel into Morley to experience. And of course, you, Madam Deputy Speaker, have an invitation to come along and join me anytime, as does the leader. The first round is on me. Now, they are victims of their own success, though. Unfortunately, a spate of burglaries over the last few years has really been affecting the businesses there. Now, we've met with the police, we're doing work with them to sort it out, and I absolutely welcome the government's move to ensure that our town centres are protected this summer with increased police presence. But we have to go further, we have to go faster, we have to increase the number of police, and we have to increase the powers available to them too. So will the Leader of the House grant a debate on that in government time, and perhaps encourage the other place to send our police and crime bill back as soon as possible so we can do just that?
Well, absolutely. That's why our neighbourhood policing guarantee, putting more neighbourhood police on the streets, and our crime and policing bill, and many other measures that we are taking, is so that Morley town centres, town centres like Morley, can thrive, and businesses can go about their business without fear of antisocial behaviour, shoplifting or crime putting a blight on their business.
Frank McNally.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. As the final person to ask a question of the Leader in this session today, can I join the thanks that have been placed to all in the House and to the Leader for her commitment to these sessions. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Motor Neuron Disease Association is holding a day of action in Parliament Square today to raise awareness of Tofersen, a groundbreaking precision therapy for SOD1 MND. Their aim is to highlight the growing number of patients eligible to access the drug but unable to do so due to a lack of capacity and clinical support. So will my right honourable friend make time for a debate in government time to explore what more can be done to break down the barriers to this MND treatment, and explore what more government can do in partnership with scientists, researchers and clinicians to ultimately find a cure for this devastating disease?
Well, can I first of all thank him for his thanks. It's been my absolute pleasure to answer all the hundreds of questions that I've answered over the last year, and he raises another very important one today too. I mean, he's absolutely right. Motor neuron disease is an utterly devastating disease, which is currently incurable, and I wish all those well who are here for the day of action today. I know that toforsen is currently being reviewed, and that review is happening rapidly so that we can get these innovative new treatments in use as quickly as possible so that we can end this devastating disease once and for all.
Can I thank the Leader of the House for her answers this morning? There will be a short moment for the front benches to swap over. Statement on Ukraine. Secretary of State for Defence, John Healey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. With permission, I wish to make a statement on the war in Ukraine. Today is day 1239 since President Putin launched his full-scale invasion. And more than a decade since the Ukrainians have known peace in their homeland. They've had homes destroyed, lands seized, children abducted, and loved ones killed by Putin's forces. And yet the Ukrainian people still fight with remarkable determination, military and civilian alike. And almost 3.5 years on, I'm proud to say that this House remains united for Ukraine. Yeah. And Britain remains united for Ukraine. In fact, polling shows that we retain the strongest public support for Ukraine of any European nation. Our solidarity is grounded in our deep respect for their courage and in recognition that the defence of Europe starts in Ukraine. Because we know that if Putin prevails in Ukraine, he won't stop with Ukraine. Yeah. Madam Deputy Speaker, let me begin by providing a battlefield update. Russia is maintaining pressure along the whole length of the front line, with a special focus on Sumy in the northeast and Petrovsk in the southeast, as well as in Kursk. Last month, Russian ground forces likely seized approximately 550 square kilometres of Ukrainian territory. That's an area greater than the size of Greater Manchester. And yet they face continuing difficulties attempting to take fortified towns or cities, and they have not taken a significant town for months. Indeed, they've tried without success to seize Petrovsk for nearly a year. What ground they do gain is coming at great cost. Last month, the number of Russian troops killed or wounded surpassed more than 1 million. This year alone, Russia has sustained 240,000 casualties. And despite these catastrophic Russian losses, Putin's ruthless ambitions do not appear to be waning. Russia is escalating the high numbers of one-way attack drones launched at Ukraine. 1,900 in April, 4,000 in May, 5,000 in June, and already this month in July, 3,200. On the 9th of July, a week ago today, the largest aerial strike of the war was recorded when Russia launched more than 700 attack drones in a single night. Despite the onslaught, the Ukrainians are taking the fight to Putin, striking military targets in Russia that his people see and know about. Spiderweb, Madam Deputy Speaker, was an operation of remarkable precision and extraordinary success, which dealt a fierce blow to Putin. 1 year of meticulous planning, resulting in the damage of 41 long-range bombers, planes which threaten not only Ukraine, but also NATO as well. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, we must step up now our efforts on getting further military support to the front line. Last month, on the eve of the NATO summit, we welcomed President Zelensky to number 10 Downing Street, where the Prime Minister signed a UK-Ukraine agreement to share advanced battlefield capabilities and technologies. A deal which means our defence industry can rapidly develop the cutting-edge technologies from Ukraine and step up the production for Ukraine. And at the NATO summit that followed, 32 nations came together to sign a new defence and national security investment pledge to spend 5% of GDP by 2035. They came together, 32 nations, to reaffirm our commitment to Ukraine, with 40 billion euros pledged in security assistance for this year. It was a good summit for Ukraine, it was a good summit for Britain, it was a good summit for NATO, it was a bad summit for Putin. Those commitments at NATO have been the basis for President Trump to signal a significant shift this week on Ukraine, announcing that NATO weapons transfers and a 50-day deadline for Putin to agree to peace. So with the NATO Secretary General, President Trump agreed to large-scale purchases of US military equipment by NATO allies, including Patriot missiles, other air defence systems and munitions, which he committed to getting, and I quote, quickly distributed to the battlefield. Madam Deputy Speaker, the UK backs the scheme. We plan to play our full part, and on Monday we will discuss this further when I chair the next meeting of the Ukraine Defence Contact Group alongside my German counterpart, Minister Boris Pistorius. That group, the Contact Group, continues as the forum for more than 50 nations to provide Ukraine with what it needs to fight back Putin's war machine. And I'm pleased that Monday's meeting will be attended by US Secretary Hegseth, the NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte, and Secretary General Grinchevich. Britain is providing now more than 4.5 billion in military aid to Ukraine this year, more than ever before. And at the UDCG, I'll provide the following updates. First, on the Extraordinary Revenue Acceleration Scheme, 2/3 of the UK's ERA total of 2.26 billion has now been dispersed, including 700 million on artillery shells, long-range rockets and air defence missiles, exactly what Ukraine needs most. Second, on drones. Since March, the UK has supplied nearly 50,000 drones to Ukraine, helping meet our commitment to increase tenfold our supply this year. Third, on air defence, the UK and Germany have agreed to partner in providing critical air defence missiles to Ukraine. And fourth, on the NATO Comprehensive Assistance Package, the UK will donate a further £40 million, which Ukraine can use on a range of programmes, from demining to rehabilitating their wounded. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is now 4 months since President Zelensky responded to President Trump's peace negotiations with Ukraine's full commitment to an unconditional ceasefire. President Putin has shown no such interest in an end to the fighting. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, peace in Ukraine is possible, and we must be ready for when that peace comes. So since March, the UK and France have led the coalition of the willing on planning new security arrangements to support Ukraine in any ceasefire. More than 200 military planners from 30 nations have worked intensively for weeks with Ukraine, and including reconnaissance in Ukraine led by UK personnel. Last week at the summit, President Macron and Prime Minister Starmer said that this initial phase of detailed military planning had concluded. And I can confirm that the military command and control structures have been agreed for a future multinational force, Ukraine. The force's mission will be to strengthen Ukraine's defences on the land, at sea and in the air, because the Ukrainian armed forces are the best deterrents against future Russian aggression. It will include a 3-star multinational command headquarters in Paris, rotating to London after 12 months. And when the force deploys, there will be a coordination HQ in Kyiv, headed by a UK 2-star military officer. It will regenerate land forces by providing logistics, armament and training experts. It will secure Ukraine's skies by using aircraft to deliver levels of support similar to that for NATO's air policing mission. And it will support safer seas by bolstering the Black Sea Task Force with additional specialist teams. When peace comes, we will be ready. When peace comes, we will play our part in securing it for the long term. And next month, on the 24th of August, Ukrainians will gather to celebrate their Independence Day. For another year, the anniversary of Ukraine's liberation will be marked under the pain of occupation. Whatever else commands the world's attention, we must never lose sight of this war. We must never lose sight of Putin's brutal, illegal invasion of this proud, sovereign nation. And we must never forget the price that Ukraine is paying, fighting for its own freedom and the security of all free nations, including our own. Madam Deputy Speaker, the UK will stand with the Ukrainian people today, tomorrow, the day after, and for as long as it takes for Ukraine to prevail.
Shadow Secretary of State James Cartledge.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm grateful to Secretary of State for advance side of his statement. Madam Deputy Speaker, it was less than a month ago that the United States undertook the bombing raid of Iranian nuclear facilities, one of the most significant military actions undertaken anywhere in the world for years. With such developments understandably dominating the headlines and almost 3.5 years elapsing since Russia first launched its unprovoked and illegal all-out invasion, it is right that the government regularly updates the House, as we did, on developments in Ukraine. For the reality is there has been no let-up in Russian aggression. As the Secretary of State confirmed, the 9th of July saw the largest drone attack of the war by Russia, and yesterday reports of Russia using 400 drones to target energy infrastructure and cities across Ukraine. This indiscriminate barbarism has inevitably led to further civilian casualties, but can the Secretary of State confirm that on the military side it is Russia that has suffered by far the greatest losses? He confirmed that last month Russian battlefield casualties surpassed 1 million. Doesn't this show the extent to which Putin has nothing but callous regard for the human impact of his actions on either side? Madam Deputy Speaker, we're proud of the decisive assistance we provided in office to Ukraine, and we continue to stand with the government in seeking to provide all possible support, but it is vital that all our allies also play their part. On France, and what was previously called the Coalition of the Willing, I agree we need to be ready for when peace comes. So can he confirm how many other nations will provide fighter jets to the multinational force Ukraine? Can he confirm that there is no longer any planning for a land combat element to the MNFU? On the United States, we welcome additional provision of military hardware by the US, but on paying for it, he says, and I quote, "We plan to play our part in full." So therefore, will the UK there be purchasing military equipment from the United States to pass on to Ukraine? The Secretary of State didn't mention potential sanctions or tariffs. It has been widely reported that President Trump is considering tariffs of 100% on goods coming into the US from any country that imports any product from Russia. Has the government discussed this plan with the US, and will the UK follow suit? Today's Times also reports that Andriy Yermak, senior advisor to President Zelensky, has stated that the imposition of secondary sanctions on nations buying oil and gas from Russia could end the war, and I quote, before the end of this year. Does the Secretary of State agree with that analysis? And again, would the UK join in any secondary sanctions policy directed against countries importing Russian oil and gas? On Germany, we understand the Prime Minister is meeting Chancellor Merz today. Can I urge the government to push their German counterparts on provision of Taurus missiles to Ukraine, or alternatively, given we understand they are compatible with Typhoon, backfilling UK stocks to enable provision of more Storm Shadow missiles? Turning to the impact of all this on the UK, we understand Germany will sign an agreement with the Prime Minister today that we will come to each other's aid in the event of attack on the other. Can he outline how this is different from NATO Article 5? Madam Deputy Speaker, in my own recent discussions with senior German parliamentarians on the impact on our own nations of supporting Ukraine, as has been widely reported, the Germans believe that drone overflights of their military bases were linked to nefarious Russian activity. So in the context of recent threats to RAF bases, and in particular drone overflights of Suffolk RAF bases and elsewhere last November, and I appreciate the sensitivity. Can he update us at all on whether there is yet any indication of Russian involvement? In particular, can he update us on the progress of the review of security at UK bases that he announced last month? Now, as Defence Procurement Minister, I stripped out a whole load of processes and red tape to accelerate the in-service date of our groundbreaking Dragonfire anti-drone laser from 2032 to 2027. Given the extraordinary potential for directed energy weapons, can I ask Secretary of State if he will accelerate their adoption even further and ensure rapid testing in the specific context of anti-drone defence for our military bases? And on drones more broadly, in a written question in March, ministers confirmed to me they had ordered just 3 military drones for our own armed forces since the election. I've tabled subsequent written questions on progress, and ministers are now saying they can't answer the question. So what is the latest figure? When UK SMEs have provided some of the best drones and counter-drone measures used on the live battlefield in Ukraine, why are we not ordering the same kit in parallel for our own army, at scale and at pace, so that it can train today, not years away, on how war is actually fought right now in Ukraine? To conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, after 3.5 years of war, we surely have to keep reminding the British public of the most important point for our national interest, namely that the best way to defend our homeland right now is to give all possible support to Ukraine so that the democracy triumphs over the dictatorship and stops Putin's aggression from spreading westwards.
Secretary of State.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the Shadow Defence Secretary's welcome for this update. I welcome his continued commitment of support from the opposition, backing the steps we're taking to support Ukraine, just as we did in opposition to his government. He's right to point out that the massive Russian casualties show the contempt that President Putin has for the lives of his own people, as well as for those in Ukraine. And he's right also to point out that the level of Russian casualties far outnumber those of Ukraine. On the coalition of the willing, there are 30 nations involved in the planning. The military planning at this stage is now complete. We'll keep it refreshed in any period up to the point of renewed ceasefire negotiations, which we hope to see soon. There will be, as part of the plans as they stand at the moment, a land force. There will be a force and activity in the air and on the sea. I'm pleased to say that he backs the military aid that we're putting into Ukraine. He asks questions about the coalition of the willing, but I really don't recall, and I've checked, I don't recall him backing the coalition of the willing. And I'd like to ask him, does his party support Britain's leadership of this multinational force for Ukraine? As far as discussions on the Trump-NATO plan, these will be developed on Monday at the UDCG meeting that I will co-chair with Boris Pistorius. If sanctions and economic measures play a part in the actions that we as an international community need to play to bring Putin to the negotiating table, we will of course do that. His government had a good record. We've gone a lot further in the last year as well. We've introduced since July, Madam Deputy Speaker, over 500 new sanctions against individuals, entities, ships across all the regimes, and we've sanctioned now, as a nation, a total of 289 vessels in the Russian shadow fleet. Madam Deputy Speaker, he asks me about a couple of other things on base security. I will update the House when the full base security review is complete. On Dragonfire, he's right to say that he was instrumental in the first steps with this UK technology, but he left the programme largely unfunded. We are already accelerating it. We'll put it into 4 of our naval vessels, not just the one that he planned. And on drones, he knows that the question he keeps citing was a very specific answer to a very specific question. He knows that after the Strategic Defence Review, we are now doubling to over £4 billion the amount of money in this Parliament that we will invest in autonomy and drones. He knows that we'll establish a new drone centre of excellence. And so this will mean that we can accelerate the use of uncrewed systems or drones in every service. The Army, for instance, will train thousands of operators. This summer we'll start rolling out 3,000 strike drones. That'll be followed by over 1,000 surveillance drones, and we'll equip every section with drones for the future. This is what we mean in the Strategic Defence Review when we say we bring the power of new technology alongside the heavy metal of platforms like tanks and planes and ships to make Britain the most innovative armed forces in NATO.
Alex Baker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As a member for Aldershot, I know how deeply people in my constituency understand the cost of conflict and the value of standing by our allies. So I welcome this statement and thank the Secretary of State for his leadership on this issue. Does the Secretary of State agree with me that the outcome in Ukraine matters not just for European security, but also for the UK's standing as a reliable defence partner? And for us to maintain this reputation, long-term investment in British capabilities and industries in constituencies like mine, where incidentally Dragonfire was created, is essential to sustaining our support and deterring further aggression.
My honourable friend is entirely right, and the UK has been the most reliable ally for Ukraine since before the full-scale invasion almost 3.5 years ago. And she's also right to say that a test of this nation is whether we are willing to step up the leadership on Ukraine, as we have, whether we're ready to step up the leadership in NATO, as we have, but underpinning all, whether we're ready to step up the level of defence investment in this country, which we have. And when the Prime Minister announced in February that this country would invest 2.5% of GDP by 2027 in defence, alongside the 5 billion extra in defence this year, Labour's first year in government, this is the largest increase in defence investment since the end of the Cold War.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Helen Maguire.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I also thank the Defence Secretary for advance sight of his statement. We welcome the additional support to Ukraine because we must continue to support Ukraine to defend Europe. Russia's increased attacks are absolutely devastating, and we recognise the resilience of the Ukrainians and we support them. But President Trump only now seems to be realising what has always been clear, that Russia's brutal dictator has no interest in peace. So while I was surprised and relieved to see the President announce potential secondary sanctions if no ceasefire is agreed within 50 days, we all know that he is as changeable as the wind. No one has forgotten the humiliating ambush he laid for President Zelensky in the Oval Office, and there's no guarantee he won't soon revert to praising Putin again. A 50-day deadline could even encourage Putin to escalate his attacks in the meantime. That's why the UK must go further now to support Ukraine and increase pressure on the Kremlin. So could the Defence Secretary update the House on progress towards seizing the £25 billion in frozen Russian assets here in the UK and deploying them to Ukraine? And what discussions are underway with European partners, especially Belgium and Germany, on doing the same across the continent? More must be done to cut off the oil revenues fuelling Russia's war machine, and I recognise that Secretary of State has spoken about the shadow fleet, but will the government expand the UK's designation of vessels in the Russia shadow fleet, including those that are already sanctioned by the EU, Canada and the US? And finally, I want to turn to the announcement on the multinational force Ukraine. We welcome the conclusion of this first phase of planning and the UK's leading role in shaping the future security architecture for Ukraine, but we do need clarity on what this means in practical terms. So can the Defence Secretary confirm what the specific UK Armed Forces contribution will be to the multinational force Ukraine? And will there be any planned deployment of UK personnel on land, at sea or in the air once the mission is operational? And if so, what role will the UK play in this deployment?
Secretary of State.
Madam Deputy Speaker, first we stand ready to expand sanctions on the Russian shadow fleet. Second, she asked about the coalition of the willing. The military planning is complete. with the prospect that we hope to see soon but can't see immediately of a ceasefire, then the commitments and the details will be firmed up. They'll be reported appropriately to the House at that stage. And finally, she asks about the use of frozen assets. She will know the complexity of this challenge. She'll know the interest and will of the government to work on this, but she'll also recognise that the majority of those assets are held outside the UK, so any action on this front must be taken with others and must be taken alongside others, and therein lies the complexity of the discussions at present.
Dame Chianwara.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Secretary of State for the statement and his expression of his and indeed this House's unwavering commitment to the Ukrainian people against Putin's illegal war. I also would like to welcome the 40,000 drones that the UK, 50,000 drones that the UK has sent to the Ukraine, and to express my own admiration for the Ukrainian people and to say that they are fighting on behalf of all of us. Now, no one predicted the role of drones in this conflict and the absolutely astounding speed of the evolution of that technology in Ukraine, but also in Russia and in China. So can I ask the Secretary of State what steps he is taking with our allies to ensure that we maintain or develop technological advantage in key defence capabilities and get it to the front line?
My honourable friend's entirely right, and for the first time in human conflict history, drones are now killing far more and causing far more casualties than heavy artillery. She asks the challenging question that was at the heart of the Strategic Defence Review that we published at the beginning of last month. Learning lessons from Ukraine, how do we recognise the way that the change in warfare is accelerated by the rapidly advancing technology? And that is the reason that we're now making a £4 billion investment in this Parliament alone in the sort of drone technology that she cites and the potential of autonomy to reinforce the warfighting readiness of our forces and therefore the deterrence that we can play as a nation and as a nation within NATO.
Mark Pritchard.
Mr. Speaker, Operation Orbital, the Secretary of State will know, is the UK training programme for the Ukrainian military. Can the Secretary of State confirm to the House that that very personal and personnel data is safe at the MOD? And he mentioned about aerial attacks, 15,000 drone attacks over the last 4 months. He referenced meeting with Germans to look at counter-drone munitions, etc., and capabilities. But of course, the Ukrainians are being attacked right now, today. So I wonder what thought has been given to the use of the RAF's Tucano aircraft, which I think are now out of service. I wonder where they are. Could they be redeployed? They're slow-flying aircraft that could interdict Shaheen drones, for example, and also perhaps the Grob propeller prop trainer as well, whether a variant could be provided. These are slow-flying aircraft. They could interdict these drones, and they are low cost and low maintenance.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm not familiar with the Tucano aircraft. If they're still in our inventory, they've not come across my desk, but I'll certainly look into that and write to the Right Honourable Gentleman. On the matter of the orbital training programme, I'm confident that the data involved in those personnel are secure. I'm also proud of that programme. It was a programme, I have to say, that didn't just follow Putin's full-scale invasion in February, 3.5 years ago, but was in place after Russia first took Crimea and had proxy forces move into Donetsk and Luhansk. And there was a UK-Canadian training programme supporting Ukrainians from well before Putin's invasion. And since then, we've now trained over 56,000 Ukrainian forces through the UK-led multinational training programme.
Poynton.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Does the Secretary of State agree with me that the actions of Russia on the 9th of July, where they launched the largest air bombardment of Ukraine of the war to date, show that the Ukrainian civilians and military are still in a fight for their lives and the future of their country, and that this House, our government and our country must do everything possible to stand with them in that fight?
I do indeed, and my honourable friend is quite right to remind the House and the public. These Russian attacks aren't just directed at Ukrainian frontline and forces. These are directed at Ukrainian cities, Ukrainian civilians, and Ukrainian civilian infrastructure. And that is the harsh reminder of the sort of character that Putin is. A brutal, illegal invasion, entirely contemptuous of the lives of his own people, and attacking civilians and civilian infrastructure.
John Lamont.
Thank you very much. I fully support the work of the UK Government in providing military assistance to Ukraine. Like so many voluntary groups across the United Kingdom, the Rotary Club of Duns has been actively involved in supporting Ukraine during the war. They've delivered several pickup trucks loaded with medical equipment and other essential supplies to Ukraine. So will the Secretary of State join me in paying tribute to the Rotary Club of Duns and the other voluntary groups who have been involved in this? But what more support can the government provide to voluntary groups in the UK who want to provide assistance to Ukraine?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I would certainly pay tribute to his local Rotary Club and the other local groups that are reflecting that continuing public will to offer support where we can to Ukraine. Can I say to the honourable gentleman, if there are specific aspects of support that those groups and his local Rotary Club is looking for in order to facilitate the sort of supplies they're getting to Ukraine, then I'd encourage him to contact me with those details.
Alex Sobel.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd first of all like to thank the Defence Secretary for a very comprehensive statement. I, as a trade envoy, was with the UK government mission to the Ukraine Recovery Conference last week in Rome, and two of the top asks for their civilian recovery were improved air defence and demining. So I was very pleased to hear those in his statement. His statement was about our support for Ukraine, but for the long-term security of our own country and the whole of Europe. Can I ask the Secretary of State what lessons we are learning in the Ministry of Defence and UK defence industry from Ukraine, because they are the ones innovating in defence in the world?
Secretary of State.
My honourable friend is probably one of the most energetic and ceaseless supporters of Ukraine. Not just in this House, but I know that he has gone out with supplies to Ukraine in order to support civilians and comrades out there. Can I say to him, I'm very glad he was at the Ukrainian Recovery Conference in Italy last week. And can I say to him also that if he is looking for the lessons that the UK Ministry of Defence is pulling from Ukraine, I will send him a personal copy of the Strategic Defence Review.
Richard Ford.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. These plans for the so-called coalition of the willing are contingency plans. They're designed for a time when Putin agrees to a ceasefire in Ukraine, which, as the Secretary of State acknowledged, he shows no sign of doing. With the prospect of Ukraine's allies, such as the UK, deploying armed forces to Ukraine after a ceasefire, how does this prospect incentivise the Kremlin to sue for peace?
Secretary of State.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I think one of the signals to President Putin that the coalition of the willing underlines is that there are a large number of deeply committed democratic countries willing to stand with Ukraine in their fight against Putin's invasion, but willing also to stand alongside them in any peace in order to secure a long, lasting and just settlement. And the single message that Putin should take is that Ukraine will keep fighting, we will keep supporting them, and that the best way for Putin now is to accept he needs to come to the negotiating table, he needs to talk and put an end to this fighting.
Melanie Ward.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank my right honourable friend for his important update. It's clear that Russia's growing aggression undermines our security here at home, as he said. Does the Defence Secretary agree with me that the outcome of the war in Ukraine matters deeply to every one of my constituents in Cowdenbeath and Kirkcaldy, as much as it does across the whole country and indeed all of Europe? And can he update us any further on the measures he's taking to counter Russian aggression?
Secretary of State.
Madam Deputy Speaker, her constituents in Cowdenbeath and Kirkcaldy represent the sentiment of Britain across the UK. Strong support for Ukraine, 3.5 years into this war. A recognition that this is a matter that rises above party politics, and a recognition in general that UK does not just need to say we stand with Ukraine, but needs to demonstrate that in the actions that we're taking. And I hope that her constituents will support the government in what we're doing.
Before I call the next member, could I just urge everybody in here whose phone might be going off, that's the 5th time I've heard it, silence is golden. John Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I can confirm it's not my phone. My ringtone is 63 Squadron, very distinctive. It's tremendous that the planning for the coalition of the willing has been put together so quickly, but plans are paper tigers. We need flying tigers. If we are to secure any peace that is eventually secure, we will need air superiority over Ukraine. So can the Secretary of State for Defence give us a clue, perhaps not naming individual countries, but how many of the 30 in the coalition of the willing are prepared to put combat aircraft into this plan?
Madam Deputy Speaker, it wasn't my phone either, I'm happy to say. I have to say to the Honourable Gentleman, he does an injustice to the more than 200 military planners that have worked over the last 4 months from more than 30 nations on the detail of the military planning that hasn't just been an exercise with Ukraine based and led in France and the UK, but has involved detailed reconnaissance in Ukraine led by UK personnel. So these are serious military plans. They are designed for the circumstances of a ceasefire, circumstances that are not entirely clear now, but we hope to see. They will be refined regularly between now and any point of peace. They are designed to make sure that when we get that peace, we're ready to support that peace, and we're ready to support that peace as a multinational force for Ukraine.
Joanna Baxter.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank my right honourable friend for his update and also the leadership he is displaying on this issue. In Russia and the temporary occupied territories of Ukraine, Russian authorities have introduced military patriotic training in schools and in youth groups and exposed Ukrainian children to military propaganda urging enlistment in the Russian armed forces. There are also reports that Russia is recruiting Ukrainian teenagers and young adults to carry out espionage and sabotage within Ukraine. So does my honourable friend agree with me that Ukraine's children have no place on the battlefield in this war? And can he say a little more about the work he's doing with colleagues in the FCDO on holding those responsible for the militarisation of Ukraine's children and their forced deportation to account?
Can I pay a huge tribute to my honourable friend for the ceaseless work she's doing to try and draw public attention in the UK to the plight of abducted children and teenagers from Ukraine in Russia. They certainly have no place on the Russian front line. They have no place on the battlefield, and abducted Ukrainian children have no place in Russia. When the Foreign Secretary and I were still in opposition and we first went to Ukraine together, we met with a magnificent charity that was bringing abducted Ukrainian children back from Russia. We sat down with 4 of the young teenagers who had been subject to exactly the sort of treatment my honourable friend identifies. And I'll just say to her, I will look to work with her to reinforce any of the steps that we can take in this country with colleagues in the Foreign Office in order to draw greater attention to this brutal abuse of young people.
Robbie Moore.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's been 3.5 years since Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine, and we all know that there has been a huge amount of loss of life, incredible disruption and pain to many, many residents, not only in Ukraine, but across the world. And I saw this myself when I was meeting with the Keighley Ukrainian Association, who have gone above and beyond in not only raising funds for those in Ukraine, but supporting those many families in my constituency. And Madam Deputy Speaker, the owners of Keighley Cougars are in Ukraine as we speak, delivering sports equipment for those sport organisations in the rugby league in Ukraine who are unable to have the equipment that they need as a result of the war. So will the Secretary of State join me in paying tribute to those two organisations? And will he also just comment on the fact that we all know that a divided West only benefits Russia? So following the latest talks with NATO, what more could the government be doing to ensure other nations are playing their part, both through military support and in terms of funding and developing key defence capability to continue to support Ukraine?
Secretary of State.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd say to the Honourable Gentleman, the UK is playing a leading part by co-chairing the Ukrainian Defence Contact Group, as I will be on Monday. That is the forum in which up to 50 nations coordinate the support, respond to the needs that Ukraine has for battlefield support. We're also leading by, alongside the French, developing the coalition of the willing, planning for the future. In relation to his constituency, I pay huge tribute to the Keighley Cougars. If they're out in Ukraine delivering sports equipment, hats off to them and thank you. I'd just say I see that as typical of the generosity of the people in Yorkshire.
John Slinger.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Brave Ukrainians in my constituency of Rugby, who are a long way from their compatriots at home, tell me of the continuing suffering of civilians, I repeat, civilians, due to Russian aggression. So will the Defence Secretary join me in welcoming the new drive from President Trump and NATO to make sure that Ukraine is in the best possible position both to defend itself and in any future negotiations?
My honourable friend, in reminding the House about the Ukrainian families that are in Rugby, reminds us that this is a war, an invasion that has forced many to flee their home. Many have still receiving shelter from UK families, and I pay tribute to those who are offering that shelter. He's absolutely right. We've been willing to back President Trump in his bid to secure a negotiated peace in Ukraine from the outset. We look to this next stage as a hopeful sign. We will do whatever we can to reinforce his efforts to put pressure now on President Putin and bring him to the negotiating table.
Phil Brickell.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and as Secretary of the All-Party Parliamentary Group on Germany, may I take this opportunity to welcome Monday's joint chairing of the Ukrainian Defence Contact Group by the Defence Secretary alongside his German counterpart Boris Pistorius, and can I congratulate the government on today's landmark bilateral treaty between the UK and Germany, signed here in London between the Prime Minister and Chancellor Merz on mutual defence, on security cooperation and industrial collaboration, which demonstrates our determination to stand up to Putin's continued acts of aggression, wherever they may take place, as well as the government's enduring commitment to Ukraine.
Secretary of State.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I welcome our honourable friend's role in chairing the all-party group on UK-Germany. This is a new coalition government in Germany. It's making a massively welcome contribution to increased support to NATO and to European security. I welcome that greater contribution. I note that the defence is still led by an SPD minister in Boris Pistorius, and very ably so. And I especially welcome that at the heart of this new friendship treaty that Chancellor Merz and our Prime Minister will sign today is the Trinity House Agreement that Boris Pistorius and I struck back in October, a deep defence agreement for the first time between the UK and Germany. It means that we will do so much more together. We will do so much more together as two nations, but also as two nations within NATO.
Can I thank the Secretary of State for his statement this afternoon? We now come to the first Select Committee statement on behalf of the Science, Innovation and Technology Committee. Dame Chiunwura will speak for up to 10 minutes, during which no interventions may be taken. At the conclusion of her statement, I will call members to ask questions on the subject of the statement, which should be brief questions, not speeches. Can I emphasise that questions should be directed to the Select Committee Chair and not to the relevant government ministers, although frontbenchers may of course take part in questioning. I call Dame Chiunwura.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And firstly, I'm grateful to the Backbench Business Committee for allocating time for the statement. Today, I speak on behalf of the Science, Innovation and Technology Select Committee, but also the hundreds of thousands of people whose lives were profoundly affected by last year's riots, as well as everyone impacted by the long shadow of social media misinformation. I want to put on record my thanks to the committee clerks and specialists who have supported this inquiry, as well as the many witnesses who gave evidence. By doing so, they have helped to shape our report, and we are very grateful, particularly to those who shared their real-life experience of the riots and the online hate which accompanied them. The committee would also like to extend our deepest sympathies to the families of the 3 little girls murdered in Southport and everyone affected. Madam Deputy Speaker, the UK, like many nations, is grappling with the immense challenge of regulating global tech giants, companies whose platforms shape our societies, economies and democracies, often with resources that dwarf those of governments. The entire UK's public sector budget is about equal to Meta's market capitalisation, for example. As the representative of the British people, it is essential that Parliament understands the impact of these companies, is able to scrutinise their actions and regulate them in the public interest where necessary. But the committee experienced significant challenges in seeking to do so during the course of the inquiry. We were reassured by statements from Google, Meta, TikTok and X in our evidence session that they did accept their responsibility to be accountable to the British people through Parliament, and we hope to see this in practice as our work in this area continues. Madam Deputy Speaker, the horrific attacks in Southport on the 29th of July 2024 and the violent unrest which followed are a stark reminder of the real-world consequences of the viral spread of online misinformation. Hateful and misleading content spread rapidly, amplified by opaque recommendation algorithms. Protests turned violent, often targeting Muslim and migrant communities, driven in part by the spread of these messages. These events proved a snapshot of how online activity can contribute to real-world violence and hate. Now, many parts of the long-awaited Online Safety Act were not fully enforced at the time of the riots, but the committee found little evidence that they would have made a difference if they were. Moreover, the Act is out of date. It regulates at a technology and content level rather than on principles or outcomes, and therefore fails to adequately address generative AI, ChatGPT, deepfakes, synthetic misinformation, even as it becomes cheaper and easier to access it. Generative AI will make the next misinformation crisis much more dangerous. Having spent 6 years working for Ofcom before entering Parliament, I believe strongly that regulating technology does not work. Our online safety regime should be based on principles that remain sound in the face of technological development. Social media has many important and positive contributions, helping to democratize access to a public voice and connect people far and wide. It also has significant risks. The advertisement-based business models of most social media companies mean that they promote engaging content, often regardless of its authenticity. This spills out across the entire internet via the unclear, under-regulated digital advertising market. incentivising the creation of content that will perform well on social media, as we saw in the 2024 unrest. So this is not just a social media problem, it is a systemic issue that promotes harmful content and undermines public trust. And our concerns were exacerbated when we questioned representatives of regulators and the government. We were met with confusion and contradiction at high levels, and it became evident that the UK's online safety regime has some major holes. So, after 4 public sessions, over 80 written submissions and extensive deliberations, our findings are clear. The British people are not adequately protected from online harms. We have identified 5 key principles that we believe are crucial for regulation of social media and related technologies, and which drive our recommendations to government. Firstly, public safety. Algorithmically enhanced misinformation is a danger that companies, government, law enforcement and security services need to work together to address. This is basically saying that misinformation is harmful. That may sound obvious, but it has not been recognised as such. As a consequence, platforms should be compelled to demote fact-checked misinformation and establish processes to take more stringent measures during crises. We propose that the government carry out research into how platforms should tackle misinformation and how far recommendation algorithms spread harm. Furthermore, all AI content should be visibly labelled. Second principle, free and safe expression. Steps to tackle amplified misinformation should be in line with the fundamental right to free expression, and measures to meet misinformation must align with this right. Our third principle is responsibility. Users should be held liable for what they post online, but the platforms they post on are also responsible and should be held accountable for the impact of the amplification of harmful content. This may sound obvious, and indeed it is not the first time a select committee has said this, and yet there remains widespread uncertainty as to whether platforms have a responsibility for the legal content that they host and distribute. The report recommends platforms be obliged to undertake risk assessments and report on content that is legal but harmful. New regulatory oversight, clear and enforceable standards and proportionate penalties are needed to cover the process of digital advertising. Fourthly, control. Critically, users should have control over both their personal data and what they see online. We recommend users have a right to reset the data used by platform recommendation algorithms. And our fifth and final principle, transparency. The technology used by social media companies, including recommendation algorithms and generative AI, should be transparent, accessible and explainable to public authorities. And transparency is needed for participants in the digital advertising market. Basically, if you can't explain it, you can't understand the harm it may do. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm a tech evangelist. I believe technology, like politics, is an engine of progress. But that doesn't mean we have to accept it as it is. Our report sets out detailed recommendations to ensure that we do not have a repeat of the violent and harmful riots last year. We urge the government to acknowledge that the Online Safety Act is not fit for purpose, to adopt these 5 principles to build a online safety regime with clear enforceable standards for social media platforms, and to implement our recommendations. Without action, it is only a matter of time before we face another crisis like the Southport riots, or even worse. Thank you.
Dr. Ben Spencer.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the Honourable Lady and the Select Committee she chairs for delivering this important review and her statement to the House today, which has highlighted the scale of challenge we face in relation to the proliferation of misleading and harmful content online. And can I join her in putting up my prayers and sympathies to all those who were affected by the horrors of Southport last year. Given the report's findings that young people are particularly susceptible to misleading and harmful content, as well as online radicalisation, due to the stage of their cognitive development, does she consider that the government should commit to conducting a review of the evidential case for raising the digital age of consent for social media platforms from 13 to 16?
Member for his comments and highlighting the issue particularly of young people in their cognitive development and the lack of protection they currently enjoy from misinformation as a consequence of that. The committee did not give a recommendation that the government should commit to review, but we are considering ourselves a further inquiry into the impact on the cognitive development of young people, and I am sure that we would have recommendations with regard to that as a consequence.
Twist.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank my honourable friend and her committee for highlighting the challenges we face in scrutinising powerful technology companies. Now, as my honourable friend knows, I am particularly concerned about suicide and self-harm related content. In 2022, more than 3/4 of the individuals surveyed by Samaritans said they first saw self-harm content online at age 14 or younger, often without searching for it. And worryingly, 76% said they self-harm more severely after viewing such content online. We've taken important steps forward by implementing the Online Safety Act, but we still face the challenges of regulating emergency technologies as well as small and risky platforms. Does she share my concern about this issue? And what is her committee's view on how we can tackle it and monitor it?
Let me thank my honourable friend and neighbour for highlighting this incredibly important issue, and also for the work that she does in this area. And she's absolutely right to say that the committee heard very moving and distressing evidence that suicide and self-harm content can be amplified by, and has been amplified by social media algorithms, and that this can play a role in suicide and self-harm, including by young people. Now, promoting suicide is illegal, and the Online Safety Act introduces an offence of promoting self-harm, but it does not do enough to tackle legal content that promotes suicide or self-harm. And as with the rest of legal but harmful content, like misinformation. So the committee's recommendations that platforms should be held accountable for the algorithmic amplification of misinformation would address part of what my honourable friend is concerned about, and we would hope that the government, in implementing those recommendations, would set out how it would fully address her concern.
Garden.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I should say that I am a member of the Select Committee upon which the Chair presides over. I'd like to thank her and all the staff who helped with this report and inquiry. And I should also say thank you with another hat on. I know many of us in this place wear not one but multiple hats. I also sit on the Joint Committee on Human Rights, and we're now doing an inquiry into AI and human rights. And some of the work from this report will be helpful and inform us going forward on looking at some of those key issues. One of the evidence sessions that sticks with me from the report was when we had social media company bosses in front of us, and they were talking about how they removed most of the content offline within 90% of cases within 10 minutes, but they didn't accept the responsibility for that data, that information, those content being then proliferated outside of their own spheres. So what worries me is at a time when we have advancing technologies and great pace of change, and we need to keep up that regulation at a breakneck pace, is also companies, and particularly social media companies, unravelling and unpicking their content notes and their monitoring and how they look and remove that information that might be harmful. So would the Chair of the Select Committee agree with me that we need to do both more in terms of regulating current approaches, but also make sure that the companies don't backslide on their obligations too?
Let me thank my honourable friend and fellow committee member for that question, and also for his contribution to this report and to the work of the committee, which has been exceedingly valuable. He raises a really important point in that, as we heard, some of Meta and we had evidence from Meta in particular with regard to Facebook content checking, and that they were moving from, outside of the UK and the US, they were moving from fact-checking to community notes, and we've seen that X has also done that. As part of the committee recommendations, the principle that the platforms are held accountable, that must also go hand in hand with them setting out how they are going to demonstrate that accountability. And one of the recommendations in the report is that the government should undertake research into what is effective fact-checking and how misinformation is spread. Because one of the things that the committee observed was the lack of evidence, the lack of, it's a scientific committee, but the lack of real evidence in this area, partially because the algorithms and the platforms are so opaque and secretive about how they actually operate.
John Pearce.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable friend and chair of the Select Committee, which I am also a member of. This report makes vital recommendations for government and social media companies on how we can make the online world safer. I'm particularly concerned about the impact on young people. Does my honourable friend agree with me that harm is happening today? For young people going home from school will be having harmful content pushed at them. Would she agree with me that social media companies shouldn't wait for government to implement these recommendations? They should get on with it themselves today and stop this harm happening to children across this country.
Let me thank my honourable friend both for his outstanding contribution to the report and to the committee's work, and also for that comment, because he's absolutely right. I mean, we should not be in a position of having to force the online companies to take action. They should be able, they can see the evidence, they can see this report, they know that what is happening to the minds, the brains of young people. They should be able to implement the recommendations in this report without waiting for government action, though I very much believe that government action will be necessary to ensure that this is implemented across all platforms.
Dr Alison Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Our committee's evidence supports the conclusion that social media business models, particularly in using recommendation algorithms that push users to see more extreme content and misinformation, incentivises the spread of dangerous content and so behaviours. Both as a member of the committee and co-chair of the AI APPG, again another one that has many hats, I welcome our committee's conclusion that users and social media platforms should be held accountable for the impact that their amplification causes. Does she agree with me that the report provides clear recommendations to the government and regulators as to how these platforms should be held accountable, including labelling of all AI-generated content and new regulatory oversight with clear enforceable standards and penalties? Accountability must have teeth.
Let me thank my honourable friend for her contribution to the committee's report, and her understanding and knowledge of AI has been invaluable. And she is absolutely right that the AI AI content must be labelled, and that the platforms and content generators must take action now. To address this, because things are the risks are only going to increase, and I look forward to the government ensuring that action, there's teeth in enforcing those platforms which do not take action or are too reckless in the action they take.
Anthony Blitt.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend and the team behind it that have drafted this report. On concerns and recommendations on digital marketing, WhatsApp is a direct communication tool for good and for bad that very few people engage with, as though it's a classic social media platform like Facebook or Instagram or X. It's a place for private conversation, and Meta pride themselves on their data being encrypted and secure. Having said they wouldn't, Meta will now start serving up ads under the guise of advertisers want to go where their audiences are, which translates as organisations want to make more money by targeted marketing, including Meta, because it's got 3 billion users of WhatsApp worldwide. And if we have our WhatsApp connected to Facebook and Instagram, we may get more personalised ads. Never have I wanted to disconnect my WhatsApp from my Instagram and Facebook more. Already, when we click on Instagram, it follows us to our Facebook feeds. There's no escaping it. So views are being shaped and influenced relentlessly by organisations that drive the most revenue to the platform owners. So, to the control and digital advertising recommendations in this report, does my honourable friend agree with me that we should be able to communicate with our loved ones without being constantly sold to and influenced, and always have options to opt out for our own mental health?
Kianwara.
Thank you very much, and I don't think, let me thank my honourable friend for her championship of technology and safe and effective technology and the points she's raised. She's absolutely right. But firstly, it must be, it is absolutely essential that the technology is properly regulated. Secondly, that it should be based on principles. So the WhatsApp, whether it is a user-to-user or a content communication, should be subject to the same regulatory environment based on principles. But secondly, that we must be able to opt out, and we must be able to reset the algorithms which drive the advertising we receive. And thirdly, and finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, that digital advertising is unfortunately, a free-for-all with very little regulation and control, and that needs to change in order for consumers to be adequately protected.
That concludes the first Select Committee statement, and we now come to the second Select Committee statement on behalf of the Joint Committee on Human Rights. Tom Gordon will speak for up to 10 minutes, during which no interventions may be taken. At the conclusion of his statement, I will call members to ask questions on the subject of the statement. These should be brief questions and not full speeches. And can I emphasise that questions should be directed to the Select Committee member and not to the relevant Government Minister. Front benchers may also take part in questioning. I call Tom Gordon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm grateful for the Government engaging with the Joint Committee on Human Rights report for accountability for Daesh crimes and the response that they have provided. There are some areas of welcome agreement. For instance, the Government reiterates its commitment to ensuring justice for survivors. It agrees, rightly, that where there is evidence of international crimes such as genocide, individuals should be prosecuted for those crimes, not merely for terrorism offences that fail to capture the full horror and scale of what has taken place. But let me be clear, for all the Government's assurances, we are still left with a sobering reality. Not one single Daesh fighter has yet been prosecuted in the UK for genocide, crimes against humanity, or war crimes of any sort. Not a single one. The UK is a signatory to the Genocide Convention. We're one of its founding champions. We cannot continue to rely on theoretical commitment while continuing to outsource accountability to other jurisdictions or to international courts with limited reach and limited resources. The response repeatedly emphasises that prosecutions are best pursued close to where crimes occurred. But where that is not happening, and in many cases it is not happening, the UK cannot and must not turn a blind eye. If a British national takes part in genocide abroad and returns to the UK, they should face justice here. There must be no safe haven for perpetrators of international crimes, especially not on UK soil. On universal jurisdiction, I'm disappointed that the Government has rejected the recommendation to amend the International Criminal Court Act 2001 to remove the current limitations based on nationality and residency. This is not a radical departure from established practice. It's about closing a clear loophole that allows perpetrators of genocide and other international crimes to escape justice simply because of where they are from. The UK exercises universal jurisdiction for torture and for grave breaches of the Geneva Conventions, but then why not for genocide too? This is not a legal oversight, it is a failure of political will and one that continues to undermine survivors' access to justice. The Government claims that sufficient coordination exists between the Crown Prosecution Service and the War Crimes Team, but despite those structures being in place since 2019, we're yet to see any meaningful outcomes. Structures alone are not enough. Survivors want justice, not process. Coordination must be measured by results, and so far, the result is 0 prosecutions for international crimes. I'm also deeply concerned by the Government's stance on citizenship deprivation. The assertion that there's sufficient transparency does not hold up to scrutiny. The public deserve regular, accessible reporting. Parliament deserves the ability to scrutinise this powerful and exceptional tool. Deprivation of citizenship should never be a substitute for due process or a way of quietly absolving ourselves of responsibility for British nationals involved in atrocity crimes overseas. And finally, on the issue of British nationals, including children detained in north-east Syria, we note the government's repeated statements on the practical challenges, and I acknowledge the complexity of the security environment. But the absence of precise public data, the slow pace of repatriation, and the ambiguity around next steps for those already detained, including potential prosecutions, remains deeply troubling. These children are British nationals. Some are orphaned. Others are at risk of radicalisation and violence. Leaving them in indefinite limbo in unsafe camps is a moral and strategic failure. The UK should lead with humanity, clarity and resolve. Madam Deputy Speaker, if we are serious about upholding the rule of law, if we mean that what we say about the Genocide Convention, if we truly honour the memory and suffering of the Yazidi survivors and other victims of Daesh crimes, then we must go further than warm words and procedural reassurances. We need action, we need prosecutions, and we need leadership. The government now has the opportunity to turn rhetoric into reality, and I would urge ministers to reconsider the case for universal jurisdiction, for greater transparency, and for a clearer, more coordinated path to justice. We owe nothing less to the survivors and to our own moral and legal obligations. Thank you.
Yeah.
And that concludes the statement. We now come to the presentation of bills.
Any questions?
There's no one, sir. Presentation of Bill Ben Maguire.
Planning and Development Community Infrastructure Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 12th of September.
Friday the 12th of September. We now come to the backbench debate on the Global Plastics Treaty, and I call Mr Alistair Carmichael, who will speak for around 15 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I beg to move that the House has considered the matter of the Global Plastics Treaty. I would like to thank the Backbench Business Committee for making time available for this debate and indeed for allocating it to a session in the main chamber itself. I think that is an important signal to say that this is something in which we as a House have a political consensus and to which we attach a great deal of importance. I'd like to thank also those other members who supported the application before the Backbench Business Committee, in particular my honourable friend from the South Cotswolds, who has a long and distinguished record in campaigning in this issue, but is unfortunately unable to be with us here today. I'd like to also express my appreciation for the support of the various campaigners, both organisations and individuals, who have kept this issue in the public consciousness for so long, and not always in the easiest of circumstances, in particular in relation to this turn of the wheel, the assistance of Greenpeace UK through their campaigner Rudy Schulkind. But in the past I had a private member's bill which was supported by a whole range of organisations from the Women's Institute through to Friends of the Earth. Now that really is what you have to call a broad-based consensus. This debate today is a timely one. The next round of talks on the UN Global Plastics Treaty will be held in Geneva from the 5th to the 14th of August. The Government, I'm happy to acknowledge, have a good record to tell in this, and in fairness, they inherited a record from the previous Government, which also had accorded some political importance to this. But the message I really want the Chamber to send today is that the Government really has to do all that it can, and not just in presentation of the UK case, but in fact in the way in which we support others. For those of us like myself who come from island and coastal communities, the growth of plastic pollution has been obvious for years. Ahead of this, I got an email just a couple of days ago from a constituent of mine, Jim Chalmers, who said, "I can remember as a child beachcombing around the south end of Stronsay and coming across the occasional unfamiliar plastic bottle and being intrigued by its novelty. It might have been an empty washing up liquid bottle or of a kind unknown in our household, or even had words in a foreign language. Fast forward to 2025 and the position on the beaches around Orkney and Shetland's coastline, as is the case right around the coastline, I think, of all European countries, and the position is very, very different. Even when you go out on a beach and you think it looks pretty clean and pretty pristine, you start picking up the small pieces of plastic, and 10-15 minutes later you will have a carrier bag full of them. In Orkney and in Shetland, we have a great range of community initiatives to tackle this. In Orkney, we have the Bag the Bruck campaign every year. In Shetland, it's Davor Red Up. But despite the community effort, people going out, taking responsibility for stretches of coastline, picking up the rubbish, weeks later, it's as if almost nobody had ever been there. I think the tipping point for public consciousness in this was the Blue Planet series by Sir Richard Attenborough a few years ago. But that did then create sufficient public pressure so that in 2022 we had the decision of 175 countries to develop internationally legally binding instrument to address the problem of plastic pollution. And this matters on so many levels. And it's why I think in this treaty the word global is absolutely clear, central. Plastics as an industry emits more carbon than the entire global aviation and the entire global shipping industries. So the question I think that we should be looking at this moment in time is to ask ourselves, what exactly does good look like at the conclusion of the talks in Geneva? And for the purposes of this, I can't really improve on the very fine summary that has come from the Environmental Investigation Agency and Greenpeace in their briefing ahead of today's report. So we should be looking for a global target to reduce production of primary plastic polymers and related elements such as reporting and national measures. This question of reducing production is absolutely critical, and I will return to in a minute or two. They also call, though, for clear and legally binding obligation to phase out the most harmful plastic products and chemicals of concern in plastics. A binding obligation to improve the design of plastic products and ensure they cause minimal environmental impact and safeguard human health, including supporting reuse. They look for a provision of ambitious finance, effective means of implementation, in particular for least developed countries and small island developing states. And finally, they call for the use of regular UN procedures for decision-making if all efforts at consensus have been exhausted. If we can achieve something along these lines in Geneva, then I think we will have some cause for optimism. Of course.
I thank the Honourable Member very much for giving way, and I congratulate him on securing this really important debate. And he has outlined the important global action that we need to take on plastics. But does he also agree that this government's action to bring forward a deposit return scheme to ensure that we can recycle plastics, take them off the streets where they are currently ending up, and on the beaches that he also mentioned, does he agree that that will also help to address some of these issues?
Properly constructed nationwide deposit return scheme. The experience in Scotland, shall we say, was not everything that it might have been, but properly constructed, that's absolutely critical. And I know actually, because I see the Minister, I'm sorry, I can't remember her constituency now, she used to be from Wakefield, Coventry. I see the Minister on the bench, and I know she has a tremendous personal commitment to this, because it's about creating what we call the circular economy. And I know that's a commitment that is genuinely held within DEFRA as a department, and DRS would very much sit within that commitment. Most importantly of all, I think, we talk about somehow or another this as being somehow in conflict with business. The fundamental truth is that the best opportunity for business comes from a circular economy. And it's not just environmental, it's not just social. It is a business case that can be made as well. So ensuring that we have in the treaty the strongest possible reduction targets is going to be absolutely critical. And this is where the contention has arisen in previous rounds of talks, and where I think we can anticipate that the same arguments will be rehearsed. I think the most important point to nail, however, is this idea that somehow the whole thing is going to be fixed by recycling, that you can just keep producing virgin plastics at an exponential rate. We reckon that the current exceptionally high levels will be trebled by 2060 if we don't do anything to erase that increase. And somehow or another we can manage just to fix it all by recycling. Madam Deputy Speaker, given the nature of the people who advance it, particularly amongst the big plastic companies and the petrochemical companies, it is downright disingenuous. They know just how difficult it is because of the vast number of different plastics that there are available in the different polymer combinations to actually recycle plastic. We have a good record in this country in terms of collecting plastic for recycling, but the truth of the matter is that we recycle very little of it. We export a horrible amount of it. I think we exported in 2024 598 million kilograms for recycling. But of course, once it's exported, we don't know if it's recycled or not, and we completely lose control of it. And then, of course, you have the growth of incineration. We've seen the number of incinerators grow from 38 to 52 in the last 5 years alone, driven again by the growth in plastics. So this idea that recycling alone is going to be the silver bullet, I'm afraid, is not going to be the thing that will see the meaningful reductions that we know we need. What you need to achieve, therefore, is this cap on production. You also understand that one of the biggest barriers in Geneva itself is going to be the role of the plastics industry itself. They are exceptionally well resourced. They are rooted downstream in the oil and gas industry. Now, I personally am pragmatic about the use of oil and gas. I think until you have other technologies that can take its place to push our own oil and gas industry off a shelf is foolishness. But I'm afraid I see little in their behaviour in relation to this part of the debate to commend itself. The last round of talks in Korea, the industry itself, had they all come as one delegation, would have been the largest delegation at the talks. The UK delegation, I'm pleased to say, it is the gold standard in this. It's well resourced, it is well informed by scientific advisors. But that in itself, I think, isn't a cause for complacency or for being smug about this. We have to say that gives us an opportunity to help and support others. The Select Committee that I chair, the Environment, Food and Rural Affairs Select Committee, took evidence in the Global Plastics Treaty just last week on the 8th of July. And some of what I heard there was genuinely shocking. Professor Richard Thompson, OBE, Fellow of the Royal Society, Professor of Marine Biology at the University of Plymouth, said, and I will read his evidence verbatim, "Moreover, scientists I work with have been threatened on UN premises as part of these negotiations. Almost what I would consider a fundamental right to science and to access science is being denied. It particularly falls on some of the smaller nations. DEFRA is very well blessed in that it can afford to send a big delegation of highly trained scientists, which is fantastic, but they stand aside small island developing nations, which perhaps only have one individual there. The need for a science mechanism is actually mandated in UNEA 514, and we need it really urgently to address this issue." It was one of those moments where I had to sort of stop and say, just a second, did you see what I thought you said there? And he basically was, even after we had explained to him the position that he was in as a very eminent scientist, giving evidence to a select committee of the House of Commons with all the protection of privilege, even then he was not comfortable calling out in detail what was happening. But the fact of the matter is, of course, that we know that it is happening. So if we're going to get this treaty across the line, then it needs the UK to be robust, not just in presentation of our own case, but in supporting and protecting those who are less fortunate than we are. The small island nations, the campaigners and the scientists who are there on their own finance. The final ask will be there. It would be that there should be, in the course of this negotiation, when it matters, a ministerial presence in Geneva. I think that would be a really important signal that the government could send about the seriousness of their intent. Madam Deputy Speaker, you said I would speak for 15 minutes. I think I've had 14. So I'm just going to return to the email that I got from Jim Chalmers to finish this. Because he went on and he said, "I'm sure I have a reputation as that weird guy that carries a bag with him when he's out with the dog, picking up litter. I call it recyclates. However, I know fine I'm urinating in the wind." He didn't actually say urinating. "I'm urinating into the wind as I have no control whatsoever over the source of the stuff and the forces that encourage and permit its growing release. I appreciate that the 17th of this month is not a good time for you to be away from Orkney. There's never a good time to be away from Orkney. But if you can somehow bring any influence to bear, I would feel my efforts aren't totally in vain. It's for people like my constituent, Mr Chalmers, and his likes right across this country that we are here today, and that we pin our hopes and their hopes on the efforts of the government and like-minded countries to get the treaty that we know we need and that our planet deserves.
The question is as on the order paper, and I call Lee Ingham.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend for raising this debate. I know it's something that he is deeply committed to. I want to draw attention today to a part of this crisis that's often overlooked but no less urgent, which is microplastics, and I know the Minister is very passionate about this too. These tiny fragments, so much smaller than a grain of rice, are right now everywhere. They've reached the depths of our oceans, they're at the highest mountain peaks, but the harm they cause is far from small. We know from science that microplastics are being eaten by fish, birds and insects. They harm wildlife from the inside out, disrupting feeding, damaging organs and carrying toxic chemicals. And that impact doesn't just stay in the wild, it spreads through ecosystems, through food chains and actually into our own bodies. And what troubles me the most is microplastics are largely invisible. We can't see them, but we are living with them every day. And it's not a global problem, it's a local one too. In Stafford, we're really lucky to have places like the Doxy Marshes, Staffordshire and Worcestershire Canal, the River Sow weaving through our towns and our villages. These are places where families walk their dogs, children are paddling in the water, anglers are fishing, and wildlife is thriving. They're not just part of our landscape, they're part of who we are. Of course, yeah.
She's given an incredibly powerful speech. They're also part of what we're wearing, because microfibres are a key part of addressing this issue about plastics. And I wonder if, like me, she's really interested in what they've done in France to get companies to disclose when microfibres are part of the material of the clothing and part of tackling the fast fashion crisis that we have, is people understanding quite what they're wearing and the damage that can also be doing to our environment, because it is also microplastics.
Lee Ingham.
I thank my honourable friend for intervening. I wasn't familiar with that legislation that France had passed. It's something that I think about a lot when I'm trying to buy clothes, actually, is making sure that we're buying from, natural fibres. And do you know what? It's so much tougher to do that. You find yourself really having to search. So I think it's something we could look at too. It sounds like a very sensible piece of work. But going back to the spaces I talked about, that they're now under threat. So when I'm talking to residents in my constituency from Eccleshall, Nosal, Bassett, they all tell me that they're really worried. They want their children and grandchildren to grow up enjoying clean water, healthy wildlife and safe green spaces. So they're right to demand action of me. That's why I think microplastics must be a core part of any global plastics treaty. It's not enough to tackle the waste we can see. We also need to tackle the waste that we can't see. So I also welcome the work of the EFRA Select Committee, and I do look forward to their recommendations. But I urge ministers, and I know I'm speaking to ministers who listen very deeply to this subject and consider it incredibly important, I urge them to continue to act, because we have a responsibility to lead and a duty to protect the places that we call home. We owe it to future generations to make sure that the River Penk still supports life, that our farmland remains healthy, and that the natural beauty of Stafford and other places too doesn't become a victim of short-term decisions. This is our chance now, so let's not waste it.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The world produces over 460 million tonnes of plastic each year, and on our current trajectory, plastic pollution is set to triple by 2040. Every year, 11 million tonnes of plastic goes into our ocean. And in Devon, this picture is very obvious. According to the Marine Conservation Society's data, an average of 103 litter items were found per 100 metres of beach in Devon. The vast majority is single-use plastics and packaging, and anyone who is going to take the very wise decision of having a holiday in Devon this year will see it for themselves. I've seen it for myself. I wander along the beaches of Sidmouth, Seaton and Beer. Bottles and wrappers are washing up with the tide, wedged between pebbles entangled in seaweed. We are very fortunate to have some fantastic volunteers, groups like Sidmouth Plastic Warriors, who give freely of their time to clean our beaches. And in their last outing last month, 30 people picked up an incredible 70 bags of litter. Their work is extraordinary, but there should not be 70 bags of plastic litter on the beaches of Sidmouth. And the problem, of course, doesn't start on the beach. It starts in how we produce and consume plastic in the first place. There are serious shortcomings in the UK's recycling. We were sold a myth that if we just spent a little bit of time each week sorting our rubbish, the problem would take care of itself. But actually, in 2024, Clean Hub reported that the UK exported 600,000 tonnes of plastic waste around the world to countries to be recycled, and these are places that don't have the infrastructure to recycle properly. Much of this has been burned or dumped, and we've seen evidence that it's polluting other countries' ecosystems, while still we can tick a box and say it has been recycled. Yes, I will.
I thank the honourable gentleman for giving way, and on this important point about the capacity of different countries to hit certain standards, he may have in his constituency reprocessors, companies that take plastic waste and repurpose it. And I think an important part of this debate has to be about packaging recovery notes and packaging export recovery notes, where they're given an equivalence. And often waste is taken to countries like Turkey, which has much lower standards than in this country, which is bad not only for British businesses, but actually bad for the global environment. I think the government is actually working on this, and I'd love to hear a bit more about this from the Minister later, but I'd love to hear what he has to say about that.
Well, he makes a very good point. The business of our standards being very different is one that we should look at first. These reprocessing notes plainly are something that need looking into, because we're going to have to go about some international negotiations to try to improve standards elsewhere. And the UK has high standards internationally in our recycling, but it is simply not acceptable to simply offshore the problem. That is not serving any of us well. Plastic waste is not only a hazard to people, it is killing seabirds, hundreds of thousands of sea mammals, turtles and fish, and it's having a devastating impact on our environment more broadly. Yes, I will.
Thank the Honourable Member for giving way. I just briefly wanted to ask him if he agreed that the government's banning of disposable plastic vapes is another way that we can help reduce some of this plastic waste that he mentions.
She makes an excellent point. That is an initiative that I voted in favour of when it came before us. The banning of disposable plastic vapes was very welcome. But still, there's too much waste ending up in incinerators. And what we think sometimes is going to be repurposed or recycled is in fact being burned. The number of incinerators in the UK has risen from 38 to 52 in recent years, in the last 5 years. And this is the dirtiest form of energy production going, releasing more greenhouse gases than any other method. While my constituents may have been enjoying their ice creams at Seaton or walking along the southwest coast path during the recent heat wave, these hotter summers are also a stark reminder of our collective failure to tackle climate change. And if we can improve the amount of plastic that we reuse, and if we can create this circular economy that the Right Honourable Member for Orkney and Shetland referred to, then we can use less disposable plastic, less single-use plastic, and therefore reduce carbon emissions. Germany is the leading recycler of municipal waste in the European Union, and this is partly down to its deposit refund scheme. Recycling rates on plastic bottles have reached an outstanding 98% in Germany. And now, thanks to, and I have to acknowledge it, the measures that the government introduced in January, a deposit return scheme for plastic and metal containers will go live in the UK in 2027. And this scheme, which will offer a small refund for returning bottles and cans in the UK, is a practical step towards reusing plastic. And so, while national action is welcome, we need to match our own UK action with international leadership, and the UK can be a real leader in this space. We can force for our ambition in this Global Plastics Treaty to be matched by other countries. And we must push for legally binding targets to reduce plastic production elsewhere, not just voluntary pledges. China, for example, is somewhere where we offshore a lot of our production to, and it accounts for 40% of the world's plastic production. We know that these carbon emissions produced as a result are staggering, and we've got to do something about it. If the government is serious about deepening ties with Beijing, they must also be serious about holding it to account, and that starts with applying pressure here at the Global Plastics Treaty negotiations next month. And as we know, the US President has never been a great advocate for tackling climate change or reducing plastic waste. And he made that abundantly clear in his attention-seeking stunt in February when he proudly brought back plastic straws. Earlier this month, the heads of delegation meeting that took place, we saw the US backtrack on previous positions, walking away from earlier commitments on control measures and financing, and coming out firmly against plastic production caps. The Prime Minister has explicitly cited family values as a foundation of the President. Could the Minister then urge the PM to leverage that personal connection, ask the President to consider not just global leadership, but also the world, that the family? I mean, we've got to consider young people in this picture, and for that we will need serious commitments, concrete commitments at the Global Plastics Treaty. Yes, I will.
A very good speech, much of which I agree with. But does he agree with me that I'm sure, like him, he will visit many schools in his constituency, and when he visits and speaks to young people, they are very, very concerned about the environment, and particularly plastic pollution. And in many ways, our great hope is that their laser focus on this will ensure that future generations moving forward will ensure that policy does reflect that and ensure that plastic production is reduced compared to what it is at levels now.
Well, the Honourable Member is dead right. And on the point about young people, I had children write to me from Sidmouth Primary School earlier in the year, and they were urging me to advocate for reduced plastic use and for cutting down our plastic use. I sort of quoted from what they'd written to me, and the Minister for Nature, who's not now in her place, summed up the debate with their words, so he's dead right. Let's be honest, voluntary efforts have failed. In the past 5 years, the WWF has reported that plastic pollution has increased by 50%. despite a 60% rise in national and voluntary initiatives. So this treaty must tackle the source of the problem, the production of plastic, and confront the power of the fossil fuel lobby, which is desperately trying to water down these talks. At the last year's round of negotiations, 220 fossil fuel lobbyists were present in Busan, and their goal was to protect their own profit, not the planet. We cannot allow short-term commercial interest to derail the long-term health of our oceans and communities. If plastic production triples by 2040, as forecast, if we don't act, then no recycling scheme will be enough. And to once again hand the last paragraph to those children at Sidmouth Primary School, they want to see deeds, not words. Thank you.
I call Uma Cameron.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to follow the Honourable Member for Honiton and Sidmouth. We usually sit together on the Foreign Affairs Committee, and nowhere is global cooperation more important than in climate work. I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for Orkney and Shetland for securing this important debate and his brilliant speech, which really eloquently set out the case for why this is so important. My Honourable friend for Stafford, not to be confused with Stratford, has spoken about microplastics. One of our honourable friends last year, the Honourable Member for Stroud, had a debate on this very topic where many of us spoke. And following that, last November, ahead of the previous round of treaty negotiations in Busan, honourable members from the House came together to debate this same issue. And now, at this final round of negotiations, we're coming back together. Countries are on the verge of finalising a potentially powerful international agreement, but its impact will be limited unless it addresses the root of the problem, plastic production. UN estimates suggest that in the 2.5 years since the negotiations where this treaty started, globally we have produced over 1 billion metric tonnes of plastic. The scale is staggering, almost unimaginable. But one thing is clear, no amount of recycling and reuse can keep up with the scale of plastic waste we're producing. And if we don't act collectively and urgently, the crisis will only escalate. Plastic production is projected to triple by 2060. Our climate, our ecosystems, our planet cannot cope. The member for Orkney mentioned the impact to our ecosystem and our beaches. And we've heard from my honourable friend for Ealing mentioning single-use items such as disposable vapes and disposable fans. One is dumped in Britain every 90 seconds. Most of them end up in the global south, in landfills, risking massive environmental damage. I'm proud to have sat on the legislation committee led by the Minister here today to ban this, and that's the Labour government taking real action. Madam Deputy Speaker, there are interest groups working to undermine our ambition. Having participated in international biodiversity and climate talks, both in my previous role before I entered this House and since, I've seen firsthand what this looks like. Voices in the room determined to stall talks and undermine global and national ambition. The shocking truth, as we've heard, 220 fossil fuel lobbyists were present at the last round of talks for the Plastics Treaty. Taken together, fossil fuel and chemical industry lobbyists would have been the single largest delegation present, larger than the EU and larger than all its member states' delegations, larger than all of Latin America. The fossil fuel industries outnumbered delegates from the Pacific small island states 2-1. These are nations already seeing the effects of marine plastic pollution and already paying the price for the cost of our inaction. We cannot allow the voice of the fossil fuel industry to be louder than the cry of our planet, or more influential than the testimony of science. And we cannot allow it to be more powerful than the voices of our constituents and those wanting to create a more sustainable future for future generations. In London, we've shown that another future is possible, but it does require bold leadership. And we are one such example of this. We're the world-leading city in eliminating single-use plastics from large sports and music venues, including Abervoyage in my own constituency, to locally led movements like Plastic Free Forestgate, who work with businesses on the high street to get rid of single-use plastic items, and similarly Plastic Free Roman Road. I also have some eco-warriors in one of my local schools in Maryland. Madam Deputy Speaker, last week I met with a group of constituents from Stratford and Bow at the Climate Coalition lobby in Parliament. Mary told me that she was there to lobby for an end to our dependency on fossil fuels. I've talked about this before, but in my constituency we have an Earthshot prize-winning company, Notpla, At the last time I mentioned them in Parliament, they had single-handedly removed 21 million items of single-use plastic and counting using their innovative seaweed-based alternative. Today, that number has risen to 26 million items. This ambition exists, but we all need to seize this moment, because the cost of inaction is mass climate displacement, environmental destruction, and worsening global instability. I want to thank the Minister and the Government for their continued commitment to the UK's global leadership, pushing for an ambitious treaty, and I join all members from across the House in calling for all Member States to agree to legally binding measures addressing the production and consumption of plastic, and finally to deliver the treaty that meets the scale of the crisis for our planet.
Dr. Brian Matthew.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank my honourable friend for bringing forward this very valuable and important debate. I used to be a Wiltshire councillor working on the issue of plastic recycling. And my constituency of Melksham and Devizes, like all our constituencies, can be blighted by the sight of waste plastic by the roadside. It's clear that bolder action is needed to tackle the sheer amount of plastic pollution that we have created, both here and abroad. And that's why we must join and support the Global Plastics Treaty in an international effort to reduce plastic waste, promote sustainable eco-friendly production and protect our opens and wildlife for future generations. In the spirit of embracing such bold action, we must embrace innovation. For instance, chemical recycling gives us a way to break down plastics into their fundamental building blocks, creating a new plastic circular economy. Mura Technologies is just one of a number of companies that is doing this today in the UK, but it needs to be paid for. And so on the basis of the polluter pays principle, the producers of plastics must be taxed so that the problem that they produce can be fixed. And as users of plastics, be they the film used to cover cucumbers or contain our crisps or chocolate bars, a small tax needs to be added to such products to ensure that the wrappers do not become a blight on the environment. We created the problem, and I believe we can fix it. Thank you.
I call Samantha Niblick.
Madam Deputy Speaker. A number of my constituents in South Derbyshire have written to me deeply distressed over the crisis of plastic pollution in South Derbyshire's waterways, including in the River Trent, the Foremark Reservoir and Staunton Harold Reservoir, and on farmland where farmers are left to deal with waste after they are all more increasingly dealing with floods due to the climate crisis. And credit where it's due, my constituents are also pleased to see responsible actions to reduce plastic use, such as at Bearded Theory, a music festival held at Captain Hall in Walton-on-Trent, whose organisers only use reusable polypropylene cups that are taken off-site and washed and reused year after year. But pollution is a global problem. There isn't one corner of the world that hasn't been affected by the overproduction of plastics. Microplastics are ubiquitous. We even find those in the Antarctica. And plastic production is projected to triple by 2060. Only 9% of plastic globally is recycled. Most of the UK's is incinerated, with the number of incinerators having surged from 38 to 52 in the last 5 years. Incineration is the dirtiest form of energy production in the UK, contributing to greenhouse gases which heat our planet and release toxic fumes that have serious and harmful health impacts. In South Derbyshire, we're expecting the result of an appeal into a proposed Stanton incinerator at Swadlincote by the end of July. I stand with my constituents in opposing the building of a new incinerator, but we also need to reduce our waste. The East Midlands is the second worst region in the country for waste, with Derbyshire the worst offender in the East Midlands. If we had less plastic, we'd have less waste, and there'd be no justification at all for any new incinerators. I urge the government, ahead of the next round of talks on the UN Plastics Treaty in Geneva in August, to continue to be ambitious in cutting plastic production. We will fail future generations if we accept a watered-down agreement. I call on the government to immediately introduce a UK-wide moratorium on new incinerator capacity and to secure a strong global target to cut plastic production at the UN Plastics Treaty negotiations. Public support for action could not be stronger. Over 220,000 people across the UK took part in the Big Plastic Count last year, a remarkable display of citizen science which laid bare just how pervasive and persistent plastic is in our daily lives. More than 600,000 have signed Greenpeace's UK's petition calling for a strong, meaningful treaty. That is a public mandate this House cannot ignore. As members of Parliament, we have a duty to act both for the constituents we represent today and for future generations to come. Plastic pollution chokes our oceans, poisons wildlife, and breaks down into microplastics that we find in our soil, our food, and our bodies. I urge the government to reject half measures. Let us seize this moment to put people and planet before plastic. Let's use this opportunity for green job investment and move further towards a circular economy that necessitates less packaging and secures a legacy that future generations will thank us for, instead of one that leaves so many young people fearful for their futures. We cannot let them down. Thank you.
Bobby Dean. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I thank my honourable friend, the member for Orkney and Shetland, for bringing this debate. And if I can highlight one point he said in particular around the circular economy, if we get the regulation right, if we get the incentives correct, this is not only good for the environment, it can be good for business and the economy as well. And I think it's a really important point to keep emphasising. I'd like to use my short amount of time to talk about how we can connect this global issue to our local communities. Let me start with the global problem. Every year, over 12 million tonnes of plastic are dumped into our oceans. I did hear 11 million from my honourable friend over here, but it's obviously a huge scale. And it's not just a statistic, but it represents an utter crisis, and one that affects marine life, ecosystems, and ultimately us as well. And to many people, I think something like a UN treaty might seem a bit abstract and remote, and some will even go as far as saying, well, it's not worth the debate time in this chamber because it's too hard to imagine the average person bringing it up on the doorstep. But I don't think that's right. I don't think it's right because it matters, but I also don't think it's right because I think the population have shown that they do care about this issue. Honourable friend again mentioned the popularity of Attenborough's TV documentary and how that's ignited people. I certainly see that sort of issue raised time and again with me. But people also notice the impact on their local environment. Unlike my honourable friend, I don't have oceans anywhere near my London constituency, but I do have I do have a beautiful chalk stream that runs all the way through it, and people, you know, they see the litter, they care about it, they see the plastic damage in particular, and we've been introducing new monitoring to our river recently to understand the damage that some of these microplastics can do. People are incredibly proud of their local surroundings, and I don't think it's too big of a step for them to think about the oceans across the world when they think about their local area as well. And as already been mentioned, it's not just adults are starting to care more. I think the next generation, for them, this is a totemic issue. I recently received a bundle of passionate letters from Year 4 class at Culvers Primary School. I'm going to say passionate because at times I think they were a little harsh on me. I'm not going to take it personally. I think they were directing their anger at politicians in general, but they were at pains to point out they don't think that we're doing enough and that we're not moving fast enough. And they were quite clear about their demands, and they went into a lot of detail. They told me about their concern for our oceans, for the turtles and fish that are harmed by plastic, and for the future of their planet. I found their letters, reading that one afternoon on my desk, pretty powerful, and it reminded me of the duty that we all have to act now. And so when we talk about the global plastics treaty, I think it's really important that we keep making it relevant back to our local communities. It is clearly a once-in-a-generation opportunity to create a legally binding agreement that tackles plastic pollution at every stage of the life cycle. But for it to work, it has to be ambitious, it has to be enforceable, and it has to be supported by everybody. And I think taking the public with us on this issue is going to get more difficult. There are people even in this chamber who are going to push back against it, think that it's a waste of time, think it's a problem to be solved by others elsewhere. And we're going to have to keep building that support. And I think in doing that, we have to reverse who the pressure's on. For a long time, the pressure has been all on us to be more responsible consumers. And I think consumers have played their part. They've been willing to put up with recycling yoghurt pots, washing them out over the sink. They've taken on wooden forks and spoons. They've put up with paper straws even, despite the pain that all of those things can be sometimes compared to what we had before. But they've played their part. And now it's our turn in this place to put the pressure back onto the producers and make sure that they play their part as well. That doesn't mean that we shouldn't listen to producers anymore when they do highlight problems with some of the schemes that we create. The government's extended producer responsibility scheme, for example, meant to be introducing financial responsibility across the full life cycle of products, but sometimes there are issues of implementation. I'm hearing from pubs and hospitality industry about the undue burden it's placing on small businesses, and we need to work out mechanisms for correcting unintended consequences of these policies too. Because if we don't, of course.
A very good speech, and I agree with them about the need to take the public with us and also to take business with us. In Scotland, we had a real challenge with the deposit return scheme that the Scottish Government tried to impose because business was up in arms about it was going to impact on the internal market. Does he agree with me that that was an example of where it can go very badly wrong if we don't take the public and business with us?
I do agree with him, but what I would say is that if we close our ears, then we'll miss these problems, we'll frustrate the public and we'll lose their support. But if we listen hard, we can fix these schemes and rescue the action that we want to take in this place to help the whole environment. Otherwise, the other side will win the argument and shut down the sort of initiatives that we need to see altogether. So we need to keep listening as we introduce these schemes, and we need to make sure that the public don't feel fatigued by this, and small businesses too. So I hope the point I'm making is clear. This is not just about treaties and targets. It's about protecting our rivers and oceans across the world, but it's also about linking it back to our communities and maintain their support. It's about listening to the voices of young people like those in Year 4 at Culvers Primary School. And I just want to end with something that I've definitely stolen from a work experience student this week. But she said to me that we are burdening future generations with plastic debt. Yeah. And I think it's about time we started paying it back.
Yeah. Claire Hughes.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the Honourable Member for Orkney and Shetland for bringing forward this really important debate. Plastic pollution is a global problem which requires international coordination. I think everyone in this House is agreed on that fact. It's a serious issue, and as others have said, it's one that people in my constituency, Bangor upon Common, really care about, and in particular the young people who have contacted me about this issue over recent weeks. This UK government has already set out plans to end our throwaway society and stop the avalanche of rubbish that's filling our streets, rivers and oceans. But Madam Deputy Speaker, if I may, I just wanted to talk briefly about some of the action that the Welsh Government has taken, the Welsh Labour Government has taken to tackle plastic pollution. Wales became the first nation in the UK to ban single-use plastics in 2023 as part of the government's effort to tackle the climate and nature crisis and reduce plastic pollution. This means that items such as polystyrene cups, balloon sticks, cotton bud sticks can no longer be sold or supplied in Wales. The Welsh Government has also announced plans to go further, banning wet wipes that contain plastic with a target date of December 2026. And I'm also delighted that the Welsh Government has just agreed to accelerate plans for the deposit return scheme to enable it to be brought forward on a UK-wide basis at the same time. Wales is ranked second in the world for recycling rates, something that we're all very, very proud of. I just want to also put on record my thanks to some of the organisations in my constituency who've done a stellar job in raising awareness of the issues around plastic pollution and tackling behaviour change. So people like the Plastic Free Communities Initiative, which is in Betws and the villages around there, North Wales Wildlife Trust, who organise an annual beach clean-up, and Trash Free Trails, who've done a lot of work in this area. Also, Bangor University. So Bangor University have the Wales Plastic Research Centre. They've done a lot of work around microplastics. So as my honourable friend, the member for South Derbyshire mentioned, I'm the member for Staffordshire. Microplastics is a huge issue. They've even been found on a remote lake near to the top of Aruri, Mount Snowdon. So it's a super topic which they are dedicated to researching on. Of course I will.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. Does my honourable friend agree with me that the work of community groups such as the Three Towns Clean-up Crew in my constituency or Think About Plastic Arran are crucial to fighting the blight of plastic pollution and the terrible effects it is having on marine life and the wider environment?
Thank you, and I thank my honourable friend for her intervention there. Absolutely, I agree. I think community groups across, whether it's in Wales, Scotland, England, are all playing a vital role in raising awareness, cleaning up beaches, which is really important for wildlife as well, who are often the victims of plastic pollution. So one piece of research that Bangor University has published this year has shown that the combined effect of ocean warming and microplastic pollution could severely damage marine ecosystems in particular, with significant consequences not just for the climate, but food security. So as the co-author of this particular research, Professor Christian Dunn said, this is a wake-up call, but also a call to action. So we're all agreed that we need urgent global action to guard against plastic pollution. We need to work together to find solutions, and I look forward to any comments that the Minister can provide at the end of this debate today and ahead of this really vital meeting that's going to be happening in Geneva next month. Of course, but I was just finishing.
Honourable Member for giving way. I'm delighted to hear all of the work that's going on in her community, and this is happening across the country in places such as Dawlish, with Dawlish Against Plastic, and Plastic Free Newton Abbot, both within my constituency. However, I'm still written to by the Marine Conservation Society, who are saying that plastic pollution in the UK has risen by 9.5% on the beaches between 2023 and 24. And indeed, in Devon, we have an average of 103 items of plastic picked up on every 100 metres of beach. Does the Honourable Lady agree with me that this is not only a situation we have to deal with within our communities, but also internationally?
I would agree, and perhaps the Minister could actually address that issue when he responds again, when he finishes this debate. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Dr. Scott Arthur.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I do make my comments within the context of my register of interest. I'd like to start by thanking the Honourable Member for Orkney and Shetland for tabling this debate. It's an issue which resonates strongly with many residents in Edinburgh South West, and it's not an understatement to say that I was absolutely inundated with emails on this. So plastics are everywhere, of course, as we've heard already. They're in construction, healthcare, clothing, as we've heard, and furniture. Everywhere. It's estimated that around 14 million tonnes of microplastics are lying on the ocean floor right now, and the fashion industry are amongst the biggest sources. My former colleague at Edinburgh South West's Heriot-Watt University, Dr. Mark Hartall, was part of a team who found microplastics in green mussels sold in traditional seafood markets in Jakarta. They estimated that the human intake of microplastics from mussel ingestion ranged from 9,000 to 12,000 microplastic items per person per year. Mark was also part of a team which identified microplastics in seagrass in the Deer Nest Sound area of the Honourable Member for Orkney and Shetland's constituency. It was actually found adhering to the blades of the seagrass in some cases. Elsewhere in Heriot-Watt University, a small team headed by Dr. Lisa McIntyre, an Associate Professor of Textiles at the University's School of Textiles and Design in Galashiels, which is in the constituency of the member for Berwickshire, Roxburgh and Selkirk, who's here today. She's overseen painstaking research to co-develop the world's first visual fibre fragmentation scale. Now, this is really important because if you're a fashion designer, I'm not sure how many of them are in the chamber today, you can use this. You can use this when it comes to selecting the fabrics you're using in your designs to understand just how likely it is those small fibres are going to fall off. So, incredibly important work. But of course, we know it's not just clothing that's the problem. Global plastic production is set to triple over the next 3 decades, as we've heard, and our waste management structures are ill prepared to deal with this looming threat. So it's right that we take the Plastics Treaty seriously. In Scotland...
Absolutely. I thank my honourable friend for giving way. Does he share my horror that global plastic production will have doubled by 2050? And he says that constituents in Edinburgh South West feel very strongly about this. I can assure him people across Edinburgh do. So does he join me in calling for a global plastics treaty that the government should take forward as a priority?
And I thank him for his intervention. I absolutely agree, and I know this is an important point in his constituency because I can remember on Portobello Beach, people were really concerned about plastic cotton buds getting washed up, which thankfully through changes that's now much rarer, but it's still an issue. So in Scotland alone, it's estimated that we generate around 300,000 tonnes of plastic packaging items annually. And as of 2021, we're only recycling around 4,500 tonnes of that. Each month, we export around 100 tonnes of waste from Scotland to different parts of the UK and right across the world. And it's an export that I'm not proud of, I have to say. And also poor planning on the part of the Scottish Government means that by the start of next year, there will be 100 tonnes of waste per day moving from Scotland into England to be processed. This is clearly not sustainable, but it seems that we have come all too comfortable with the idea that out of sight, out of mind is the case when it comes to recycling. And we have to remember is that once we lose sight of our waste, we also lose control in many cases of what's happening to it. And this is an issue that many residents write to me about in particular. Of course, even if we were to develop the processing capacity at home, dealing with plastics will always be a problem so long as our consumption remains high. I therefore believe that a much stronger focus needs to be placed on reuse and developing a circular economy, as we heard earlier, not just in Scotland, but throughout the UK. In my own constituency, I'm proud to say that I have several organisations which promote reuse, ranging from sharing libraries to repair and reuse charities. I recently spent an afternoon touring around one of these ventures called The Forge. The Forge is a pop-up community makerspace based in renovated shipping containers on a site in Fountain Bridge, next to the canal, just along from my office. It provides tools, facilities and training to people from all walks of life, including students, artists, DIY enthusiasts and homeless people. When I visited, there was a young man who was making a hat block. I thought this was for him to store his hat on, but he actually intended to make a pirate hat for a pirate festival of all things. I did Google where this pirate festival was, but it turns out pirate festivals are quite common things, so it could be almost anywhere. So as well as the hat block, I also thank you. I also saw tables being made, chests of drawers being constructed, and even kitchen utensils. So more initiatives like this can drastically cut our over-reliance on plastics by empowering us to create our own long-lasting alternatives, reusing materials, and developing lifelong skills in the process. Another charity in Edinburgh South West, which is under a little bit of pressure just now, is Foursquare's Edinburgh Furniture Initiative. They sell largely used furniture and household items, and they use the income, which is a non-trivial amount of money, to help solve Edinburgh's housing crisis. It's an absolutely fantastic project. But as I noted earlier, the plastic consumption and processing economies operate across borders, making this an issue which requires a truly joined-up approach. That is why I fully support the deposit return scheme, which covers the entirety of the UK, and look forward to its introduction in 2027. This may not be quick enough for some people, and I do respect that, but we have to balance the pressing need for change with the economic realities that many small businesses face as they adapt to these new regulations. And I have to say, others have already said this point, but if you want to see how not to do this, please just look to the Scottish Government. It was an absolute embarrassment, But proper consultation is absolutely important, and I think Scotland has shown that. At a global level, I am proud that the Government has fully recognised the importance of tackling plastic pollution through internationally binding treaties. At the UN talks held in South Korea last year, we supported a draft text of legally binding global reductions in plastic production and phasing out certain harmful chemicals and single-use plastics. Unfortunately, a consensus could not be reached, largely due to the usual suspects, amongst whom China and Russia, all pushing back against these targets. The negotiations will remain highly contentious so long as these economies, which are heavily reliant on plastic as part of their economy, want to hang on to it. Having read Dr. Lindner's amendments to the EFRA committee earlier this week, I think an inclusive tier model could go some way towards resolving these disagreements if we can't get them to be as bold, these countries to be as bold and ambitious as the UK is, I hope. Some may see this as a compromise which lets major polluters off the hook, but I believe international cooperation is vital, with similar models have worked well in terms of getting these nations signed up to some kind of baseline target. This would help break the deadlock and allow high ambitious states, like the UK I hope, to set and hit bolder targets by leading by example. Something is better than nothing. We must make progress on this issue, and a global treaty is essential if we want to protect our planet and the health of future generations. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Alex Serble.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And also delighted to see my honourable friend with whom I served in the opposition DEFRA team for 3 years is responding to this debate, and I look forward to that. With less than 1 month to go until the next round of the UN Plastic Treaty in Geneva, we must ensure the international and domestic focus keeps us on track. We must ensure the UK delegation priorities are clear, so I thank everybody for taking part in this debate today. But this is difficult to achieve with the level of fossil fuel lobbyists present at talks, which rises in each and every round. These fossil fuel lobbyists are seeking to derail the talks and prevent any limits to plastic production from being agreed. We have seen this before with the tobacco industry. We cannot allow private interests, which is damaging to health, to take precedence over the mismanagement of plastics, plastic leakage into the environment, and associated colossal greenhouse gas emissions. Towards the end of my time on the Environmental Audit Committee, we undertook an inquiry on plastic waste in 2021 and 2022. And in the 3 years since it has been published, little has changed. Recycling plastic is difficult. Globally, only 9% of plastic has ever been recycled. Furthermore, the carbon emissions associated with plastics outstrips the entire global aviation and shipping industries. Approximately 50% of the plastic packaging waste generated in the UK is exported for recycling, or so we think. This is called the UK's plastic recycling capacity gap. The UK has one of the highest per capita plastic waste levels in the world. Cheap, single-use packaging is incentivised over unpackaged products or investment to reuse, recycling and wider circular economy initiatives that the government is seeking to champion. On the EAC, we found much of the exported waste was just being dumped with no prospect of recycling. People diligently recycling at home in the UK would be rightly appalled if they went and saw what was happening to the plastic they would put in their leaves. It's green bins and other places, other coloured bins for recycling. So to support our UK delegation, address this issue head on, the UK can lead on the international stage to secure globally, legally binding targets to cut plastic production. Our own recycling waste treatment industry are usually supportive of the proposed treaty set out in the discussion so far and for a binding target to reduce global virgin plastic productions. But hand in hand with that, the government needs to support policy measures necessary to make it workable in practice. If the government's developed a clear roadmap for implementing the policies required to deliver a domestic circular economy for plastics, it could make a binding target to reduce virgin plastic production viable on the ground. This could also set out clear policy interventions to stimulate end market demand for recycled plastics, in turn creating the conditions for major new investment in plastic sorting and reprocessing infrastructure to end the plastic recycling capacity gap in the UK, create jobs here in plastic reprocessing and ensure the quality and actually to ensure that plastic is being recycled, not just being dumped. This would be a great British plastic initiative. With the UK currently exporting approximately 50% of the plastic packaging waste, we must also set out proposals clamping down on illegitimate exports of plastic waste being dumped overseas. While the vast majority of plastic waste exported from the UK is for reprocessing managed in an environmentally sound manner, there have been instances in the past few years where illegitimate exports of low-grade plastic have been dumped or burned overseas. A robust and properly resourced regulator can be empowered to enforce the right standards and clamp down on illegal waste exports. We must end plastic dumping. The UK government has already implemented strong steps to improve the quantity and quality of plastic sent for recycling. However, governments need to address fossil fuel influence in politics, particularly in the international plastic treaty negotiations. This is the only way in which to deliver a circular economy for plastics. Unfortunately, there needs to be sustainable long-term demand for any recycled product to be created. Otherwise, we're going to carry on with the unsustainable practice of using virgin plastics and the international influence of that industry on our UN processes. Thank you.
I call Liberal Democrat spokesperson Vera Hobhouse.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. First, I warmly congratulate my honourable friend, my right honourable friend, the member for Orkney and Shetland, for securing this important debate. And I thank all members this afternoon who have contributed. Rarely do I have the privilege to be part of a debate where there is such complete overall consensus, although I haven't quite heard the front bench of the Conservative Party yet. But I'm assuming that there is a very broad consensus here, which should give the government a strong hand to be a tough negotiator in the global plastic treaty talks. Global plastic production and waste have doubled in the last 20 years, and most of what I'm saying, Madam Deputy Speaker, now has already been said this afternoon, but such is the beauty of wind-up speeches. Over 12 million tonnes of plastic, according to my honourable friend, the member for Carlshalton and Wallington. I have another statistic for him. In 2023, the BBC reported that there were more than 170 trillion pieces of plastic floating in the world's oceans. This is no way of treating our precious planet, and indeed it is putting countless species at risk of extinction. The Global Plastics Treaty offers a unique opportunity for a global United Nations-led treaty to hold all countries to a high common standard of plastic consumption. This treaty would create a level playing field to incentivize and support international action, forging a clear path towards a future free from plastic pollution. We Liberal Democrats have been instrumental to the campaign to finalise this treaty and are looking towards next month's negotiation in Geneva to hopefully reach a breakthrough. There is a great degree of consensus on this issue, not just in this chamber. The majority of the UK public, the majority of member states' governments, the business community and civil society all pushing in the same direction. Over 100 countries support a legally binding global target to cut plastic pollution. The UK must retain its level of ambition on this key point. I'm one of 90 MPs who have signed Greenpeace pledge saying, I support a strong global target to cut plastic production. 250,000 people also took part in the Big Plastic Count last year, an initiative run by Greenpeace and Everyday Plastic, which counted each piece of plastic to show the scale of this crisis in the UK. And indeed, we have heard from many members about how concerned the public is about this issue, their constituents, and how they take part in these clean-up actions. Greenpeace are rightly concerned that with each round of talks, there are more fossil fuel lobbyists who are seeking to derail negotiations and prevent any limits to plastic production from being agreed. The government should look closely at precedents of how to prevent influences of lobbyists in international agreements. The Framework Convention on Tobacco Control, for example, recognized the lobbying tactics of the tobacco industry and required parties to act to protect these policies from commercial and other vested interests. Governments across the globe need to address full fossil fuel influences in politics and put the interest of people before polluters. We must also address the issue of funding. A sustainable treaty that is built to last for future generations needs to include a strong, dedicated, multilateral fund. Without a substantial financial package, the treaty will impose obligations on countries, particularly in the global south, that will struggle to comply with it. The reality of the climate crisis globally means that countries are going to have to find money to clean up the mess that polluters have created. The government should look for ways to place this financial burden mainly on the plastic industry that have made billions of profits from it. And I do recognise that, of course, it is important to work with industries, but it is ultimately a principle of polluter pays. But, of course, we need to bring industry with us as well in order to make it practical and create solutions that are actually going to work and are not just a flop. I want to touch, Madam Deputy Speaker, on one issue that hasn't been mentioned before, but it's a constituency issue. It's an issue that a constituent has raised, and that is plastic pollution in chewing gum, an issue I was alerted to by one of my Bath constituents, Keir Carney, who is the founder of the plant-based chewing gum company Nude Gum. Many of us are probably completely unaware that chewing gum is in fact a single-use plastic. It commonly contains synthetic polymers, plastic materials derived from fossil fuels and found in products including carrier bags, glue, and car tires. In the UK, over 4 billion pieces of plastic gum are consumed annually, the majority of which end up as non-biodegradable waste pollution. This gum breaks down into microplastics, contaminating soil, waterways, and wildlife. Gum pollution is also one of the UK's most pervasive types of litter and costs local councils over £60 million per year in removal efforts. And I'm sure every one of you has remembers an annoying moment when you sort of pick up a piece of gum from under your shoes. Despite its similarities to other banned single-use plastics like straws and cotton buds, chewing gum has evaded regulation. As with single-use vapes, the UK has a great opportunity to lead again in environmental and public health protection. I urge the government to look into this issue, and I'm very happy to provide a contact of my constituent to help with the evidence, but also to support in what could be done. Madam Deputy Speaker, we are at a pivotal moment. The scale and urgency of the plastic pollution crisis demands bold, coordinated global action. The treaty must not only be ambitious but also fair, with proper funding and protections against vested interests. The UK must show leadership in the upcoming talks, championing a strong, new global treaty that tackles plastic pollution at every stage of its life cycle so future generations can enjoy the beautiful planet that we still enjoy just about today. Thank you.
Yeah. Shadow Minister Robbie Marr.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I would like to begin my remarks by acknowledging an interest in this area. My family own and operate a plastic recycling business. And though I would like to make clear to the House I'm not directly involved in the management of the business, I do not also earn any financial interest from it. Let me start this debate by thanking the Right Honourable Member for Orkney and Shetland for bringing forward this really important debate, which I think we've had actually hugely valuable contributions from all members of the House. The Honourable Member absolutely spoke about the importance of responsibility, the importance of responsibility not only for stakeholders, but wider industry and indeed policy makers. In light of the upcoming negotiations on the International Plastics Treaty, it is an important time to be having this debate. Before coming to the potential treaty itself, I think it's worth taking a moment to consider some of the domestic context to our national relationship with plastic. And that brings me on to some of the contributions that have been made in this debate. The Honourable Member for Stafford quite rightly raised the concerns around microplastics and probably picked up some of the points that have been picked up and the concerns that have been raised by many members in this House. The Honourable Member for Honiton and Sidmouth talked about the challenges of plastic litter and plastic waste in his constituency, but also rightly called on the government to hold China to account as part of their global discussions. My honourable friend, the member for Berwickshire, Roxburgh and Selkirk, rightly raised the importance of young people in their debate going forward on plastic reduction, raising the concerns and the letters that have been submitted to him by various schools within his constituency, as did the honourable member for Carshalton and Wallington. The Honourable Member for Stratford and Bow, who is not in her place at the moment, raised the importance of banning single-use vapes and the work of local businesses and organisations in her constituency, including Aber Voyage, Madam Deputy Speaker, which I have been along and seen, and I can tell you that the work that they've been doing to reduce plastic waste was noted while I was there. The member for Merkston and Devizes focused on regulation and the importance that this place can have on bringing forward our influence on the global plastic treaty. And the honourable member for South Derbyshire rightly raised her staunch objection to incineration of plastic waste. And I absolutely agree with her, because in my constituency of Keighley and Ilkley, we had a planning application approved for an incinerator by Labour-run Bradford Council, something that I've been staunchly against. And I wish her well in her local campaign. The honourable member for Bangor talked about research undertaken by Bangor University, including Christian Dunn, and I hope that the Minister will be looking at that research that was referenced in the speech. And the honourable member for Edinburgh South West, coupled with his neighbour for Edinburgh East, talked about the importance of progressing conversations to get the global plastic treaty to have more focus on it, from concerns that are raised by the strong voice of its Edinburgh representatives. And the honourable member for Leeds Central and Headingley talked about the importance of reducing virgin plastic production and the need for a real focus on increasing recycling rates. And finally, the honourable member for Ayrshire North and Arran referenced the importance of local groups that help drive forward change. We know, though, for decades now, we have used plastic in more roles and in ever greater amounts. Indeed, plastics have replaced many everyday items that once were made from paper, glass, or metal. Plastic may have been the way forward then, but that does not mean to say that it may be the way forward now for everything. For that reason, I welcome the important steps that were taken by the previous Conservative government. Plastic straws, drink stirrers and single-use plastic bags were all notorious for polluting our national environment, and it was therefore right that efforts were taken to ban them. In fact, the plastic bag charge has successfully seen plastic bag usage reduced by 98%. Other restrictions of plastic use single plastic use for cutlery, cups, trays, plates, others, and many other items are now in force with a ban and having an important effect on reducing the overall usage through residual waste. And it is residual waste that is key. We know that the UK produces a huge amount of plastic waste, as much as the second highest per capita globally. But we also know that due to strong environmental protections, very little of this waste is now handled irresponsibly. But that, of course, also indicates that there is always still more to be done. For comparison, 80% of the plastics in ocean originate from Asia, compared to just 0.4% from Europe. Reducing residual waste must be the key pillar of any international treaty on plastic waste. The government, the previous government, understood this when it legislated to halve residual waste through the Environment Act. And I trust that the Minister will be able to reassure us that this remains the key goal of this government. I will give way.
Thank the Honourable Member for giving way. He's talking well about the general state of plastic in the world, but the debate title was about the Global Plastics Treaty, so I wonder if he can confirm whether his party supports the UK being a signatory to that.
I will come on to those points, as I wanted to outline the nature of the debate that has been taking place, because I think it's important to recognise the contributions that are being made by all members in this House. We know that reducing our plastics usage is vital for two key reasons. The first is the impact on the environment. It is estimated that as many as 1 million seabirds die a year as a result of entanglement in plastic. In fact, the weight of plastic in the oceans at current rates of increase will outweigh all fish by 2050. Plastics also pollute our inland waterways, having a detrimental impact on nearby areas, especially when we consider the long-term chemical effects of decomposition. The second reason I believe that we should aim to reduce plastic waste use is the growing body of research showing long-term exposure to plastics, particularly microplastics, as was referenced by the Honourable Member for Stafford, is bad for our health. Everything from hair loss to fatigue to heart conditions and strokes have been linked to microplastics. What is most concerning is, whilst the health links may not yet be fully understood, we do know that microplastics persist for centuries, not only in the environment but also in our bodies. As we use more plastic through our lives, these levels build, potentially increasing the risks. And that is precisely why securing an effective global framework to reduce plastic use is key. The resolutions passed in 2022 were an encouraging first step and show clearly that centuries across the world recognise this challenge, and we wish to tackle it. Crucially, this global support for progress on plastics is key to ensuring that standards are raised uniformly, and the risk that plastic waste is simply offshored is significantly reduced. We simply cannot offshore our responsibility. Equally, we must be realistic about how we manage plastics. We must recognise that simply unilaterally banning or heavily restricting many types of plastic will leave us uncompetitive on the global stage. We must work with other nations and bring those that are sceptical of this along with us. And that scepticism is precisely why we must ensure that we use our ability through our negotiations on this treaty to take matters forward, and that those are concrete. We cannot simply have goals or aspirations. We must have verifiable targets that we can be measured, and that we can hold organisations, stakeholders to account. We should naturally then accept all signatories to fulfil those obligations. I hope the government will be able to confirm that they will then be pushing for these measures within the treaty as they continue negotiations going forward and ensure compliance, and that they can be acted on by ourselves and by other partners. We must continue to work not only on the Global Plastics Treaty, but also at home to improve our plastic waste record. We need to continue to invest in our sorting and volume capacity within the recycling sector to ensure the amount of recyclable waste continues to go up in terms of how much has been recycled, and that we reduce that going to landfill. Madam Deputy Speaker, plastic pollution is not going away. Many plastics will be with us for thousands of years. That is why it is vital that we act to stop the flow of waste into our environment. And I hope when discussions are reopened next month in Geneva, that the Government Minister will be in attendance and the Government will be successful in securing a robust and practical treaty that we are all hoping to see.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to respond to the report from the Select Committee so ably introduced by the Right Honourable Member for Orkney and Shetland, who, with every contribution across the Chamber, I think has pointed out how serious this issue is and how urgent the need for action, because plastic pollution is one of the biggest environmental issues we face today. Once hailed as a miracle of modern invention, plastic is now one of our planet's most persistent threats. Its greatest strength, durability, has become its darkest flaw. These materials, designed to last, do just that for centuries. They don't simply disappear, they break down into tiny fragments, as my honourable friend from Stafford so ably pointed out. These microplastics, they invade our beaches, our rivers, our fields, and even our bodies. From the depths of the oceans to the cells of living creatures, plastic pollution is everywhere. And for too long, plastic has littered our ocean and threatened our wildlife. Amounts of plastic entering the ocean are predicted to triple by 2040 compared to 2016, and this is not a situation we can accept. Plastic pollution doesn't respect boundaries. We urgently need to agree a plastics treaty to enable the global action to address this. So with this in mind, I thank the Right Honourable Member for Orkney and Shetland and his committee for their recent inquiry into the treaty and for their letter of recommendations for the forthcoming negotiations on an international treaty to end plastic pollution. It's a very timely input. I've read it with interest as we finalise our preparations for negotiations, and I look forward to responding to that more fully in due course. But the committee can be assured that this government is taking every step to ensure we secure an ambitious and effective global plastics pollution treaty. This will both be a tool for moving towards a circular economy and an opportunity to showcase some of the domestic action the UK has taken. Now, a circular economy is key to delivering our government's plan for change, to grow the economy, increase environmental resilience, and improve the lives of hard-working people around the country. That's why our Circular Economy Task Force has brought together experts from across government, industry, academia, and civil society to develop the first circular economy strategy for England. This will include a roadmap on chemicals and plastics. It will deliver growth and fundamentally shift our relationship with the goods we use every day, ending our throwaway society and stopping the avalanche of rubbish that's filling up our high streets, countryside and oceans, making reuse and repair the norm and ending the throwaway society. A circular economy is an opportunity to grow our economy and make it more resilient, to improve lives in every part of the United Kingdom and to protect our environment for generations to come. Now, domestically, the government is already working with the devolved governments to legislate for the ban on wet wipes containing plastic across the UK. And for the 1st of June this year, the sale and supply of single-use vapes was banned across the UK. The deposit return scheme for single-use plastic and metal drinks containers in England, Northern Ireland and Scotland will launch in October 27, which will drive our efforts to stop litter filling up our streets, rivers and oceans. And I'm grateful to the points made by my honourable friend, the member for Edinburgh South, on the story in Scotland. Additionally, the extended producer responsibility for packaging came into effect on the 1st of January of this year, and this will move the full cost of dealing with household packaging waste away from local taxpayers and onto the packaging producers themselves. And I was pleased to hear the comments from my honourable friend from Bangor Aberconwy about the great successes that people in Wales, the Labour government working with people in Wales on issues particularly around recycling. Certainly will.
Thank the honourable member for giving way. The EPR scheme is obviously welcome and the East Benches know the intention of it, but there does appear to be some unintended effects of it as well, not only impacting on producers but small businesses, hospitality businesses in particular. They've raised their concerns. Will you carry on listening to try and adjust the scheme so it works for them as well?
I thank the honourable member for his point. Of course, absolutely. We are always working in collaboration. We'll do everything we can to make sure. But it's an important principle that's been established, and I'm determined to make sure it is successful. Now, next month, at the resumed 5th session of the Intergovernmental Negotiating Committee, we will have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to agree an ambitious and effective international agreement to end plastic pollution. We want a treaty that tackles the full life cycle of plastics and promotes a circular economy. And the UK has been a key advocate for an effective treaty throughout and is a founding member of the High Ambition Coalition to End Plastic Pollution, a coalition of nearly 70 countries from across all regions of the world. At INC5, the UK joined with over 80 other ambitious countries to make clear the weight of support for an ambitious treaty. And recently at the UN Ocean Conference in Nice, we joined nearly 100 countries in signing the Nice Wake-Up Call for an ambitious international treaty to end plastic pollution. These demonstrate the commitment to reaching an agreement at INC 5.2 in August and demonstrates the weight of support for an ambitious treaty. And I'm proud of the leadership role which the UK has taken in the negotiations. And we continue to take significant action to drive ambition and demonstrate leadership. Certainly.
I mean, it's right to highlight the leading role the UK has played on this, both the current government and particularly the previous government too. But the last negotiations and the last progress towards the treaty came to a halt because Russia, Iran and Saudi Arabia basically imposed a time limit which meant the treaty couldn't be agreed. What discussions are taking place behind the scenes to ensure that countries like those three and others are not going to do the same in terms of stalling our agreement on this treaty this time?
Well, I'm grateful for his well-informed intervention. I can assure him that negotiations and discussions are going on and we're determined to make sure that we get a good outcome. As well as leading early work to develop criteria for problematic plastic products, since the second negotiating session, INC2, the UK is also co-leading work with Chile to progress discussions on product design and co-leading work with Panama on releases and leakages of plastic. And my ministerial colleague, I would happily give way.
I'm sure he's aware that His Excellency the Ambassador of Ecuador is also chairman of the UN Committee on Plastics. Can I ask, is he working with His Excellency the Ambassador? Because he's in London, he's doing incredible work on this area, and I hope the government, our government, is cooperating with him, and also his work in looking forward to the day when Ecuador can join the TPP.
I'm grateful for the intervention, and I can assure the honourable gentleman that we are working with all interested parties to make sure we make progress on this. And my ministerial colleague and the honourable member of Kingston upon Hull West and Halton Price has recently co-hosted a ministerial event at the UN Ocean Conference to bring together ministers from a range of countries representing all regions and ambition levels to discuss the most challenging issues. But as we look forward to August, it's clear there are divergent views that remain on key issues such as phasing out problematic products, how we approach the production of plastics, and on financing the treaty. However, it is our sense that the majority of countries want to reach an agreement at INC 5.2, and there's been substantial discussion on how the treaty addresses plastic production. There are many parties who believe plastic production is outside the scope of the agreement. However, the UK has been clear the treaty should address the full life cycle of plastic, including sustainable production and consumption, and we will continue to work at INC 5.2 on that basis and to ensure that the treaty sends a signal to spur investment in the market for recycled plastic and collect the data we need to ensure the treaty is working. A provision on problematic plastic products will be one of the core treaty provisions. The UK has worked with Brazil to carry out technical work to support this provision. The UK has also supported a call from 95 countries in Busan for a clear, legally binding obligation to phase out the most harmful plastic products and chemicals of concern in plastics. Good progress was made at INC 5 on text which provides a basis for further discussions. Key here will be striking the right balance between national measures and harmonised global approaches and ensuring measures are science-based. We're also working with Chile to promote an effective provision on the design of plastic products to keep them in use for longer and make them easier to recycle. Now, we recognise the importance of mobilising support for countries most in need to implement the agreement, and that this is an essential element for an effective treaty. The UK supports the use of the Global Environment Facility to support the implementation of the treaty. That will avoid further fragmentation of the environmental financial architecture and allow for synergies with funding for climate and nature. As we've heard, Madam Deputy Speaker, plastic pollution is a broad issue with a huge variety of actors across the plastics value chain. To mobilise the resources needed at scale, we need to draw on an equally broad range of funding sources, public and private, domestic and international. The UK is the largest donor, contributing some £20.5 million to the Global Plastic Action Partnership, which brings together governments, businesses and civil society to tackle plastic pollution and increase investment in the circular economy in ODA-eligible countries. To end plastic pollution, we need all actors in the plastics value chain to act. We need to bring everyone along with us. This includes the marginalised, undervalued and unrecognised waste pickers, most of whom are women. They handle more than half the world's plastic waste for recycling, so it is really important that their voices are heard. It's essential the treaty we agree is responsive to change and emerging evidence. The treaty can't operate effectively if it has a de facto veto by one member. So we need effective decision-making processes, including the possibility of voting on COP decisions and amendments to annexes once all options for achieving consensus have been exhausted. But one thing is clear, addressing the problem of plastic pollution requires a joint effort between government, industry, academia and civil society. And we have partnered with the Ocean Plastics Leadership Network to run the UK treaty dialogues ahead of each round of negotiations. The dialogues included actors at all stages of the plastics value chain, as well as academia and environmental NGOs. These dialogues have helped us to understand diverse views on the treaty, and these have informed our approach to negotiations. And in June, my ministerial colleague hosted a business roundtable to discuss how the private sector can support an ambitious plastic pollution treaty. This was the second plastics treaty business roundtable and brought together businesses from across the plastic value chain. They were attended by His Excellency Ambassador Veas, the INC Chair. 20 leading businesses have now signed a statement calling for an effective treaty, and 4 non-private sector organisations have endorsed the statement. And the government is also clear that any treaty must be informed by science, and I very much noted the comments made by my honourable friend, the member for Stratford and Bow. In this regard, we are deeply concerned to hear of threats faced by scientists, that the issue raised by a number of contributors. This is unacceptable. We remain steadfast in our commitment to the multilateral system and to an open, transparent and inclusive process. So this has been a timely debate as we approach final negotiations in Geneva. While there are many challenges to overcome, there is a vast amount of work underway to find solutions to the many issues remaining. I heard the strong calls from both my honourable friends for South Derbyshire and of course my former colleague and friend from Leeds Central and Headingley, but I am confident that we can secure a robust and effective treaty. This is what the UK team will be pushing for in Geneva. I thank again the Right Honourable Member for Orkney and Shetland for securing this debate.
Alistair Carmichael to wind up.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank everybody who's taken part in this debate? I think it's been a quite remarkable exercise this afternoon and an enormously valuable one. Every contribution has been truly excellent. We've heard from members representing seats in Scotland, Wales and England. We've not had anybody from Northern Ireland, but I think we should place on record that I've seen the Honourable Member for Strangford has been in Westminster Hall this afternoon. It's also been remarkable, I think, for the fact that at a time of year when we all get a bit tired and scratchy, we've had remarkable consensus and good nature. So, in closing the debate, I actually want to address myself not just to the people in the chamber, but those who might be watching from outside. The evidence session that we had within the Select Committee last week wasn't an easy one to pull together, especially when it came to bringing corporate interests in. Coca-Cola turned up, and to their credit, they had a decent story to tell. Ineos turned up. They might have had a good story to tell, they might not, they couldn't quite remember. The people that we really wanted to get was Unilever. But apparently everybody in Unilever had gone to India for the day, so they couldn't appear before the Select Committee. We shall return to this. They can run, but they can't hide. What I want to say, though, is that we've seen in the past, not just the national, but the corporate influences who have stood in the way of progress. And I think that if these corporate interests are watching our proceedings today, they should hear a very loud and clear message that we are watching them, and if they again stand in the way of making progress on something that matters to this House and to the people that send us here, then we will see them, and there will be a commercial price to be paid for them by standing in the way of progress. Thank you very much.
Yeah. The question is, as on the order paper, as many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it. And I'll just give the Chamber a few moments to clear before we continue with proceedings. The question is, this House do now adjourn. Danny Kruger. Yeah.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is an honour to stand here in this empty chamber to speak about the original purpose of this space, which was a chapel in the Church of England. The old chamber of the House of Commons, on which this space is modelled after the Great Fire of 1834, was St Stephen's Chapel, formerly a royal church, given by the heirs of Henry VIII to Parliament to serve as its debating chamber. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, your chair stands on the altar steps, and the table with the dispatch boxes is where the lectern stood. And I mention this because the link between this place and the Church of England isn't merely ceremonial. The prayers we say here at the start of every day aren't just a nod to tradition. Our democracy is founded on Christian faith. And indeed, this Parliament remains the law-giving power of the Church of England. We in this place have the responsibility to approve or disapprove the doctrine and the rules of the Church. And that is as it should be, because the Church of England is not some private club, just another eccentric denomination. The Church is the chaplain to the nation, and through the parish system, in which every square inch of England has its local church and its local priest, we are all members. We all belong, even if you never set foot in your church from one year to the next, even if you don't believe in its teachings. It is your church, and you are its member. And so when I speak of the Church of England today, I am not speaking about the internal politics of the Anglican sect. I speak of the common creed of our country, the official religion of the English and the British nation, and the institution which, older than the monarchy, much older than Parliament, is the institution that made this country. And it is no surprise that both the Church and the country itself are in a bad way. Divided internally, confused, badly led. The Church is riven by deep disputes over doctrine and governance, and literally leaderless, with even the process of choosing the next Archbishop of Canterbury unclear, confused and contended. And the country itself reflects this, unclear in its doctrines and its governance, profoundly precarious, chronically exposed to threats from without and within, at risk economically, culturally, socially, and I would say morally. Madam Deputy Speaker, last month, in the space of 3 days in one infamous week, this House authorised the killing of unborn children, of 9-month-old babies, and it passed a bill to allow the killing of the elderly and disabled. And I describe those laws in these stark terms not to provoke further controversy, but because those are the facts. We gave our consent to the greatest crime, the killing of the weak, the most defenceless human beings. It was a great sin. And if I, standing here, have any power to repent on behalf of this House, then I hereby repent of what we did. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, in the reaction to these votes, and all around us, in reaction to the state of the country and the world, something else is happening. There is a great hunger in society for a better way of living. And I want to use this opportunity to explain what that better way is and why we here in England have the means to follow it. The Jewish and the Christian God is a God of nations. He's interested in people as individuals, but also as groups, as communities, not only of kinship, though that too, but of common worship with a common God. And this nation, England, from which the United Kingdom grew, uniquely among the nations of the world, was founded, created consciously on the basis of the Bible and the story of the Hebrew people. And in that sense, England is the oldest Christian country and the prototype of nations across the West. The story of England is the story of Christianity operating on a people to make the institutions and the culture that have been uniquely stable, uniquely successful. The Western model was forged and refined in England over 1,000 years, from the 9th to the 19th centuries. So what is that model? It's simply this, that power should arrange itself for the benefit of all the people under it, and specifically for the poorest and weakest. That the law is there to protect the ordinary person against the abuse of power, that every individual has equal dignity and freedom, including crucially the freedom of conscience, of religion and belief, making space for other religions under the Christian shield, a secular space, indeed itself a Christian concept, meaningful only in a Christian world. These are ideas that only make sense if you accept that we have some intrinsic value, a value that is given to us, not of our own making or invention. And so through all these long years, from the time of Alfred to the time of Victoria, it was assumed that a nation was a community of common worship and that our community, this country, worshipped the Christian God. Then in the 20th century, another idea arose, that it is possible for a country to be neutral about God, that the public space, the public square was empty of any metaphysics, that the route to freedom lay through the desert of materialism and individual reason, no hell below us, above us only sky. And that idea was wrong. And the horrors of the 20th century attest to that, not least in the West, where we escaped totalitarianism but have suffered our own catastrophes of social breakdown, social injustice, loneliness and emptiness on a chronic scale. And now new threats, ugly and aggressive, are arising, because we have found that in the absence of the Christian God, we do not have pluralism and tolerance, everyone being nice to each other in a godless world. Because all politics is religious, and in abandoning one religion, we simply create a space for others to move into. Happy to give way to my friend.
Madam Deputy Speaker, my honourable friend is making a very moving and powerful speech. And I would say to him that our head of state, who is also the head of the Church of England, represents the rights of all peoples to live in a free society and to worship freely. And it is because our head of state is also head of our established church, the protections of all religions and all denominations are there within our constitution. And the cross is on the top of the crown that he wears, which demonstrates that the Christian faith is the basis of our constitution, our customs, our heritage and our British way of life. Would you agree with that?
My honourable friend will be surprised to hear I do agree with him. And he makes this point very, very well, and I absolutely acknowledge it. And it is the paradox of our constitution that under a monarchy we have the system of the most developed political freedom in the world. And under an established church we have a tradition of freedom of conscience and belief in which all religions can be accommodated. And it is because the cross is at the centre. And I notice the cross is above your chair too, Madam Deputy Speaker. So I was saying that in abandoning one religion, we simply create space for others to move into as dominant faiths. And there are two religions moving into the space that Christianity has been ejected from. One is Islam. And in a debate yesterday, I said how much I find myself in agreement on moral and social matters with Muslim colleagues here in Parliament. But as I've been saying, this is a Christian country, if it is a country at all. And I cannot be indifferent about the extent of the growth of Islam here in recent decades. But it's the other religion that worries me even more. And this other religion is a hybrid of old and new ideas. And it doesn't have a proper name, and I don't think woke does justice to its seriousness. It is a combination of ancient paganism and Christian heresies and the cult of modernism, all mashed up into a deeply mistaken, deeply dangerous ideology of power, hostile to the essential objects of our affections and our loyalties, which are families, communities and nations. And explicitly, most passionately, it is hostile to Christianity as the wellspring of the West. And this religion, unlike Islam, must simply be destroyed, at least as a public doctrine. It must be banished from public life, from schools and universities, from businesses and public services. It needs to be sent back to the fringes of eccentricity, like the modern Druids who invest Stonehenge in my constituency, with a theology that is mad but harmless, because its followers are so few, and no one serious takes them seriously. Now, we can no longer pretend, as they did in the 20th century, that we can be neutral or indifferent about God, that the public square is a godless desert. The fact is that the strong gods are back, and we have to choose which God to worship. And I suggest we worship the God who came in the weakest form, Jesus Christ. But this God is a jealous God. It's him or nothing. And we have to own our Christian story, or we have to repudiate it. And not to own it is to repudiate it. And to repudiate Christianity is not only to sever ourselves from our past, but it is to cut off the source of all the things that we value now and that we need in the future: freedom, tolerance, individual dignity and human rights. Without the Christian God, in whose teaching these things have their source, these are inventions, mere non-existent aspirations. To worship human rights is to worship fairies. But if we own our story, remember the real sources of our civilization, we can have these things and make them real freedom and tolerance and dignity, a culture of love, and crucially a culture of humanity, because we are in the age of the machine, and a great choice confronts us, whether to make machines in the image of fallen man, bent on exploitation and domination, with mankind in its sights, or to make them what they properly are, the servants of mankind, able to help us make a better world. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, to conclude, a wind is blowing and a storm is coming, and when it hits we are going to learn if our house is built on rock or on sand. But we have been here before. The reformers of the 11th and the 16th centuries, the Puritans in the 17th century, the evangelicals in the 19th century, all brought this country back from the edge, from idolatry or error or just plain indifference, and from all the social and political crises that indifference to Christianity brought about. And they each, in their generation, restored this country to itself. And a new restoration is needed now, a revival of the faith, a recovery of Christian politics, a refounding of this nation on the teaching that Alfred made the basis of the common law of England all those centuries ago. This is a mission for the Church under its next leader, whoever that is. It's a mission for this place, this old chapel, which became the wellspring of Western democracy, and for us, its members. And it's a mission for our whole country, the route to a prosperous modernity, founded on respect for human dignity, responsibility for the created world, and the worship of God. Thank you.
Minister Jim McMahon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I would like to thank the Honourable Member for East Wiltshire on securing this important debate on the future of the Church of England. I am grateful for the opportunity to respond on behalf of the Government. The Honourable Member has often spoken very powerfully about the importance of faith, its role in public life and the benefit it brings. And today he has spoken eloquently on the positive role that Christianity plays in our wider society, a sentiment I believe that is shared across the House. Anyone involved in local life knows just how essential Christian places of worship are and the people who support them. They run our schools, toddler groups, they support food banks, they reach out to those facing homelessness, and they offer comfort and companionship to those who are isolated, who are grieving, or just struggling to cope. The truth is simple, that without them, much of our local life simply would just not function. Their contribution isn't just appreciated, it's indispensable. The Christian faith has played a central role in public life and it continues to do so. The Honourable Member is one of a number of examples of good public servants motivated by their Christian faith and in the cause of the common good. Our society is enriched by those contributions. It is equally enriched by people from a wide range of backgrounds, heritage and indeed faith and beliefs right across this House. I see members of the Protestant, of the Catholic, like myself, the Jewish faith, Muslim and Sikh communities, and those of other faiths and indeed none, but all who are motivated towards the betterment of the people that we serve. Madam Deputy Speaker, for the benefit of the House, I will briefly outline the constitutional arrangements between the established Church, Parliament and the Executive. These arrangements have deep roots and have evolved over many centuries. Much of our Constitution is based on a combination of common laws, of statutes, of conventions and of principles. As the established Church, the Church of England has historically been subject to parliamentary legislation. Since the 1919 Enabling Act, however, much of its governance has been delegated to its own body, the General Synod. While the Synod manages internal affairs, its measures still require Parliament's approval and royal assent. As honourable members will know, the Lords Spiritual, bishops of the Church, sit in the House of Lords by right, and the government believes that they offer a unique and valued spiritual perspective. There are still many ways the Church and Parliament remain closely connected. The government reflects on a great example of the Lords Spiritual Women Act 2015 Extension Act 2025, skillfully steered through the House last year by my colleague, the Honourable Member for Erith and Thamesmead. This Act, requested by the Church of England, extends for more than 5 years the arrangement allowing female bishops to sit in the House of Lords as Lords Spirituals. In fact, it recently enabled the Right Reverend Sophie Jelly as the new Bishop of Coventry to take her place in the other place. The Church also has a presence in this House in the second Church Estates Commissioner, and I'm pleased the Honourable Member for Battersea has done so much work in this regard in this House. She serves as a vital link between Parliament and the Church, ensuring that the Church Commissioners remain accountable to this House. The Executive, particularly the Prime Minister and the Lord Chancellor, play a key role in appointing senior clergy. While bishops are formally appointed by the Sovereign, this is done on the Prime Minister's advice, following recommendations from the Crown Nominations Commission. The Sovereign, as the Supreme Governor of the Church of England, remains central to these arrangements. In highlighting some of the ways the Church, Parliament and the Executive are intertwined, and I hope this gives assurance to the Honourable Member that when it comes to matter of importance of the Church of England and the Christian faith more generally, that Parliament and the Executive is by no means washing its hands. The Church is streamlining its national governance, with plans approved by the Synod earlier this week. These proposals will soon come before Parliament. This marks another step in the process which begun in 2020 to create better governance structures that better support the Church mission and its work. And regarding the Church's future, its day-to-day operations are of course not a matter for government. However, the government looks forward to the Church continuing to evolve, to meet the challenges of our time, and to play an active role in public debate on the most important issues that we face as a nation. Of course.
My honourable friend referred to the importance of the local parish. Across England, the parish is central to everything. The church, the local vicar, this is part of our community. In fact, we're very lucky in my constituency in Romford to have the Church of St Edward the Confessor, and we have a new vicar, the Reverend Jordan Palmer, who's just joined our church in Romford. But will you agree with me that the parish is vital, that it's not just about the church community, the members of the church, it has a wider responsibility to all people of all religions and of no religion, not just Church of England members. And so the Church of England should cherish the importance of the parish as part of all of our communities and the constituencies that we represent.
Well, I believe that very strongly, actually. I think if, even for members who aren't church attenders, they will take part in civic life at a local level that is so closely linked to their local parish church. I think about Remembrance Sunday and the role that the parish churches play in those reflections. I think about our own Mayoral Sunday, where the mayor of our own borough of Oldham will be the honorary church warden in the parish church, and every year that's celebrated in our town too. So regardless of individual faith and beliefs, I think it is accepted and in fact celebrated that parish churches are a significant part of local identity and a place for all people to come together. So absolutely, and of course welcome his new church leader on that basis. And I think that reflects, in a sense, the value that we place as a parliament on the importance which is why bringing this debate today was so important, and I thank the member for doing that, and I hope he appreciates the response on behalf of the government.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. As many of that opinion say aye, the ayes have it. Order, order.